Hello, everyone. Welcome again to your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion on Mtembei TV. We're glad that you are watching wherever you are joining us from. Thank you so much for making this your channel of choice and your space where you rely on for accurate political analysis by different people, you and me, looking at the Kenya political situation and giving our views as we see them compared to what is real and what we are being made to believe. So it is another time again. We are looking at Raila Odinga in Taita Taveta with the Azimio team. William Ruto, although on a break, he's still campaigning in the city of Nairobi. I don't understand why he will be on a break and campaigning at the same time, but we have something to say on the same. Then it is rumored that Namwamba and Washiali are out of the 2022 race. What is the game plan here? All of them are affiliate to UDA. Is UDA looking for seats or looking for people to campaign without having to be distracted by pursuit of getting a political seat as members of parliament? Well, that is what we need to look at even as we begin the discussion. The link to join the studio is right there into the comments. You click on it, full control over your camera as well as your audio. Then you will be in studio for us to roll out the discussion. Things are getting hotter with every passing day. Politics is a bit confusing. At times, it's predictable. And as God will help us, we will have something to say on what is developing in the Kenyan political scenario. I appreciate all of you that are joining. Thank you so much. Nyaboro Ochieng, politics is becoming hotter. Thank you. Karibu sana. Simon Jumba, karibu kwa show. Baba Tosha, we appreciate you for the same. Well, Akengo Omwangu on board as usual. We appreciate you so much for your faithful support and continued followership. Elder Justas, you are never given audience to order. This is Baba's media team. Everybody is given audience, only that you must be factual in your presentation. If you come with the propaganda, rumors, and stories, you will not have it easy. It is not that we are only allowing Baba's advocacy. We are looking at what is being said in comparison to what the constitution avails, in comparison on what we think is true. So this is not UDA or ODM platform. It is a platform where Kenyans come to seek the truth. And so everybody on the channel, or rather on the screen and in the studio, needs to do their homework well when they come to defend whoever they want to defend. Don't just come with hearsay and the usual sympathy addiction narratives. We need to have facts so that we make informed decision as Kenyans. And that is the reason why we go all the way to see to it that we continue to bring you this kind of opportunity and platform for you to make your presentation. So it is not a comparison between UDA and ODM. It is actually a comparison between what politicians are saying against the truth and the reality of what the constitution provides and what are the rights for each and every Kenyan, each one of us, to be truthful and honest for us to make right decisions. Thank you, Magara Julius, for joining. Thank you, Nyanja Jenny Jeffita Brand. Thank you very much. Joseph Haemba, karibu kwa show. Gray Sean Jr., you're welcome to the show. We appreciate you so much. Eric Kariko, karibu kwa show. Gesa George, you're welcome to the show. Thank you so much. For those of you that are making effort, please make sure that you comply with the demands of the app if you want to be in the studio and be able to make your contribution without problems. Well, let's keep inviting one another. Let us have a great time tonight as we analyze on the latest views on the political front in Kenyan politics. Well, Elkanah Ndumbi, how are you today? Elkanah Ndumbi.
I'm good and I'm glad to be on the platform.
Is in Dubai. Carry on, Elkanah. How are you today?
Bernard, I'm very good this evening.
You unmute and then speak.
I'm very glad to be on your platform this evening. It's my first time here, and I hope to be here more and more in future.
Sawa, karibu sana. Karibu kabisa, tunakukaribisha na tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Omar Odero, vipi huko uliko?
Mimi niko poa.
Omar Odero, upo?
Nipo. Mimi niko poa.
Yes.
Ndio leo Ijumaa, tunashukuru tumejaliwa, tumeamka salama, tunaenda kulala tena. Ni neema ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Kuna wale hawakufikisha leo. Tushukuru sisi Mwenyezi Mungu tuliamka salama. Mada leo sijajua umeleta mada gani. Siwezi nikatoa mara moja kama sijajua ilikuwa mada gani.
Tunaangalia tu baba na timu yake kwa Taita Taveta.
Toa mara moja kama Naam. Sijajua ilikuwa mada gani. Kuna Naam. Bernard.
Endelea Omar.
Sauti kidogo ilikuwa inaleta shida.
Umenipata?
Nakupata. Leo ilikuwa siku ya
Bwana Omar.
Nakupata vizuri.
Pole. Tunazungumzia kuhusu baba.
Naam.
Tunazungumza kuhusu baba na timu yake wamekuwa Taita Taveta. Umeona mkutano vile umekuwa. Alafu William Ruto ako hapa Nairobi, amezunguka kiasi akiendeleza campaign, licha ya kuwa communication desk yake imesema anaenda break. Sijui break itaanza ama ishaanza. Sasa hapo ndio bado tunakadiria. Alafu kuna tuhuma kwamba na Mwamba na Washiali wamejitoa katika 2022 race na wote ni watu wa UDA. Sasa tunauliza game plan ni gani? Watu wasiwainie ama ni nini kinaendelea?
Kuhusu Ashiali na hao wengine kujitoa, hiyo bado sijapata, lakini ile nimeangalia ya Mombasa kuhusu Taita Taveta mzee ilikuwa vizuri, na tunagojea ngoma kesho, ngoma Thika. Na huko ndio utaona watu wakijitokezea wale hatujai kuwaona, kwa sababu wameshaona signal sasa pale inaenda. Hii inaonyesha dalili ya William Ruto kufail. Hata ukisikia siasa yake ya Nairobi hapa, ni kama amechoka. Ukisikia vile unasema ni kama watu wanaenda break, wamechoka, wamezunguka, wamechoka. Sasa waachie mzee azunguke. Unajua kila ukitusi, mimi nilisema wamemtusi huyu mzee mpaka sasa wamekosa jina ya kumwambia, majina zingine wamekosa, wamechoka. Sasa wanashindwa watampatia jina gani? Mzee anazidi kugrow ground, ana grow. Kila ukikampeni anaona imeshindikana, nikikampeni hapa nikiongea mbaya kuhusu mzee, lakini bado anakuwa popular. Unajua inashangaza Wakenya, yani Wakenya saa hii I think ile ujinga ya kitambo si Wakenya wa saa hii. Wakenya wa saa hii wamechoka, wanaangalia life ni nini, na wamekuja kuona life ni mzee ndio anaweza kuokoa Kenya. Hiyo tu. Na kuhusu upande ya hoka, hiyo hoka imeisha. Ni kama Mudavadi amejitoa, kwa sababu leo mkutano ya leo ya hoka sijaona Mudavadi ametuma mtu. Hiyo ni kama wanadharau hiyo grupu, kwa sababu ukiangalia zile kura nyingi zinapigwa hapo inamfavor Kalonzo Musyoka. Sasa hiyo I think watu wa ANC ni kama walikuwa wataki imfavor Kalonzo, imfavor Musalia. Kila kura ilikuwa inapigwa inafavor Kalonzo Musyoka. Sasa Mudavadi kama ataenda kwa Ruto ni sawa, hiyo tumeshajua. Lakini mimi najua Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon Moi, na hata mimi naona huyu Wetangula Wetangula ni kama ameona signal pale inaenda. Wetangula hata mfuata Mudavadi atazama peke yake. Mudavadi atazama peke yake, kwa sababu sasa hii ni lala salama. Mtu akimesi hana chochote, hakuna pahali ataenda. Na kuhusu hiyo Ashiali na huyu umesema na Babu na Mwamba,
Sababu na Mwamba,
hiyo bado sijasikia ripoti, sina information kwa hiyo. Lakini unajua mimi nikikuwa na information lazima nitazungumza ile nimeona. Lakini kama wamejitoa, wameona dalili pale pa kwenda, sasa ni kutoroka. Wameona, ukiangalia sana UDA, wameona hakuna future hapo. Ni kama wanamkula ujamaa, na coming soon mtaona watu wengi wakitoroka UDA wakiegemea baba. Kwa sababu baba leo Taita Taveta alisema kuna tsunami inakuja, na ni tsunami kali, itafagia kila kitu. Huyu mzee akizungumza hivyo, kuna kitu anaangalia mbele. Na watu waache kutusi watu wazima, wamewatusi watu wazima, wametusi wazee paka wamechoka sasa. Waangalie future, wa vijana waangalie future. Hata mimi ni kijana, lakini siwezi nikasema ati nifuate kijana mwenzangu, kwa sababu tunaona future. Kwa sababu ukiangalia wale hawaoni future ni nini, utapata wakipatiwa pesa kidogo wanatapatapa, wanahangaika huko, sijui watu wanafuata pesa. Leo hata hii sehemu ya Central amekuja huyo jamaa, wakisikia tu jina ya William Ruto, nimesikia vijana wengine wananiambia kuna pesa huko, kuna pesa, wanafuata pesa. Yani hawafuati Ruto, wanafuata pesa, kwa sababu wanajua Ruto ni kama yani Ruto ni mtu wa kumwaga pesa. Sasa ni kama hii pesa ameacha kumwaga, ukiona wafuasi wengine wake wanamtoroka, ni kama pesa sasa imeisha. Apatiani. Kwa sababu ukifundisha wafuasi wako pesa ni mbaya sana. Afadhali mzee tukimuita mchoyo, lakini mzee anafanya siasa na akili, vile Uhuru anasema uzee si uongozi si ujanja, uongozi ni utu uzima, akili. Ndio hivyo tu, hiyo ndio ilikuwa maoni yangu leo.
Sawa sawa, asante Bwana Omari kwa utangulizi wako. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele. Naomba tumsikilize Onyango Evans. Vipi? Onyango, bado upo? Unmute alafu ongee.
Na curtain.
Hayuko curtain, ni vile hakuna light kwake.
Hello.
Yeah, unmute mara moja tu, usha mute tena.
Can you hear me?
Sawa, basi. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I hope your evenings were good. Hello.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I want to say that today at Taita Taveta, the congregation which I saw there was clearly indicating that our fifth, who is Raila Odinga, is in the forefront to be our fifth president. And today in Central, it was somehow going behind because the congregation there was not somehow pleasing as we saw there some days later, showing that the agendas for Deputy Ruto is somehow not equitable compared to those of Raila. I can only say that. I hope I was clear. Hello?
Sawa. Thank you very much Bwana Onyango. Tuendelee katika mazungumzo. Unanipata Bwana Onyango?
Yeah.
Nasema nakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele. Where is this? Guru, come in please.
Yeah.
They remove him.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Bernard, how are you?
Yes, sir. I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine too.
Naona washafika Thika.
Thika sasa unajua ni kupitia kwangu.
Yeah.
Ninaona mambo hapa vile inaendelea kwa hivyo. Tunangojea kwa hamu na gamu. Na nadhani imeanza kudhihirika vile tumekuwa tukisema. Kutoka kesho kutakuwa na msisimuko ambao watu hawajawahi kuona kwa mlima ikielekea upande ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Unajua huyu mzee amekuwa akipanda mlima polepole, sio kwa kiburi ama kujipiga kifua ama kuenda kufanya mikutano kubwa, lakini kwa kuona wale wanashikilia na wanashikilia jamii, vikundi ya vijana na wazee wa Kikuyu na wale wengine, na hao watu huwezi kuwapita unje kwa barabara ufikiria umekuta vijana wakikula mutura hapa Ruiro wa kusingira ukafikire kwamba hiyo ni kura ati umeweka kwa mfuko. Nimeangalia leo ile mkutano ilikuwa Taita Taveta, na wale wanaweza kuangalia kwa undani, unaweza kuona wale walienda kumlaki mzee Raila Amolo Odinga ni watu wanaonyesha kwamba hawajasukumwa pale kwa sababu ya pesa. Ile msisimuko yao inatoka kwa roho, sio inasukumwa na kitu ama watu. Na hiyo ni jambo mzuri sana kwa sababu ni kuonyesha wale ni watu wanaweza kusema kwa uhakika watampatia kura. Huyu mwingine wetu bandara ya kuita mkutano kama wale wengine, ili tujue na idhihirike kwamba ana wafuasi, aite mkutano Uhuru Park, tuone ni kina nani watatoka kwa estates waende mpaka Nairobi kumsikiza. Ningetaka afanye hivyo sana, lakini nadhani ana ile inaitwa intelligence kwamba hakuna watu, isipokuwa sasa apeleke maambassadors huko, alete watu. Si kama baba akisema watu wanaanza kujitayarisha leo vile watafuka miguu kutoka Mukuru wa Njenga na Kibera na Ndagoleti na kwingineko, na wanakuja na miguu kwa sababu lazima wasikize vile mzee anasema. Nadhani kesho tunangojea kusikia ile approach atatumia kwa mlima. Nadhani sasa ameweza kuchukua, he has gathered enough to know how to approach this region, na nadhani watu watakuwa wamemsikiza sana, sababu unajua siasa ni interest, na nadhani watu watamsikiza, wasikie kwamba kama watafaidika kutokana na uongozi wake, na pia tutaona ni kina nani kesho, ni kina nani haswa na huyu mzee, na sana sana kuna wambunge kadhaa ambao hawaongei, wengi sana hapa Kiambu wamekimya tu hivi, lakini unaona wanaegemea upande ya Azimio. Kwa hivyo kesho ndio tutaanza kuona kwa uhakika ni kina nani wameenda kwa njia ya mzee. Kitu ingine imenifurahisha ni kwamba vijana ndio wanasukuma mambo ya mzee hapa. Ukiangalia wale wanatayarisha hiyo mkutano sana ni vijana, na unajua sasa hiyo ni kumaanisha ile watu wanasema youth vote, kwamba itaenda kwa mtu ambaye ni mchanga kama deputy president. Inaweza kuwa ni kudhania na si kweli. Kwa hivyo kesho watu watayarishe sawasawa, ndio tutaona bifu na bichi. Kiambu ni tuseme ni nusu. Kuna kitu kimoja watu wajajua juu ya Kiambu. Kiambu 30% ya residents ni Wakenya wengine, sio Wakikuyu wale walizaliwa hapa. Kwa hivyo hata kabla ya mzee kuja hapa, hiyo kura unasikianga ni milioni 1.2, kitu 30% inakuwa ni jamii hizi zingine ambazo zimekuja kazi huku, na wengine wameajiriwa huku kwa mashamba, kwa town ya Thika kuna wanafunzi pale. Kwa hivyo ni zone moja, nadhani mzee ameangalia kwamba lazima afune kura nyingi, sio kidogo, nyingi zaidi, na ndio umeona I'm not surprised that he is starting with Kiambu, because nadhani ndio area moja atapata kura nyingi. Kwa hivyo tugoje tuone itakuwa namna gani. So far so good, I think things are moving well. Hawa wengine wametoroka, wanaanza kusema hata simama. Ni njoto ndio imekuwa mingi, na sio hawa peke yao, ni njoto itafanya wengine wakimbie. Unajua ukikaa kwa kitchen na njoto iwe mingi, unasema afadhali hiyo chakula ipotelee mbali. Sasa babu na mwamba, badala ya kuenda kuomba msamaha kwa mzee, na mzee hanikuangi na shinda, anaenda bado ni kijana mdogo, angeenda aongee na mzee, atamsamehe tu, amfanyie campaign kwa vijana, lakini yeye sijui nani anamsukuma. atapotea tu hivyo bure. Huu mwingine wa Siali nina marafiki wangu wa kutoka huko ametoka, niambiwa huyu hata akivalishwa nguo ya kifarume mambo yake ilikwisha zamani. Kwa hivyo nadhani sio wao pekee watakataa kusimama, ni wengi hawatasimama, na unaweza kuona kama sasa Nairobi, hata tuseme ukweli, mtu kama anaitwa Wanjiru huyu wa Jesus is Alive Ministries, honestly huyo sasa ni ndiye hiyo chama imeona inaweza kusimamisha kuwa gavana wa Nairobi, na tumekuwa na Sonko hapa siku kadhaa. Huyo tofauti yake na Sonko iko wapi? Afadhali hata Sonko. Kwa hivyo sidhani hao watu hawana watu bwana, hawana watu wana materials, yani hawana strong personalities ambao wanaweza kuwasimamia na kusimamia chama, lakini wanasema wataleta mama mboga na watu ya bodaboda. Ndio tunangojea kuona kama ndio watasimamisha kuwa ma MPs kama Kawanjiko ambayo ameshindwa na kuongea. Leo nimeona yule alishinda aliweza kuenda na akaongea na serikali na wamepewa barabara huko ya rami. Sasa sijui watu ya pale kweli watakuwa watu ambao hawatumii akili kuona ni nani ataweza kuwasaidia na ni nani tu ni is a clown. Kwa Kikuyu wanaitwa kagege. So wacha tungoje wacha tungoje tuone itakuwa namna gani. Bernard, nitaongea wakati mwingine.
Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee kuchangia kuhakikisha tunasongesha nchi mbele kwa maoni na kwa hali na mali. Bwana David Odera, karibu kwa show, unmute alafu utuambie hali ilivyo.
I have only two comments today.
Yeah?
Yes. Unanipata?
Endelea.
Hello.
Endelea.
Okay, thank you very much. I have two points today. First, I want to make a point about the rally in Coast Taita Taveta. I think we are locking out Ruto out of Coast Province. Whatever I saw today, it's a clear indication that Coast people have made their choice to support Azimio. And as you can see, whatever happened in Mombasa today, more than 10 aspirants and 2 MPs were not in ODM. They have defected to ODM today. And that's a clear indication that we are locking the entire coast. Secondly, we call the Abu Namwamba and Washiali. The reason why they have said that they are not going to contest in any seat is just even a small boy or a small girl will tell you that these people see that they're telling Ruto the ground is good. Now they fear because they fear because they have taken a lot of money from deputy president, and there's no votes are still with ODM, like in Busia County, especially where Babu come from. Babu cannot command even a quarter of that vote, leave alone the entire vote. A quarter of that vote. That is Raila Odinga's bedroom. You can take it to the bank. I come from that side. I know very well. Ababu has nothing. So anajua ile pesa amekula. Ruto atamuuliza, ulindanganya ati niko na wafuasi. Where are they now? Ashukuru. For Benjamin Washiali, I think he come from Mumias East. Hiyo ni bedroom ya Raila pia. Like the other day uliona when the Mzee Atuoli organized the Bukungu too, many defectors were from that from his constituency. Almost like 7 MCAs were from there. So the ground is very hostile with him. So mambo ya kusema ati yeye anataka kusupport Ruto lakini asimami, ashaona ground. The ground imeshift. So let us wait for tomorrow. We see the way things will happen tomorrow. We hope so many defectors from Central will come up. Na Azimio inaendelea kujaa. Thank you very much. Let me give others a chance to talk. I'll come back later.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Bwana Odera, tunashukuru.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Bwana Odera, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee.
WG. WG, you are ready?
Yes. Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Oka to put an advert of a missing person.
Nobody's missing. Who are you missing in Oka?
I was waiting for them to put an advert, a big advert on newspaper of a missing person. This person. Kweli siasa inaanza kuchangamka, you know. You know, and you know, out of all the supporters of Oka, Mudavadi's supporters have been so proactive and vocal in terms of confronting even the ODM and Azimio. If you look at the social media, they are very close with UDA, and the way they've been talking is like Mudavadi was almost a de facto leader of Oka. Okay, we wish them the best. We can only wish them the best as they continue to plod through that challenging route of realizing their unity. But I'm still seeing it's, you know, some of these things as ODM, we went through them several times in very long time ago. So we know how it goes. There will be a fallout. And that is normal. I'm encouraging them to keep on keeping on. I think, but having said so, I think Nani's side, Kalonzo's side is more composed. It's more organized and realistic than. You know, Musalia's side, I think they are driven by a lot of some vendetta, and they are not. They want to do things in order to hurt some other people in some other sector, which is not auguring well with Mudavadi's candidature. Having said so, coming to Ababu Namwamba, I think these two gentlemen, this Ababu Namwamba, and number 2, the former speaker, Kenneth Marindi. I'm so much curious to know what entailed the fallout, because the way it is showing up, It's like there's something that happened that they cannot, they find it so difficult to come and reconcile with Raila Odinga. Because you remember, Bernard, when there was that preparations for Bukungu too, and Namwamba sent an emissary. Did you hear that? When he sent some MCA, maybe from, I think from Busia, which came to inform the meeting that Namwamba would be attending. But instead of him coming, what we saw was William Ruto rushing there and complicating issues for him even further. The same thing he did with Malala. So William Ruto also is really working hard to keep them asunder, at whose expense, time will tell. Time will tell. So that is why I don't know much about Washiali. I've never followed him. He's one person whom I don't even know by face. And his importance in Western politics, Western Kenya politics, I have no history of him. So I have very little about him. Coming to William Ruto, is that of late he has formed a habit of lacking behind in darkness when Baba is in some particular quarters. He doesn't want to be very far away from where Baba is, so he's like kind of trailing, but he doesn't want to show that he's trailing where Baba is going. Why would he be in Western, well, when Baba was in Buhungu? Why would he lurk around nearby? So today, at the same time, when he heard that Baba is going to Thika, he cannot even afford to go on leave the way he had indicated. He must just lurk around, so that maybe, I think what he's busy doing is to do some damage control in terms of defections and other political undercurrents that may take place. I think that is what concerns him around. So he must be somewhere. When Baba is in Thika, he must be found somewhere in Zimmerman, which is also Kiambu. When Baba is in Kakamega, he must be somewhere in Bungoma and Mumias, Mumias area. So all this, and this is a sign of panic, because he is trying to keep up, to try and control the storm that is expected when the Azimio team now unleashes their full potential in this campaign. The other thing is, when it comes to William Ruto, like I've said, is that he can't keep, like, if you thought he was going on leave the way it was indicated, maybe the secretariat, through logics and practical, consideration, is like, this gentleman should be resting a little bit. But due to panic, Bernard, even you, if you are panicking, even the seat you are sitting on would be so hot, you would feel like standing. And when you are standing, you want to sit down. But when you sit again, you want to stand. That is the situation with William Ruto. He can't just keep cool because, he's panicking. Well, coming to Baba finally in Taita, I think it was good. But I think there is that I was seeing the effect of transition between the organizers of the ODM organizers. He was in the hands of his campaign. Initially was in the hands basically of ODM, and others will just come in. But the think tanks behind his campaign were majorly ODM. But now there is that transition between now ODM, from ODM into Azimio team, the guy, the Laikipia governor's team. So I find the coordination was not so well done, although Governor Sakaja tried so hard to put things in place, but you would find that there were some loopholes in terms of organization, because I fail to understand at this juncture, from the experience that Raila has had since he began the campaign, I don't think it's in order when he gets into the podium or anywhere after addressing the crowd, then he does not, the organizers don't know who to speak next, whom to talk next. They should be doing this thing in advance. That is a well-organized team. They should know how many governors are present, how many MPs are present there. So someone should sit there to just jot that note so that it doesn't seem like they don't understand whoever is with them. So they ask themselves, who now to give, whom should we give? Which the William Ruto team is very good at. You will never find those kind of loopholes and hiccups in his campaign trail. So that is what I observed. The other thing I observed is the communication team. It had reclined a little bit back to where we were when Raila was beginning his campaign with ODM. So the PA system or that organization communication was still wanting. I think Governor Nani Murevi, what is his name? I think he will take those things into action so that we have things flowing very fast and in order. The issue of affiliate parties, that one was also very, very eminent. And until Baba had to come in and promise them that he's going to sit them down and organize them and listen to them, our pange, so that there's no major fallout. Because Governor Sakaja is strong, and then there was, I think, his competitor who had lots of support at the same time in the same meeting. So that is what I observed so far, Bernard.
Samboja and not Sakaja.
Sorry, Samboja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, WG. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. We appreciate those of you in the comments. Please, let's remain civil. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Mkikubaliana sawa, msipokubaliana hamna shida. Kila mtu apigie debe sehemu yake, alafu mbivu na mbichi haiko mbali. Miezi 6 tu tutakuwa kwa debe na tutajua nani ni nani. Kila mtu anasema ana ubabe, ana umahiri sehemu fulani. Yeye ana umaarufu sehemu fulani. Mbivu na mbichi tuko karibu kujua. Kwa hivyo relax. Wewe unaweza sema UDA iko kila mahali, ODM iko kila mahali, lakini mbivu na mbichi inakuja. Tutegee papo hapo. Haya, naomba sasa tuende kwa Alex. Alex, are you there?
Acha nitaongea after 2 minutes. Wacha mtu aongee. I'm still making sure najua kitu naongea.
Sawa. And then the people behind the screen tuko karibu kuanza kusafisha. Wekesa, ulikuja ama ulisalimia tu?
Niko kama tarehe.
Asante sana. Tegea papo hapo, tunarejea kwako. Naomba tumsikilize Princess basi. Princess Ziana.
Ujambo Bernard?
Sijambo, vipi leo?
Niko vizuri. Alex, nakuona hapo leo umerelax.
Yeah, leo
sioni ukiwa kwenye
background is
different. Leo sawa, leo ni Friday, ni ile sijaonyesha kitu yangu iko hapa kando. Bernard hawezi kubali nionyeshe.
Sawa.
Eh,
But Alex, watu wengine huwa nayo
report. Angalia tu fine inakuja.
Bernard,
Yes. Who is it? Hold on. Who is calling?
Ni Omar kidogo.
Yes, vipi Omar?
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kidogo kuhusu huyu jamaa anaitwa Osoro.
Yeah.
Osoro naona watu wake wanateta, wanasema wamtaki.
Siasa ya Kisii ni tata kiasi, lakini
hapo nitaongea.
Ngoja Alex.
Ameuliza juu ya Osoro.
Umekuwa msemaji wa Kisii kuanzia lini? Relax kwanza. Siasa ya Kisii sasa hivi vile inakaa, of course kuna hiyo wave ya Azimio, ikikaa vizuri UDA inaweza kufungia nje, lakini kuna of course that aspect of people voting for an individual regardless of the wave that also appears in Kisii more often. Like you remember, Opado came in with a small party as a governor against ODM, which is mighty. And so Kisii people have a way of pulling surprises sometimes. But inategemea kwa sababu hii siasa ya Ruto ya hela iko na mambo yake. Kama alipewa hela ya kujengea widows nyumba alafu akala, hiyo itakuwa ngoma ingine ambayo itachezwa pia na inaweza kumharibia. That's what I can say on that. Alex, utaongezea?
Osoro's case is a distinct case, and Mugala Muwe mpea haki yake is the only South Mugirango MP who has done anything tangible and anything people can see. Tumpende tusipompenda, simpendi personally, but watu wa South Mugirango wanampenda kwa dhati na damu. So I think he's the only one. I spoke to a friend of mine called John Ondieki 2 days ago. The two people that thought that could win from Kissi in UDA is Anthony Kibagendi and Osoro. But Anthony, no. Anthony is not going to win, come rain, come sunshine. But Osoro will win, not because of William Ruto, but because of how he maneuvered and to make sure that the little money he got from Sugoi ilienda kwa watu wake. He is not a dealer, at least he helped his people. So his case is distinct. Hata ukisikia watu wakisema porojo, personally I don't like him, but when you go to the ground, watu wa Osoro wanampenda personally, not because na unajua ana play politics zake vizuri, because hata ile mjadala ya nini ya party, kumbuka alikuwa South Mogirango. He didn't even want to go vote, but a chopper was sent to bring him. So he knows also how to play his politics in a very conniving way. Thank you.
Asanteni kwa hayo. Wacha niendelee kwa mjadala wa leo. Kule Taita kwangu mimi sikupendelea hivyo vile mambo yalivyoendelea. Kwa saa moja hakuwa amejipanga katika ile mkutano wake vizuri.
Subiri kidogo, subiri Ziana. One moment Ziana, one moment please.
Wekesa, mi sisikii mtu yoyote. Nyinyi mnasikia?
Haya, ameenda wapi?
Hatusikii mtu yoyote akiongea Wekesa bana. Hata Bernard ameenda.
Bernard ameenda akaniambia ningoje kidogo. Sasa sijui ningoje kidogo, sasa sinangojea.
Nimemrudisha.
Pole
Amerudi.
Kwa na itilafu ya mitambo.
Nimefikiria kwani umetake flight ya kwenda.
Samahani Ziana, nilikuwa na itilafu ya mitambo. Nilikuwa nataka Alex kuconfirm. Osoro is a member of parliament for how many seasons?
South Mogirango.
Thika is just a step away. Which is out which Mugirango. You can't get me to Mugirango. Si tuko Thika kesho. So Alex, Osoro is the first time MP ama which time?
No, it's a first time MP. First time.
Okay, first time.
It's a first time MP, then, but for a very long time, he was an ODM insider.
That's what I'm saying. If he's a first time MP, then his chances are 50-50, even if he seems strong, depending on how he plays with the Azimio wave.
Yeah.
Ziana, endelea ba.
Kwa nini ya leo, habari ya hiyo nini ya mkutano wa Taita, sikufurahia sana. Ingawaje baba alikuwa na watu, lakini sikuifurahia kwa vile mpangilio yao hawakujipanga. Nilipoona saa moja na Mwadime pale, saa moja na Mwadime walikuwa na itilafu kidogo, hawangelionyesha pale waziwazi ya kwamba ni nani mkubwa. Mwadime ni MP, saa moja ni governor. So unajua pale kulikuwa ni mahali pa Mwadime mwenyewe, hapo mahali walikuwa wakifanyia mkutano. Sasa watu wa Mwadime walikuwa wakipiga kelele mno, hata kusikiza ili wasikize Raila alipokuwa anatoa hotuba ilikuwa ni ngumu sana. Sasa ninaomba tu siku nyingine wajipange, wasije wakaleta itilafu kama hiyo bila kujipanga. Manake saa moja hakujua hata ni nani anayepewa speaker aongee. Kila mahali ni lazima aelezwe, patia huyu. Alafu mahali nilipoona tena ubaya sana saa zile Junet naye pia anafaa kuwa asijiweke kwenye mahali wa wenyewe kujua zaidi ya kwamba yeye ndiye anajua zaidi. Alichukua pale ile nini speaker akaenda kupatia Naomi. Alikuwa anakimbilia nayo kwa Naomi, ndio pale watu wa Mwadime wakachukua wakampatia mwingine, ndipo ikaelekezwa mpaka kwa Mwadime. Mimi ningeomba tu wajipange vizuri, lakini kwa watu naona baba ako na watu kule Taita ameshaichota pale, amechota watu. Ukiendelea Coast ni lazima, naona tu Coast ni Raila, bado hajapoteza hapo. Tulikuwa tunafikiria, wengine walikuwa nafikiria wamepoteza, lakini Coast hajapoteza. Coast bado wako na yeye, ila hali wajitayarishe kwa vile watajipanga. Lakini nimesikia baba akiwaambia wajipange wenyewe ili wasije wakakosa, kwa sababu wasipojipanga vizuri wanaweza kuwa watakosa. Na upande ule wa nikienda Kakamega, nikienda Mulembe, huko Kakamega nimeona yule Alex alikuwa akisema wezi mfanyia operation ya chake. Nimeona akiwa yeye ndiye anasemekana yeye ndiye anaweza shinda kwa ugavana. Hiyo ni wanaelezea hivyo ya kwamba anaweza kuwa akuna 33 nukta 33.4 na yule mwingine anamfuatilia ni Baraza ana 33.1. Kwa hivyo hapo tukiangalia wanaazimio, msipojikakamua mupige pale siasa la kweli pale, tunaona Halwale anaweza kuwa anaenda naye, lakini Malala amerushwa nambari ya 4 kule nyuma. Kwa hivyo yeye hata kukaribia, ameelezewa hakuna kukaribia kuku inapopikwa kule tunaitanga ingoho. Hakuna kukaribia pale, hata ingoho ikipikwa hakuna kukaribia hata supu. Kwa hivyo
kwani wewe uliwatch results gani wewe? Uliwatch kani na I saw Malala was on top of Khalwale. Uliwatch kani wewe?
Kuna nyingine hapo nitakutolea. Nilikuwa nimewatch ile walikuwa kistoa ya Usaligishu. Ile walikuwa wakisema ODM iko na 45% kwa umaarufu na nani ako na 28, naitwa Ruto ako na 28, alafu anafuatiliwa na Musalia 16. Hiyo ndio niliwatch. ODM iko na 45% kwa Western, na hapo ndio walipokuwa ukiangalia ya Washaligishu, I think so. Hapo ndio nilipata hapo hiyo habari. Malala alikuwa wa 4, hata nani alikuwa amemshinda, huyu naitwa nani, ndio wa 3. Huyu aliyeruka pande hiyo nyingine,
Savula.
Savuna ndiye alikuwa wa 3. Kwa hivyo ndio mimi niliiona. Kwa hivyo kama Wekesa, kama uliona hiyo nyingine, mimi nitatafuta hiyo nyingine niliona, nitakutumia nawe pia unitumie hiyo nyingine. Kwa hivyo naona
kutumiana, wekeni hapa sote tunaangalia.
I don't want to discuss on opinion polls, nitapata the real information kwanza. Wacha ikae hivyo kwanza.
Kwa hivyo mimi naona tupige debe, wenye Azimio tukaze kamba kama kila mahali, manake kama itakuwa ni hivyo tukaze kamba. Ababu na Mwamba naye ameona maji imeshinda unga, kwa hivyo yeye na Savula wanaona wasijitokeze pale, kwa sababu pale Busia naye usinidanganye pale, najua Ababu na Mwamba
do you know the reason
na Washiali. Ababu na Mwamba na Washiali.
Saina, the reason na kuchallenge because umaarufu wa nini peke yake wa Raila in Kakamega was 49, and then wa Ruto 28, and then wa Musalia 17. So that already shows that ODM is ahead. So ODM ndio kusema Kakamega.
Hiyo nayo ni kweli, lakini walipo
that's why I'm saying maybe we need to harmonize the numbers first.
Walisema Baraza na Halwale ndio wanashikana karibu. Kwa hiyo sasa sina habari, lakini Savula ndiye alikuwa anawafuatilia. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba Ababu na Mwamba, mimi namuomba tu, kwa sababu pale Busia ni ngumu. Namuomba tu kuje pande hii nyingine, ama akae kwa baridi this time. Afadhali alipata kitu, alikuwa anajiendelesha nayo, lakini wakati huu anaweza kukaa kwa baridi.
Si amesema is not running.
Is not running,
Yeah.
but sasa unaona anakaa pembeni, kwa vile hata kama angekuwa amekaa pembeni na lakini yuko UDA. Unaona? Anakaa pembeni, is not running, but mahali anaegemea. It depends ni wapi anaegemea, upande gani anaegemea. So hajasema yuko upande huu mwingine. Labda atakapo ruka pande huo mwingine, labda baada anaangalia, siwezi jua kusema ataruka, lakini mwenyewe alikuwa ameshamuunga ni DP mkono. Ni kwa hayo tu kwa sasa, mengine nitasema baadaye. Nashukuru Bernard.
Okay, thank you Ziana.
Swali kwa Ziana.
Harakisha hizo swali lako tafadhali, twende kwa
ya Babu. Ziana, ufikirii ya kwamba inaweza kuwa ya kwamba Babu ameangalia akaona nafasi yake nzuri ilikuwa ni huku kwa Raila, kwa Azimio angepata kitu, lakini wakati naibu rais alipomwendea na akaruka huko, alipokuja kuangalia nyuma ni kama anaona hapo hana chake kabisa, hana nafasi sana sana, ukitilia maanani ya kwamba ni Busia na hakuna kitu pale. So mtu kama Namwamba ni kama anaogopa aibu, so akijua na ni mtu sharp, akiangalia hivi anaona ni heri hii kitu ishanichanganya, nikae kando. Wewe waonaje?
Nitakujibu WG. Hapo inaweza kuwa kweli, kwa sababu nimesema ya kwamba alienda upande ule wa DP, lakini sasa amejitosa, ametoka kwenye unyang'anyiro ule. Alikuwa anataka kujiweka kwenye unyang'anyiro, lakini akaona maji imezidi unga. Hiyo ndio nimesema, maji imezidi unga. Kwa hivyo anasimama katikati, ajue ni wapi ndio ataegemea. Kama ataona kwanza, anaangalia dalili, lakini pale Busia anajua ni Azimio. Kwa hivyo baada anaangalia dalili, niegemee upande wa DP. Kama DP atapata, nipate CS ama nipate nini. Kwa hivyo baada amesimama katikati, au ndio wale watu tunaita wako kwenye fence. Hajapanda gari yoyote. Ni hayo tu WG.
Okay, Namwamba ni wale watu walikosa Buhungu tu. Watu wote ambao walikosa Buhungu tu, mambo yao ilishia hapo. Hakuna dawa nyingine, wangoje 2027. As far as Western Kenya politics is concerned. Gari ishaondoka, kama hukupanda siku hiyo basi ndio hivyo. Hata story ya Halwale kuongoza kwa opinion poll ni opinion poll tu, but ground mambo ni different. Baba kikohoa basi, all the other people will go into hiding. Where is this Abuao? Ametoroka tena. Twende kwa Stony PK basi, kama amejitupa nje.
Ilikuwa na comment kwa WG na nimeona kitu.
Stony PK
Bernard.
Okay.
Mnanisikia?
Ilikuwa na comment kwa WG, nimeona Prince ameirudia the same thing.
Okay, but Stony PK tumekusikia, lakini subiri kidogo Wekesa apeane comment kwa ile swala.
Nimeona Now that they are talking about organization, yeah, Baba, I think one thing you need to understand: political meetings are not like national meetings where you're going for maybe kwa stadium for a holiday meeting. Kama hizi national political meetings, you incorporate a lot of issues. Sometimes even protocol is sometimes it is always interfered. Because right now the ground is charged and every candidate has his own people. And sometimes you can go there and read the mood. Ujue mtu fulani ndio ana control ground. So you don't come with your own protocol nasema I have to flow like this. You have to read the mood and understand. And that's why even mkisema Ruto's meetings are organized, you didn't see Bomet. Bomet, if they read the mood, they would have understood that majority of people were supporting Isaac Ruto. So they would have planned in a mind. When you are an MC, you need to have that munapanga lakini munasikiza pia what is going on the ground, such that you synchronize this thing. It also happened in Eldoret. Kulikuwa na issue ya Sudi walikuwa wanasumbuana na Mandagor. So in a politically charged meeting, protocol is there, but you also have to bear in mind that kuna supporters and each politician huletanga supporters wake, and sometimes they can even come to boo another one down. So if you are not wise, unafuatana protocol, you will embarrass even now. They can easily embarrass Raila Odinga if they are not aware. So you have to mix those issues to bring out a meeting is to create a lot of embarrassment. Those are the things they jackal with. Ukiona MC anaenda back and forth. They are also listening what's happening on the ground.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear enough.
Bernard,
For
because
political
it was my bill, allow me to say something because it was my bill.
Hold on, where WG, you don't pick it, you wait to be given. Thank you. I was saying that political meetings are not very different from funeral and weddings. Weddings mnaweza kuwa mmekubali wazazi wa msichana waongee watu wawili na wazazi wa mvulana waongee watu wawili, lakini ukiita huyo baba ataita mandugu zake wote wamalize, alafu aite madada zake wote wamalize, then we ni MC umekaa hapo, yani unashikilia imani. So there are some things that are within your control, others are out of your control, and the huwezi nyang'anya microphone, huwezi imba ile chorus ya kukata wimbo. So it's something that is really, we should go easy to the people that are managing those meetings. It's not that as easy as it looks. Okay, WG, come in shortly because we need to hear from Stony PK. I'll have to
Thank you. The only excuse that I would attribute to that would be like it was in the hands, the campaign, the Baba's presence there. The organization was in the hands of the county administration under Samboja. But I wouldn't excuse that if the organizers of the rally is the national committee for Baba's campaign. We expect a more organized. I will repeat that, a more organized in terms of even communication, in terms of arrangement, in terms of the dais, all these things they must project. That's why there is the first team that comes for briefing before the sorry for that, before the main guy comes. So all these things must be organized in advance. You see, that's the reason why throughout even 1 week too, we knew that.
But for your information, the meeting haikuwa nationally organized. The national meeting tomorrow at Pika. They are launching.
I'm saying
Yeah.
WG.
Yes, sir.
I think you're taking us back to where we have been. If the organization of the event was under the county government, the other team can only do an input into the program. And then if it's under the county government, and the county government, there is incumbent, and then we have other vested interests. Of course, they will organize the meeting in such a way that it disadvantages the other people that would want to vie against the county government. So those politics, you can't avoid them from coming into play. And so then they will want to take advantage of Baba's visit when everybody has come, so that they portray how good they are or how well their part is. And so we shouldn't hold that so much on the organization of Azimio. Let's see, the Azimio meeting is in Thika tomorrow. Let's see how they perform, and then we'll judge them from there.
I agree with that. That is what I said, that we would excuse it because it was organized on that side. It's not the national organizing committee.
But WG, next time we are not going to excuse you umbwa ikibweka huko nyuma.
Bernard.
Alex, you're becoming a dictator. Yes?
Bernard, can I just say something? I didn't say that DP Ruto's meetings are organized. I just saw this one. I haven't said that Raila's meetings are not organized. I just said that today's meeting was not organized. Let us just agree with that. It was not organized, and it was not well done, because even on the eyes of the people, you know, if us, we saw it, what about other people? And that's what they're going to beat us with, that Azimio is not an organized group. So,
but show us one good event that is organized.
You have a point in what you're saying, but there is the difference between Azimio and William Ruto's meeting is like day and night. William Ruto does not organize meeting. He meets people on the marketplace. He's the chairman, he's the organizer, he's the MC. So he's the one who holds microphone. So you can't, I don't see
I didn't say that.
Goes there.
I didn't say that he is organized. That's where Wekesa is saying. Wekesa is saying that
I picked it from WG. WG said that when you compare with the UDA meetings, they are more organized. That's why I gave him example. I told him, wewe uliona meeting ya Eldoret, ukaona meeting ya Bomet, ama ni kitu tu natuambia.
Yeah, they did. Even at DPs, they are not organized, because even on that for Bomet, you would have just keep cool and give Isaac Ruto at least to talk, and then it was going to
be come out. It is the organization skills of the meeting that made Kirishi come out, because the DP took the mic and then come hand over, then she was booed. So he is himself who created that drama in the meeting. After that is when she left. So I haven't seen an organized meeting from the DP side. So when we are quoting, don't just give credit where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, me, I don't give him credit on that, but I was just saying on Azimio side, so that we don't let it repeat itself again. Let's try. In other places, wherever we are going, let's try. Let's not repeat the same mistake, because when you repeat it, that's when it's going to be a mistake, and people are going to see that Azimio is not organized. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Ziana. Naomba hilo swala likome hapo, tusonge mbele. Abwao tena metoroka. Is this Jesus is Lord. Eric Onyango. Okay. Twende kwa Honorable Budi kama Eric hayuko.
Eric amejificha kwenye pasia.
Watu wa kujificha kwa pasia kwanza, hao ndio suspect wa kwanza. Honorable Budi, are you ready? Is it like my audio is not going through or what?
No, the guy is cooking ugali. Can't you see him?
I can hear you.
There is a manifestation. If you are not ready, you say you are not ready so that we move to the next person. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Wycliffe Otieno, come in, please. Unmute. You unmute so that when you speak, we hear you. The mic is right beside your name. Oh my God.
Bernard, mitambo yako ni mbaya. Kila mtu seems to have been logged out.
Mitambo ni yangu ama yao?
Mimi nakusikiza.
Wamerudi wote tena. Wamerudi.
Wao ndio walikuwa na mitambo mbaya.
Okay, Stone PK. Watu wa pasia, tafadhali toeni pasia, tunataka to brighten the screen.
Alex, hawana wifi.
Naenda kulala na amkia Thika.
Kesa kuna kule unaenda kwanza. Wazee jana hapo waliniahidi bundles za wajatuma.
Na kuunga mkono Bernard. Wekesa
Bernard, hiyo bundles tunanunua saa hii. Ule mzee ako wapi?
Wekesa naye hakuna kulala leo.
Sijaona tangu jana usiku. So za kwangu zikiisha ndio hivyo tuonane kwa show nyingine.
Kwanza hao watu wa diaspora kina Alex.
Sisi hatuna shida. Unajua sisi tunatuma pesa na mkono. Mahali tuko na inaingia.
Haya basi. Fanyeni hivyo.
Haya. Thank you Bernard, thank you Ekesa, thank you Bernard. WG Alex, naona kila mtu hapa, Paul na Ziana yuko pale, Onyango na kila mtu, panel mzima. Hamjambo?
Langu PK kidogo
ndio huyo
PK.
Yes.
Bernard, tuma pale kwa inbox saa hii.
Bernard, na unaandika majina yako. Bernard nani?
Asante.
Tuma huko, naweka majina yako yote.
Hey, kwani ni ID mnanipatia?
So, haiwezi ingia bila majina yako.
Haya, tunashukuru hao ambao wanajali Mtembei TV, ndugu zangu. That's very good. It's very good gesture. Yeah, it's yet another day. I'll go straight to the issue of today. I was watching that meeting in Taita Taveta. Yeah, I noted a few things that actually have been raised, but when you have a background of what happens in such meeting, just like what Bwana Kesa raised, if you've ever participated in those kind of organizations, political meetings, road shows, za kisiasa zinakuanga na challenge, and especially right now because things have not shaped up properly, you know, because like this trip to Taveta, actually, truth be said, was not in the initial plan ya baba. You know, hizi ni zile gaps zinaonekana katika ile strategy, kunatokea nafasi. Sasa na hiyo nafasi, because he wants to have a total build up before he goes to Thika tomorrow. You know, he really wants to have a very heavy sack of goodies that he will have picked real time. Si ile kubahatisha kuenda unasema Taveta iko hivi, sijui wapi iko hivi. He wants the reality. So number one, since it was a little bit hurriedly done, and not in a bad way, because they needed to, kwanza, they needed to have a 2 to 3 hour meeting with all the leaders and the aspirants. That's always the first thing that is done, kuharmonize, because unatoka kwa hii zone unaenda kwa hii zone, na kuna hizo political kuna wale sitting right now na kuna wale wana aspire, so there are those challenges which need to be fairly harmonized before you now come to see the speeches. Politicians believe ukiwa kwa meeting mpaka uongee. You must talk even if you had not prepared to say anything. And then number two, they also believe in hierarchy. Like if it's a governor, then yeye ndiye anataka acheze hiyo mchezo hapo and calling others. They don't believe in delegation, most of them. So it is even very hard to delegate to an aspiring candidate. Aspiring candidate wanawekangwa huko to the periphery, ni kama ndio enemy of the people, just because they are coming to take some bit of the biscuits that wale wamekalia kitu wanakula. So that is always in play. And I said, if you ever participated in that, you can always see, hiyo maneno ambayo huwa inaharmoniziwa just before you hit the ground. And again, also when you hit the ground, bila arrangement ya hiyo magari unaona ikiland pale, there is always a formula. Sasa kama ya baba hapo, then there is the next one with the core team, hiyo ya kina Junet pale. Then now wale wa ground, mtu kama governor, there is a way ana arrange, anakuwa hapa opposite baba. There is a formation that always happens, and that's why now those who are distributing the microphone also, they have to be very, 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 alert, so that wasikuwe na microphone moja mbili, moja unaanza kutembeza ni kama tunacheza tapo huko vijijini. So that is something that needs proper arrangement. Magari kiingia kwa soko, already there is an advanced party that goes and sets even the formation inakuanga ni very, very key. So that, of course, you can notice when it is not very well coordinated. That's why on the other side of Azimio, of UDA, you are finding anaanza kuita watu yeye mwenyewe, which becomes even more mediocre. So that, for one, that in this particular one, I noticed some little gap, but I'm sure that will be corrected. Then the other one is about the population. Those of you who have been to Taveta, of course, it is not densely populated. So, and then Azimio is not in the habit of loading lorries and buses of poor villagers, munaokota all over to transport them to venues. That, I think Baba is not for that. I would also not really recommend that. Hata nikipata watu 20 hapo, you talk to them because they are votes. Creating this imagery ati umejaza kiwanja, umejaza bus park. Those are fake things that, don't mean actually anything. They just create some perception. And now these days we know perception has been overtaken by reality more often than not. So for me, that was a good one. And, the population was okay. Rehearsal, to be able to have cost in the agenda tomorrow, that was also very, very, very good, especially when all the leaders were there and they re-emphasized that. And those 3 points that they raised were very key. The threat, because it's true, this bottom whatever is a threat. Let's never underrate it. It's a wave of deceit, and people really fall into deceit very easily. So we have to hit it, like to use Lumumba's the language. Even if it's a mosquito, beba nyundo. Beba nyundo, ukipiga hiyo mosquito, ikiwa kulikuwa kitu ingine nyuma ya hiyo mosquito, unapita nayo. So we have to arm ourselves. We should not underrate anything. This wave it's a wave, but then we have to prepare properly. We should not underrate, because it's selling to most of these guys who are down there, who are being cheated that 5 billion will be distributed to them huko chini, just kama I always say, watoto nyara, watoto panga laini niwapatie peremende. That is the notion that is being created. and you can see it's selling to those people down there who feel like UDA will be distributing money in a kiosk every morning when you wake up. But because unauza sukuma wiki, you wake up in the morning, you find some 2,000-3,000 shillings lying on the road for you to go and pick. Only that they will get, they wake up to very rude shock, because that's not a reality. So yes, we have to really prepare for that and counter everything that is coming. So far, I'm so happy with the success of countering the bottoms-up menace. It is being articulated very well on the TV. People are coming to deconstruct it and kind of offer the alternative. And our wonderful alternative in Azimio is that we are talking of reality, things that are happening. When we talk of empowering the low class, the people in the villages, we want to strengthen devolution, which is very, 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 very strategic. Only that it cannot work when you are surrounded by thieves. So basically, I think Azimio should really emphasize on that realistic, on what has worked, why it has not, if it has not worked, why, other than coming up with theories that are not even adding up. Yeah, let me stop there. I'll submit as we progress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sonny PK. We appreciate your observations and contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. John Adams and the people behind the curtain are begin to eliminate Mnaenda quarantine.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Jambo, it's nice to be here again. Sijui kama mnanisikia vizuri.
Tunakusikia, sura ndio tuoni. Umeamua kujificha ama umeenda UDA?
Mtaniona tu hapo kwa Waiga Mwaura juu soon. Sasa,
okay, sawa. Endelea, toa maoni yako.
Yeah, looking at the Taita Taveta rally, very good crowd. My only concern was with the rhetoric. And I think one of the things that, perhaps this is my personal opinion, but we are, as Azimio, we are kind of trying to woo a very sensitive crowd, especially in areas like Mount Kenya. And listening to some of the remarks and the propaganda that comes out of it, especially from people like Junet, when you bring the land issue in Taita Taveta, any rational, fair person would ask, between Ruto and number one, who has more land in Taita Taveta? So for me, while it may be a valid point, it does more harm than it does good, because already there's that feeling that you're playing with our heads. And we cannot try to make Ruto seem as a very bad person and everybody else as a very good person, because not everybody is going to buy that. And this campaign, in my view, is not for the diehards, because we have diehards on either side. On UDA, the people will never leave. Kwa Azimio, kuna wale hatutatoka. But there's that crowd in the middle that is listening to see, what is it that we're offering. And if you listen to DP, after the Linturi incident, they have sort of dialed down their attacks. And listening to them today, I didn't get to listen to everything, but they left there promising 20 markets in Nairobi, 100 billion in the county. I don't know what else they promoted. But you see, that is something tangible that I can get. Giving credit to Azimio team as well, launching the Watcher projects was a huge step in the right direction. But I feel like people like Junet shouldn't speak in every rally, because sometimes it kind of feels like Junet is our Midika. And one mistake from him can send us very many steps back. So my only feedback would be that I wish they can focus more on selling the unity agenda, perhaps even reach out to their opponents, because I saw recently when Ruto just posted a happy birthday message to Raila, It didn't add any votes, but it looks, optics matter. So we cannot be singing Azimio, unity and all that, and then castigating an entire group of people simply because we disagree on ideas. We can disagree, we can point out the inefficiencies in the ideas, but if we're going to speak unity, let it be a genuine unity, because I think this election is Azimio's to lose. That is the truth. This is Azimio's election to lose. And the momentum is on our side, but if we are careless like Midhika was, then one or two simple mistakes. And then UDA is very good at propagating certain messages. So I just hope even as they go to Thika tomorrow, they can be very sensitive in the manner that they push their agenda. We are trying to do what we can on this side for them. And maybe one last question I have to the panel, if there's anybody with any feedback on what is happening in Ukambani, because I feel Ukambani is one area that has been largely neglected by the Azimio team. So I don't know, in an election pitting Kalonzo, Raila, and Ruto in Ukambani, who would come out victorious?
Bernard, can I say something?
I also have a question for John.
Who wants to answer? Is it
Me.
Stony?
Yeah, I have a
can do
question
that.
for him. He has a comment.
Sasa tuanze na nani? Tuanze na Stony PK, ndo alikuwa wa mwisho kuongea, alafu
Okay.
Alex, then Wekesa.
Aston PK aski.
Oh, nimesikia. Alex, wacha speedy bana. Wewe unajua kwako una high speed bana. Okay. Yeah, actually there are two things before I answer. No, one thing before I answer my brother's question. The first one is actually to kind of top up on what he observed about the utterances. Actually, it was in my notes, but I forgot to mention. Yeah, Azimio has to be very careful because from the ground, we've had distaste statements on a few of our speakers. And honestly speaking, people don't like this gentleman, Baba's right-hand man. Is called who? Junet Mohammed. Junet gets excited on stage. Which is a fact. He gets excited and he can easily go lose. And also he doesn't measure his words. Neither does he really kind of look at the context and the environment. It doesn't mean bad, but I find him sometimes even extending some jokes too far, or some comments on stage that when somebody is hunting you, they always say when somebody wants to find faults in you, he just tells you and starts seeing how you walk, how you sit, how you laugh and all that. You'll find all lots of mistakes. So I think that is one guy I've heard people say, like, he could appear less, appear less, talk less. Just like what the Secretary General Sifuna has done. He has done a wonderful thing. He has reduced, because now it will reach a time when you don't need to go bare knuckles. You need to be tactful. You need to be, somebody insults you and then you just continue calling him a brother. We are still together, whether you are on that side. That kind of language, which is what my brother has actually mentioned. And it's a way to go, because I think we should be now playing like the bigger brothers. The others they are chasing the ball and we have the ball. So we have just to be able to control and keep it. When it comes to Ukambani, we neighbor Ukambani, and previously in my political engagements, we've been very close with Wiper. So I kind of have some insight in terms of the Ukambani. One, Ukambani, somebody can prove me wrong or right. They are a bit disappointed. In fact, they are undergoing moments that the Western has been going. Only that for them, they've had some kind of leadership, fairly quicker response than in Western. But this time around, Kalonzo went haywire. All those comments he was making were not the feelings of the common Mkamba or common region. Utterances like, I can't follow this guy because unless I'm a fool, unless I'm stupid, it is my time. That was not like of Kalonzo, the way his people knows him. His people know him as a very, very level-headed person, reasonable. Because I remember when, even before NASA, before he declared to partner with Baba, we had a big meeting in Machakos, Waipa. And that is where he was told by the people, it was a resolution. He was told, okay, we send you to go and seek for partnership with Mzee because we feel safer there. This time around, he went a little bit too fast. And right now, the bigger portion is pushing him to just swallow his pride. He goes and sits with Mzee because that is, they also have their pride. The region has their pride, and they are diehard of this other side. They always say, better the devil you know than, the angel you don't know. So he's torn because of his ego now. He has developed a certain ego because of a few guys who are around him. One of them, although he will change, is Mutula. Mutula also happened to have swallowed kamatunda fulani kakamaliza balance yake. He's a very level-headed person, but pia sijui ni kanini alikunywa, and hanging around with Sakaja has influenced him to some extent, because Sakaja is messing himself. But you can see Mutula has always been very, 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 very calculating. So I believe that meeting, which was supposed to be in Yatta, I think it will be in Yatta tomorrow. The outcome will be interesting. It will be very interesting because it was cited today in Elementaita, and that's why even Elementaita things were put on hold, because again, Elementaita inner circles are saying they did not agree. The committee's recommendations did not augur well with some OCA members, so there is a serious issue there. That's why, that's why Kalonzo is being tied. Kalonzo is a very easy man to make a decision. Kukimbia kwa baba ni rahisi sana, but then sasa anasukumwa na Weta watasema anawabetray. This man Mudavadi atasema unatubetray, and we had sworn we should never support this Mzee. But I think sooner or later they will be left in the cold, and Kalonzo will come to our side. Thank you.
Alex, come in. In response to the question by John Adams.
Yeah, two quick things. The first thing is about Junet. In any politics, you cannot have pure intellectualism only. You will have the Sudis, you will have the Osoros from Kissi, you will have the Sharif Nasirs from Coast. You will have, because in politics, you will have coded messages that you will have to pass. And when you listen to Junet in a serious way, and sometimes in a chronological way, you kind of realize that Junet's message are always coded, and there is a reason why. So it's not like Junet and the others are loose talkers. They are created to be that way so that it's easier. You cannot take somebody like Wako to make such kind of mistakes. And there are some times you need to make such kind of mistakes to see how the ground works. So Junet, in his capability to maneuver and say things that no one can say, is in the right mind. I can give you a clear example. In this country, somebody like Joe Biden, before he became the president, had the greatest gaffes. The guy could say anything and anything. I'm telling you anything. And he will get away from the media because the media thinks, huyo jamaa ako hivyo. But if somebody like Mitt Romney said the same thing that he said, he will be put into task. So wachana Junet. Junet ako vizuri. Aya, kitu ingine ni Kalonzo. My friend, Kalonzo finished himself. During the NDC, when Raila entered into Kalonzo's NDC, that was it. You saw the delegates, you saw how Baba's speech was, na akasema, we are going to meet again. Our ways will meet again. And he promised the delegates, this guy doesn't know what he's doing, wacha afanya mchezo, we will meet again. And that is what the delegates are waiting. So there is nothing there.
Sawa, maybe before I
Alex unanimalizia Kalonzo bwana.
2017 when there was NASA and Kalonzo let Ngilu run on her own party, Kibwana on his own party, Mutua on their own party, and so all the governor seats left Wiper. And so right now he has one governor. I think Samboja is his governor outside of Ukambani, but in Ukambani hana governor, so you ilimu expose, and so it becomes very, very difficult to control the ground when you have all the people taking care of the ground belonging to their own houses. Wekesa karibu. Alafu after Wekesa tusikilize nani huyu ameenda Paul. Okay.
Thank you. So anyway, I wanted to ask Adam's question when he talked about UD has toned down. You see me, I'm here always to defend my side, and when I look at the other side, today I heard when what DP was talking was the same bitterness. Kwani yani ujamaa hakuona mtu yoyote anaweza chakua huku ndiye tuletee huyo mtu wa kukodesha? Si afadhali tuchukue huyu mama wa kioski tumfanye president kuliko kuletewa mtu wa kukodesha? I don't think those guys have toned down. In fact, someone was telling me that there are people from that meeting, after coming out, they said like, afadhali baba, huyu jamaa the way anaongea haiwezi kuwa preso. So Ruto toning down is hard, and that's why he has not even gone for a leave. He is supposed to be on a leave right now to relax and then go to the next phase. But just because he knows Baba is going for a meeting in Thika and he cannot rest. And now he's creating crowds, and the aim is to show that he still controls the central politics. I also agree with Alex. By the way, don't think Baba, sometimes me, I do more of analysis than criticizing. Don't think that Baba choosing Junet Mohammed is by mistake. Baba knows exactly who Junet is. But he, in fact, among all the trusted people, Baba trusts Junet. And anything, Junet knows all the secrets of, kuna vitu hata kina Orengo na Atiende Amolo, they don't know. But Junet knows. So Baba understands who Junet is, and he knows his role in politics. And us who are even criticizing, look at the Oka. Oka, there are people who are these good people. But why are we criticizing them anyway? They don't say anything that can affect anybody. They are just good boys. Katikati up. But that is not how politics is. Politics, you have to occupy waves. You have to make headlines. So you have to have the guys who will speak good messages, but there are those who will ruffle feathers. And then within your team will have people who will firefight that. But politics is about even occupying waves. You cannot go there and UDA is always trending and nyinyi mume pick to a very good message. A good message will never trend. So you'll always have people who ruffle feathers, but you will firefight that thing. So long as you always keep yourself relevant. That's why there's always a mix. You will have these people with a good message, but you will also have real politicians who come there. But Baba loves, another person Baba loves is Babuino. But there are people who don't like Babuino the way he talks. But Baba loves him. He knows who are real politicians, who can create trending news. So those things in politics you cannot run away from. They are part of the game.
Is that all, Wekesa?
Bernard, ulienda wapi bwana?
Bernard, it was not my
Samahani.
submission. I was responding to Adam. Ama, it's my time to submit.
No, let's hear from Ochola first. Achola.
Okay.
Paul Achola. Yes.
Yes, good evening. I think that's a good discussion. I think I'll just start with what happened in Taita Taveta. Yeah, I still not blame anyone on that, because I believe there is this guy who has talked about organizing for these meetings. They are not easy. They are not easy. If you've been in the background most of the time, those things, sometimes it's very hard to control, because you have people there who have been bought. You have people there who are coming with different agendas, and sometimes it's very, very hard to control. In a meeting like the Azimio one, the Azimio that happened in Kasarani, that was quite organized, because it is something that had been planned in advance. You can even see people had gone to visit and see how everything has been made. Preparations were okay. So, but in a situation where you have just a political rally, it's sometimes very hard. So you don't blame UDA, you don't blame ODM or Raila on that. Sometimes it's just an issue. I'll intend to be quite neutral, so that I don't look more. I know here most of the people are really against this. I'm seeing most guys are talking against Ruto, which is still okay. For this guy Ababu and our Shiali. For Ababu, it's a well-known case. It's not just about Raila, maybe him leaving Raila, because he was my MP and I know him very well. It's not just about leaving Raila. It's not that because he left Raila now he committed a political suicide. No, the guy was not just a performer. And you see, those guys from that side, they vote mostly on, they don't vote a two thing. They vote looking at an individual. So the guy is not just a performer. It's not an issue of maybe Baba or not, because actually he came in as he had a good name at national level, and but on the ground the guy was not really doing anything good. So that's why it was even easier for him to be removed by the former MP. And even now he could not do anything, because the former MP has already outshined him. So he felt like maybe he can't do much. For Washali, I don't know much about Washali, but maybe it might be another game. Maybe he has been promised something after the election. You never know. When I go now to national politics, yeah, sometimes I'll also want to be. Let's also look at Raila as an individual and see how far. I know at national level he looks nice, he looks okay. Well, let's if we can be able to analyze the governors that are behind him. Let's see if somebody is telling me that Raila is going to push for devolution. I know he has been participating in mostly, yes, he's the one who has really pushed for this thing about devolution. But when you look at the governors that are associated with him, are they really performing? They're not giving us. He's not really helping us push that agenda through these governors. Like for me, I'll give an example of a governor, Busia governor. It's called Ojamong. Completely nothing on the ground, nothing on the ground. When we tried to remove him and put Otuoma, it was still not very easy, because Baba's hand was still there. So it is not an issue. Let's look at person as individual, because I feel most of us who are here are still youth, and we really want good for this nation. So let's not just speak because we want to go with a certain way. Still, even Ruto cannot tell us that he will perform because he has been a deputy president for that time. Mama Mboga has always been there. We have had Boda Boda all that time. If he had, because I'm told in the first term he was the one organizing everything, if he had something for these young people, he could have done something to them. But so far, I don't think it's appearing well, especially when Raila is being associated so much with Mount Kenya guys and the Uhuru thing. Because for me, I believe Raila can be a president without even Uhuru support. Can be a president without this Mount Kenya thing, because it makes us look like this guy is trying to push his agenda with the people, the same people who has been sitting on us all that time around. Because when you look at Mount Kenya Mafia, these guys are the owners of these insurance companies, they are the owners of these banks that keep on giving us big interest. We cannot take loans and all that. So my opinion will be, as we analyze and look as we are giving, because I believe so many people are watching this channel, let's give Kenyans a clear picture before they go to that ballot box and vote. They need to look at these people as individual and what is the best thing that they can do to this nation. Somebody like Ruto, I know he's not so much for presidency, even though you guys, you might be thinking that this guy wants presidency. From the way I'm looking at him, he's more popularizing his party so that he has so many of these MPs, the MCAs, the senators, so that it will be easier for him to influence even the next government. Because even if he's not there and the party has majority in the parliament, you can imagine, even the president who is there will have to provide another handshake for us to have a. So for me, I foresee more of grand coalition government in the coming, because we cannot underrate the power of UDA also on the ground. Even though I know Raila has still maintained his strongholds, but I cannot cheat you that Ruto is really also really moving inside. He's really going. In coast, he has some followers, he has some strong wind there. He's everywhere actually. UDA is almost everywhere. He's just acting the way Jubilee was the other time, because the other election 2017, you go to Siaya, you find a Jubilee t-shirt, a Jubilee cap. You find people talking about Jubilee more than the NASA thing. So let's not underrate that. But we just need to teach our people that these are the same monkeys playing in the same different forest. I wish we could now make people have an alternative leadership. They can start seeing, because I have always told Kenyans on that ballot papers we have like 10 or 7 or 6 different presidential candidates. Why do we have to go with the webs? And these people have always been recycling themselves, and they come telling us, oh, I'll give you jobs, I'll give you this, I'll give you 6,000, I'll give you 50 billion. But when you look keenly, are we really getting anything from these guys? No, it is still the same people who still want to use us as young people. So as we discuss about Azimio and all these other things, because for me, I feel like all those are shenanigans. Because you tell me Azimio, currently I'm near Thika here. I've seen buses bringing people here. People have been paid to come and attend these rallies. Even in Eldoret, I saw people being paid. So when you're telling me this guy has influence, which influence does they have? They just want to make us feel like these guys can have. But if you can come up with that alternative leadership, these guys of AUKUS, they look like they can give us better, but they are not organized. They're not well organized. But let's see. By February, we should be knowing which way out. But for me, I'll push that as young people, let's push for an alternative leadership. Let's not just push these other guys. Because for me, I tell you, I'll not tell you I've supported Raila for a long time. I know his politics. I've supported these guys called Jubilee guys. I've been near them for most of the time. I know all those guys. For Raila, I'll tell you, for me, I'll not even vote for him because I know him and I know what he can be. He's good at national level, but on the ground, I can tell you, I don't know. Because even his associates, if he's going to get this thing.
Before you go further, Bwana Paul,
yeah.
Where does Raila vote? In Nairobi or in Busia?
Okay, he votes in Nairobi, in Langata, yes, I know. in Langata.
So how does he take the blame for Ojamong becoming governor?
He has a very big influence on who becomes a governor in Busia. He has a very big influence. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if this guy can really determine who becomes a governor in our county, why does he bring us the best people who can really help us? Who can if he was ready to push this agenda of devolution, really, he could have started with the governors that are in ODM.
Bwana Chola, naomba tufuate ukweli na tusifuate
twende pole pole.
Okay? Yes. This is my point. Even if Ojamong is the governor by the influence of Raila Odinga, Ojamong does not pass policies by himself. He has numerable number of MCAs, which you people of Busia elected. So the Busia county government lies on the people of Busia. How it performs is not Raila's job, number one. Number two, after the elections, there is only one president and the executive, which is in charge of all counties and how they function. Looking for how to blame Raila for the non-performance of Ojamong when Oparanya is performing well and or Anyang is making Kisumu look green and like that, it's not making sense. Okay, we have this other one. Siaya one is not doing much. These ones are performing better. They are so. Which is which here? It is the individual you placed in office, and it's not Raila who placed him in the office. He voted here in Kibra. He did not vote in Busia.
Can I answer you, my friend Bernard? You are concentrating on national national politics. You are not concentrating on the ground. I can tell you those people you are mentioning, Anyang there has been a lot of influence from national government on what is happening in Kisumu. Is it a lie?
That's exactly what I am saying. The national government is led by one Uhuru Kenyatta, deputized by William Ruto, not Raila Odinga. So if you blame Raila Odinga for the non-performance, if you blame Raila Odinga for the non-performance of ODM governors, okay, you're blaming the wrong person. He's not in office.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is this, What I'm trying to tell you is this. We have a situation whereby we have governors who are coming as ODM governors. You're getting me. You're getting me right. You cannot tell me that Raila does not live in this country and he knows that Ojamong is a corrupt guy. He knows. He knows very well. He knows. But why does he go on and give him a certificate and he knows that this guy cannot perform? It's just because
you are refusing to see the reality of which is clear before you. Ojamong is not an appointee of Raila Odinga. He's an elected governor by Busia people. If you are from Busia, then you are one of the people that elected him. So you should take responsibility for putting an incompetent person in office and not to look for who to blame for the same.
Do you know the background of Ojamong in politics?
No, we know he was the personal assistant for Raila. We know that.
Achola, let me just tell you, Obado was not in ODM and he was chosen there where he comes from, Migori. Okay?
Yes.
You people of Busia who would have not also choose Ojamong.
Otuoma was still in the ballot.
Yes.
Yeah, you would have choose Otuoma, not Ojamong. So don't bring that Raila is the one who went there and choose for you Ojamong. People of Migori chose Obado, and Obado was not in ODM ticket. Okay?
Can I ask you a question? Did you see the nomination for
and that's
ODM
why
in Busia
people
County?
of Kirinyaka chose Waikuru and they blame Raila.
Did you see the nomination of ODM in Busia County?
I think we are shadow boxing here.
Let's
This is
not
not the
into Busia County politics. But what I would
Okay,
say,
it's okay.
Bernard, my friend is trying to say that Raila should single out.
Everybody speaks, nobody hears. So relax kwanza kila mtu.
Okay.
Thank you. So kama vile umeambiwa na bwana Paul, tukubali responsibility mahali tumekosea. Atuoma alikuwa kwa ballot. Ojamong alikuwa kwa ballot. If Atuoma was the best bait for Busia and you are on the ground, you would have had an influence to cause the votes to go for Atuoma against Ojamong. And if Atuoma would have won, he would be the governor. So we can't be looking for who to blame for our own created problem. As young people, even as you are speaking as a young person, we must look for not who to blame, but take responsibility. But now you are shifting the blame, looking for who is the reason why things are not working. You are at the same point you were in 2017, and you will be there in 2022. And if you don't change your approach by taking full responsibility and shouldering the decisions that we take as a people, we will never be able to change things. That's my point. Alex, coming on the same.
Yeah, and more so, that is the reason you should join Azimio. Because in Azimio, there will be many parties in the grassroots, so that you have an opportunity, and every candidate who sells his manifesto will be given an opportunity. Unlike Oka, whereby you'll be forced to Nambo any mutia Oka. Raila is working with everybody. And there is something you have reiterated more so over and over, that his influence. Now, let me ask you, in democracy, since Raila has the influence, does he go and say, now because I have influence, there will be no nomination here, now this person is going to take over? No, Raila may have the influence. That is true. It's not a subject that we should discuss. It is known. But he should not use his influence to pinpoint and say, in Busia, this person should take. If the Busia people decides that we will vote ODM no matter what, it is their mistake. Now, for example, the subject today we are talking about Taita Taveta. We had Murutu, who was in ODM, and we had Samboja, who was in Wiper. But the people of Taita Taveta voted for Samboja. They had to make their own decision. So you are blaming the wrong person. And I understand at some point nationally, I have heard people blame Raila because of his influence. But Raila should not take his influence to tell people that now nimechagua huyu. You go and vote for that person and you become responsible.
Bernard, there's something I cannot allow him to go with it. He talked about people transported to Eldoret rally, then people being transported to Thika rally. And somebody said, which I agree, political rallies are expensive. And somebody like Bernard has not budgeted to attend a political rally. If there are buses taking people to Thika, for me, I'm planning to go to Thika, but if I can get a bus going to Thika, I'll go. So if the event is arranged and there is a budget for it, why don't people use it? So that does not, you see, being even, do you know you can transport even a voter to a polling station and he votes for somebody else? So that does not take away the will of a voter. So if you have a meeting and the people who are willing to attend, if you give them a means to go, because there are those who will even want to go, but they can't go. They like you, they support you, but they don't have a means. Analala njaa, so atatoa wapi pesa ndio aende hiyo mkutano. So if there is a means for people to go for that meeting, me, I don't think it's a bad thing for people to attend or even to support people. Even voters are supported to go and vote. Wanapepanga hata na magari, wengine wanapepa hata kwa mgongo, waende wa vote. So supporting people to attend a meeting is nothing wrong with that. Then there is something he has gone in circles. First, he began by saying that these guys are the same. Then katikati akasema Raila is very influential and he needs to do this. Then towards the end, he has now brought out his true colors and he says, I think we need alternative leadership like Oka. So that is what you just have told us. Me, I stand with Oka, and this is what I think Oka stands for. Because most of us also want alternative leadership. But sometimes the choice may be between A and B. So if Oka wants to be an alternative leadership, let them come out and let us know that Oka stands for this. Right now, we are only seeing people going in circles, drinking tea, moving from one hotel to another one. We don't know what they stand for. So how can they be alternative leadership? Alternative for what? Because they are not standing for anything. Today, they say we are going to choose a presidential candidate tomorrow. Whom do you trust? I have my own meeting in Bomas. So how do we see them as alternative? Let them bring their cards on the table. Let's know that this is Oka, an alternative, and it stands for this. But again, this is a fallacy I want to demystify, Bernard. We are always looking for new leaders. And we are the old citizens. We are not the new citizens. We are not inventing new citizens. We are the us. So leaders come from us. So if us citizens don't want to change, why do we want our leaders come? Because they are representative. If you are workers, then you get a representative of workers. If you are a thieves, you will have a representative of thieves. If you are good people, you have leaders come from the population. So as long as we want to love the people who steal, we will not have leadership from heaven. We will just be picking one amongst us. So can we try to grow together with the leadership? So there is nothing wrong with choosing between the same Odinga, Ruto, and Raila, because that is our leaders and that is who we are. So we need just to censure who between them stands for what, and we vote for that.
Thank you. And on the issue of the bus, the meeting is Azimio la Umoja. People coming from different regions to attend a very special caucus meeting. So you can't stop people from being transported or transporting themselves by bus to attend a meeting. And this is one meeting, historical historic meeting. Everybody would want to identify with it. But if you're only fairing people for perception purposes, it is uncalled for. You either have the ground or you don't have. You either are commanding numbers or you don't have the numbers. It doesn't matter how many, like we see during the Eldoret meeting, we had pictures of CCM meeting in Tanzania being posted by the bloggers as if that's what's going on in Eldoret, just to prove that there are multitudes of people in Eldoret. As if we don't have our own people in the meeting who are sending us the
Bernard, we are talking to somebody who already left, Bwana. The guy, let him put his face so we can know if he's still there.
Don't worry.
The guy is not there.
Goja is here. He has not gone. We are only saying there is no need of creating a perception that you can't support. Yeah? Unaenda kwa your in-laws place and you show yourself you're able to buy anything, okay? Then there was one of my friends, just a short story. We'll go to Baba Jackie in a short while. One of my bishop friends
are you seeing hands,
boy in town, and he ran into
Ochola, we want to see your face.
Hold on, Alex, hold your horses. So he was walking with his small boy, and then he ran into his old friend. And then his old friend challenged the boy. He said, ask me anything, I'll buy for you. So he expected the boy will ask for sweet or cake or something. He said, Uncle, you're serious? He said, yeah, okay, buy me a bicycle. The guy was not prepared for that kind of expenditure. So you may dare people to ask you anything, but when it comes to delivery, you may disappoint. Let's move on, please. Baba Jackie.
Please, I have something. Bernard, you thought me to remain silent and raise my hands. That is what I've been doing.
WG ngoja kwanza. Ngoja.
Bernard, asante sana kwa kunipatia wakati. Inaonekana jamaa hataki tuongee. Mimi nimenyamaza hapa, kila mtu anaongea. Nimekuwa nikiingia ngoja
WG, hold your horses. We are coming. When you make your submission, you can rebut.
Kwanza
Okay?
WG anaongea kila.
Ngoja kwanza, so that we'll have everybody submitting in good time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sawa.
But you see, I wanted to react to what Paul said. It shall have been overtaken
Paul is
by
here.
events.
Only that Paul is here is only that is behind the curtain. We will get him from there in a short while. Tafadhali tunataka conversation i progress. Ile wale watu wana watch aoni kama tunazunguka on one trivial issue. That is the reason why we have to lead the way forward. We can't be held into one small place. Thank you. Baba Jackie, please come in.
Yeah, I think I'll take a minute or two. So WG utaongea tu sahi. Sina story mob. Asante sana Bernard. Nimejaribu kuingia issue yako for months. Huwa naingia nasema full inaonekana ni high demand sana. Kabla nianze nilikuwa nataka kusema kuwa unajua the elections have not been won by anybody at the moment, and we have around 8 months or 7 months to go, and nimesikia watu wakipiga kelele hapa ati sijui Juneta anaongea hivi, wengine wanasema jamaa aitwa nani Sudi anasema hivi na vile. You see, we are not in a church event or something that is really controlled. These guys are grown-ups. They will come, they will bite. There is a friend here, I think it's Alex or somebody who said that in the United States, for example, Joe Biden was known as a bulldog, and he attacked dog ya Democrats. Akona gaffes hata saizi nyingi. Right now they are calling him Brandon. Sababu ya vile anafanya vitu zake. Come on, girl. Okay. Just a minute. Right there. So kwa hizo vitu zote amefanya, bado watu wanampenda, and it doesn't mean like come 2024 maybe he'll go out. He will just fight for himself. The same thing happened to Trump, and I want to assure our people, vile mmesema hapa Kenya ni ile. We will not have a saint. We will not have an Obama from a Junet population or a Baba population, a Ruto population. And also I hear people clinging on things like, fulani ni mwizi, sijui nani ni nani. All of these people have been tainted somehow with something. If you look at the Goldenberg scandal, all these scandals coming up, at least our people are in there. And what is the culture of our people? When these people go home, wezi ndio hata wanakaribishwa, wanasema jamani yako na pesa, he will bring money, not knowing mkileta huyu mwizi akiingia ndani, he will eat your money like he ate the money from the national government. So I think it's something that platforms like this, Bernard and others, should be out there bringing smart folks like the guys I see here to just sensitize our people and give them what we have and what we can choose for, the better we can do, like Paul was trying to say here, only that he was blaming the flag bearers of these parties for deeds done by governors and people appointed at Mashinani level, which doesn't make sense, but he was trying to make some sense out of it. So let me go to Hustler Nation, ama hiyo mnaitaje, UDA. What I can tell you, as somebody who's been observing this for a long time now, these guys are very smart. Their campaign or the visuals, what people see on social media, what people see on TV, they are very calculated. They started early. They know what to feature. For example, their messaging is very consistent and very targeted. They will say different things at different places for different people, meaning that they know who they are talking to. So I think whoever has to fight with them has to do the same thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, that is politics. And then, like I said, if they go to a crowd, hata kukuwa na watu 10, they will zoom on the 10 people to look there are many, and people will make noise. They'll even have sound effects. And that is working in terms of production, my friend. It's working because right now on social media, people are talking about them. They are saying, they are creating this perception like in the country to show everybody that kukiwa this year, August, Any party comes in, if it's not UDA, kumeibiwa. And that is how, that's how revolutions are formed. Saa hizi hata mkisema ati baba apewe, baba akishapewa, these guys were shown that wao ndio walikuwa wameshinda kutoka huku social media kila mahali, they will say, we want this thing, they took it away. And that is all perceptions. Whether they will say that, we don't know, but I'm just looking at it that way. And then when they are speaking, you'll see the VP or the DP, they call him nowadays, gets a lot of time. So he's the man of the occasion all the time. Lakini ukiangalia hizi zingine, when they go somewhere, they tend to give, chances to a lot of people to speak, yes. And then you find that the main speaker is limited maybe to 15 minutes. When the other guy can speak for an hour, and he's a good orator, don't forget that. Sometimes when I listen to him, he's like, a choir master. He will ask me, what? Chairman nini, itafanya nini? And then, people get excited. And somehow, even if you didn't want to listen to him, you listen to him more. So I think now for Azimio, they should look at, the online image that has been created by the other guys to fight that, and also know that nowadays everybody has a phone. Squeeze hata kabambe iko na internet, so people are seeing these things and they are seeing the messaging that is being put out there. That said, I think I've listened here. It seems most of the guys are Azimio guys, and even I don't want to be told, but even you, Bernard, from what I hear, is like you're more of an Azimio guy. I don't know, but it's just my observation, and no problem with that. Actually, I'm a registered member of ODM. I even have a card that I had from long time ago, but that does not mean that I can't say something that is wrong with the party. So ODM or Azimio right now, it seems that we are more still analog. This is a title we were given during the 2013-2017 elections, and still we hold to it. And I know ODM as young people, Bernard here, and many people I see online here, who can do a better job in terms of giving that picture I've talked about with the UDA. Doing the messaging out there is, I don't know, maybe it's the budget we don't have, or maybe it's because we think that it doesn't work when it works, and many other things. So I think we should organize, or Azimio should organize better, where Baba is given more time to speak. They should have a clear messaging, especially where they say this history thing that the other guys don't want to hear is because they don't have a history to tell, because they have not done much for the country and stuff like that. And then they should have somebody like Ababu. I'm telling you, I miss the guy when he was with us some times back. He was very pointed, very sharp. He had his matter, his subject. Orengo is growing old now, so we should have the Orengos of yesterday. People like Sifuna. I think you guys say that Sifuna is speaking less. People like Sifuna, but who speak more sense than Matusi. Matusi waachie tu Junet venye mmesema, and Junet has no problem. Actually, you should have attack dogs. I say Junet has no problem. Oscar Sudi has no problem. Emuro Dikiri guy has no problem, because you need such people in a party. Those are the people who bring controversies. Even the Lunturi thing, you would think that is a bad thing that we guys are speaking negative about it. But when you look at politics, at least it gives them the limelight. There's no way you can forget them. Even during this time when Baba had time at the Bukungu too, the UDA guys had to do something to just distract some of the guys from what was happening on the other side. And I don't see it on the Azimio side. And then when we go to Oka, actually, I don't have anything to say. I think they are a very confused lot. And then why I say that is because, we have good people. And somebody says here, when you are a good guy, even ladies, when you are a good guy, you go to a lady, you don't tell them what you need from them. They will just take you as a friend, that good guy there, the Bernard, and then they don't do anything to you. And that is what I'm saying from these guys. They doing nothing. They're just sitting in a conference thinking Uhuru will say, oh, now we need Gideon Moy, and we go with it. And actually, even these Oka guys, when you look at them, most of them are in Azimio if you don't see it. It's only one or two who are not there. And maybe that's why they are fighting in a way that some of them are pushing back from being taken to Azimio, and it's going to happen at some point, or it's not going to happen, I don't know, but it's what I see. And then, like we said, for timing, time is not on their side. Time is not on their side. Why? 8 months to the game, they don't even know, I mean, who does what, where they have the next gig, my friend. How are they going to make this thing happen? And then, even when they make it happen, I see them as spoilers, if you ask me. They just want to look at the numbers. They say, oh, you know, if we take it from Western, like Mudavadi did some times back, bite a chunk from Baba, and then somebody else go somewhere, bite a chunk from Ruto, and then, you know, they mess things up. Maybe we don't make the 51% or 50 plus 1% first round to go to second round, which is really waste of Kenyan money, Kenyan people money. But also, it's a democracy; they can do what they want. But that's all I see. That's all I have, Bernard. Thank you for your time, and I'm very lucky to have had time to talk to you guys today.
Okay, thank you, Baba Jackie. We appreciate your contribution. Na kuna swali. WG dropped out. Let's hear Mokulu the other guy. Mombema.
Mokulu Mobena.
Dan Bundeku Mokulu Mobema. Hiyo ndio jina. Leo nimepata nafasi kuingia, jana nijaribu ilikataa, lakini ilikuwa on a demand. But kwenye nataka kusema, kwanza nataka nianze kusema kuwa siasa inakuwa kama upepo. Saa zingine inavuma ikienda huku na inarudi hivi. Na ningependa kusema ya kuwa huyu Paul Achola aliongea some sense ambayo saa zingine hatuwezi kubaliana nayo, lakini ukweli aliongea. Ya kuwa saa zingine tuliongea, nianze tu hapo na Ojamong saa zingine. Unajua Raila is a presidential candidate. Na tunajua ako na ka influence. Na hata yeye amejua akisema ni huyu, na amejua hapo ako na influence, amejua the effect ameweka hapo. So unapata like akisema ni Ojamong, na amejua watu wa Busia wako na hata kama alikuwa mbaya kiasi gani, utapata they'll just elect these leaders hata kama alikuwa mbaya ama kwe mzuri. So hapo hatuwezi danganyane eti kwa watu kwa ground, kwa sababu tunaelewa Kenya yenye tuko. Ukisema nini hata kama alikuwa ni nani, tunaangalia even hapa Nairobi tu. Sonko alikuwa alisimama na nani? Kwani alikuwa the best, but tunaangalia yule mwenye ako pia na influence, kwa sababu huwezi weka, tulisema kwa siasa kila mtu ako na role yake, and that's why hata kwa UDA unapata saa zingine wanasema Sudi hajaenda wapi, hajafanya nini, lakini unapata wakiwa Eldoret yeye ndiye baada anaekewa anakuwa huyu MC, na alifanya vizuri, and that's why hata huku pia tuko na the likes wa kina Junet. So kila mtu ako na nafasi yake, tuwezi kuwa the same. Na hata kwa pitch tunakuanga na number 7, number goalkeeper, na kaa tu hapo tu na tunasonga. Tukitaka kusema kwa kuhusu hii mambo na Hustler Nation, tusiangalie tu hivi, kwa sababu hii pia ni kikawe vingine na kuja, na tusipochunga kidogo unaweza pata wao ndio wamekuwa president, and the same thing happens. Tunaangalia tukitoka vile tulitoka 2007, tunaelewa what happened, tukaingia 2013. In 2013 again tuliona sasa hapa ni baba ndiye atachukua hiki kitu kabisa, ilikuwa hivyo. But kuna ka influence ilikuja hii na Jubilee, na hiyo wakati ilikuwa si Jubilee, but ilikuwa hiyo ya TNA na URP. Vile ilikuja hiyo ka wave, hakuna mwenye alikuwa na expect itafika hapo penye ilifika. So the same thing na penye tuko saizi. Tusiandareti, kwa sababu vile tu Baba Jackie amesema, these guys ukiangalia hata kwa rally zao unaona kuna kakitu iko. Ukiangalia their rallies na compare hata na this for ODM, kama wewe ni mtu wa maybe social media, mambo na platform, those things, uta realize that kuna ka step wana make hapo. So easy to see underrate these guys, because at the end of the day tunaelewa watu waoka nao wamejua hakuna penye wataenda hata wakisimamisha nani. Though Mudavadi can be a good president, but amejua Kenya tuko haezi fika hapo. It is only for two people, either Raila kuwe ama deputy president as per now. Ni ile tu umejua pia lazima tukue na third party ambaye ikifika, na sasa tulisema ni kama upepo. Tunakumbuka hata 2017 tulikuwa na huyu mjamaa huyu wa Bomet. Sasa zile tunaenda kwa hiyo rerun akasema sasa mimi nimetoka huku naenda huku. So hao pia lazima wakuwe hapo katikati, ili tukikuwa na vitu kama hizo wanaweza sema acha turudi this other side. So again, hiyo ndiye Kenya tuko, but inafaa pia in as much tunaangalia tunaweza kuwa na mtu mzuri this other side, but at the end of the day it is all about, kwa sasa inakuanga ni nani ameshinda. Hatukuwe mzuri kiasi gani, but yule mwenye atashinda ndiye atatajwa kuwa president. So I only have that for today.
Bernard, aje niulize Mokulu swali.
Uliza.
Kuna echo, I don't know. Okay, so thank you. So I've heard you say that Musalia can be a good president. Okay, I don't know. I think we are here to diagnose ideas, to dissect ideas. So when we say Musalia can be a good president, what are the parameters? Is it just because he has presented himself as a good guy? Okay, what are the measurements? What are the scales? Because personally, where I see it, if a guy can kusanya a group, in fact, he looked like he was the front runner in Oka. You bring together a group, and before the process is complete, you run away. You see, this is a small thing called Oka. If you cannot manage a small thing called Oka, you cannot run a country, my friend. I have also had people who ran on ANC ticket, and they said, I will never. Why? Because the guy has never, if you run on ANC ticket, you have to jisimamia wewe mwenyewe. The guy will not even come to your constitutional campaign for you. In other words, this guy has no passion and desire to develop. That's why Western is what it is. Musalia has never taken a step to run or to come out of Vihiga and campaign in these other counties to create influence and be seen as this man in Western. So I don't know what is the measure of a good guy and a good president, because you have to demonstrate leadership from the small things before you are assigned the big role, because bringing together a country is not easy, my friend. People just think, because if Mudavadi normally talked about uchumi bora, I normally say let them be given a Ministry of Treasury. That is what he can do better, to manage the treasury. But in managing the country, it goes beyond the uchumi. It needs how you interrelate people, how you can bring people together, how you can inspire a nation to move forward. We are not seeing those things in him. Even in that uchumi pora, he has never gone beyond one sentence and tell us beyond what you are saying uchumi pora. What are these things you call uchumi pora? Afadhali hata bottom up anatu confuse na hiyo kitu yake mara hivi. But Mudavadi has just said uchumi pora, full stop. If you double click, what is he about? You can't get it. So ebu tuambie huyu mtu unatuambia he can be a good president.
Okay. Weja si lazima ni kuje like ni support my candidate ndiye nikue uone kama naweza nini. Umeja kuna wale like before tumekuwa na even Raila, mostly wanasemanga like huwa supportingi like ni mkono gumu, but lakini pia tunaangalia okay, huwezi enda kusaidia kila mtu like for the case of Mudavadi in as much as ako hapo, but pia tunaangalia yule a leader mwenye anaweza kuwa na hiyo uwezo wa kuvumilia magumu saa zingine. Like when you talk of Mudavadi, unaangalia tu vile anajipresent
Sio
na
mkono ngumu Mululu, sio mkono ngumu, mkono gamu.
mkono gamu. Sasa hiyo si unaona, lakini hiyo hatuwezi sema eti ako hivyo, because at the end of the day tunaona some effects zake, so hatuwezi sema eti ako tu hivyo.
Bernard, naweza ongea dakika moja?
Okay. Mokulu umemaliza? Okay, Baba Jackie, come in. What are you saying?
No, nilikuwa nataka kusema vile Mukulu anasema, unajua tusimgonge sana. One thing he has said and it's true. It's not that Mudavadi is not a good leader. Mudavadi is a good leader, yes. Mudavadi is a good politician. The only thing that I think he lacks is shrewdness. Mudavadi is just calm when you don't even need a calm moment. You know, when you have a president, it's just like being a parent. Unajua huwezi kuwa rafiki na mtoto wako kila saa. Mtoto akikosa hata kama umemnunulia peremende, lazima umueleze this is where you did it wrong. And I think that is what is putting him where he is at the moment. Right now, look at it. Is he organized? No, I don't think so, because saa hizi venye Oka iko, they would have just chosen somebody, they would have been somewhere, and we would have been talking about something else. Saizi hatungekuwa tunaongea ati farasi mbili na punda moja. So it's like we are trying to market this donkey that is not decided to be on the race, you know. And the only way he could even get out of this mess, ajiondoe hiyo Oka, aseme kama anasimama peke yake ama ana support nani. Because right now, Mukulu, I know you are supporting somebody who's might not even be on the ballot.
Okay, is that okay? Thank you. Before I bring in RMJ, I just want to say this on Musalia and the rest of the Oka team. After running away from Uhuru Park for the swearing in of Baba, when did it dawn to them that they want to be president? Is it in 2020 or 2021? Everybody wanted to be president. After the swearing in, they went to work out on modalities on how to become president. Raila went to work with the Uhuru and the rest of the elders for his presidents. Ruto went to do his promises and his fundraisings and empowerment program, looking for presidents. What were they doing? They went to sit, wait to be collected and be made president. It doesn't work that way. They don't want to spend on what they want to become. The greatness of a man is determined by the cause he lives for and his willingness to pay the price to get it. Them, they want to be president, they don't want to pay the price. Doesn't work that way. So as much as they're experienced, yes, they are participated in governance for long, in government leadership, that is true. But at the end of the day, you should show yourself a man, then we come and stand to back you up. But if you are keeping yourself, you hear there is a lion on the street, you hide in the bedroom. Then when the lion has been killed, you come and say, I am the spokesman of this community and I must give my opinion on the lion that was killed. You haifanyi kazi katika kizazi hiki. Not where I
Can I
come
say
from.
something?
Yes, Achola.
I wanted to tell you, Bernard, you cannot force people to work with Dynasty if they don't want. You cannot force people to work with hustlers if they don't want. If they want to offer alternative leadership, let them do what they want. We have people like Ruben Kigame. We have people who are thinking outside the box. So you cannot like force them to work with, because even those Oka guys have worked with Raila and they have not got what they wanted. Maybe that's what they feel. So you cannot really force them to do all that you want. Uhuru has been very specific and has been very clear that last year was the year of working, not politics. This is the year for politics, and I even heard him saying that in Homa Bay. So this is the year when things are starting to work. You have been complaining that Hustler has been making noise for the whole of those 4 years.
No,
So when these guys are just going back to Kakuna and coming
saying anywhere that so and so should work with so and so. I only said If you want to be president, you prepare for the same. You lay down your foundation. You go meet different stakeholders. As you prepare, it can be as early as 2018. As you build up, you have galvanized Western. You now move to add-on Rift Valley, then move to get Northeastern and the other people. You cannot begin to climb the mountain because you saw people going there, and then you also go there with your Western MPs. They are the ones that introduce you in Meru. Then you are telling me that you're working on your presidential candidate. Afadhali tukubali kusema ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba these guys are not serious about what they want. I'm not sure they know what they want. And the truth is, they will not be followed. In our Luya tradition, we don't follow cowards. It's not there. We would rather run away with somebody who took somebody's wife and ran away successfully. It's more heroic, okay, than somebody who runs away from every confrontation and then he comes back and says he's our spokesman. No, it doesn't work that way. And so it is not a matter of Uhuru forcing anybody. It is a matter of you are a respected member of this society, yes. You have been in governance for long years, then prove it. For history has it, I think Mudavadi joined politics before William Ruto. So is Kalonzo. So they should be looking on how William Ruto can ask them to work with them. They have already failed us. They should be leading the way, and now they are begging the people they taught politics to help them. It doesn't work that way. So tusijaribu kupaka chupa mafuta tukisema mgongo wa chupa mafuta tukisema eti wanaonewa ama wanalazimishwa. Hakuna mtu analazimishwa, na kwetu when you are, even if you are the age of circumcision, if you don't go to prove to your father that you want to face the knife, he will just be looking at you, because you must prove you are a man by challenging your father you want to face the knife. Nobody groups boys together and say, do you want the knife? No, you prove it by going to ask for the same. When did Mudavadi come out and tell Kenyans he wants to be president? I've not heard it. I've not seen it. He just gathers people, makes press conference, say uchumi, uchumi, uchumi. Uchumi, hey, please.
Unakasirisha Achola bwana.
Mimi sikasirisha Achola. Achola anajua hii maneno.
I wanted to be a little bit radical with you. You know, I'm a politician, so I wanted to be radical with you. I wanted to tell you that it's not about what you are saying. It is more of, you know, the only problem I normally have with Azimio guys is that every time somebody refuses to work with them, they become so hard on them. And you see, that makes now you guys lose that ground. That is the only problem I normally, you know, for me, I say the truth. I don't like hiding in the bushes. When you guys, when Kalonzo said that he'll commit a suicide for not working, if you work with Raila, you better commit suicide. You guys started saying Kalonzo is something else.
Didn't I tell you Achola is from a political family? Didn't I tell you that?
Then he must be.
I told you. I know him, but he doesn't know me. We are cousins, and we are from political family. He doesn't know me, and I won't tell him who I am. I know him. Okay, thank you.
Achola, your political Oka.
You have lost a vote. You have lost a vote.
Ngoja kwanza. It is not a matter of digging in for Azimio. It is a matter of when you're analyzing politics, analyze it from the political rhetoric compared to the reality and constitutional provision. There is no provision in the constitution to force anybody to work with anybody. There is no constitution provision to force anybody to join any political party. So you have right to belong to Oka, just like I have right to belong to Azimio. But if Azimio, what Azimio is offering Kenyans is better than yours, I will not shy from telling you that. If the foundation that Azimio has put is more sellable and more credible, is more believable, I will not shy from telling you that. Because this Oka you are telling us, we can't find the head, we can't find the tail, we can't find the ground to stand on. Why should we join and be smoked away with the wind that is coming to blow? So it's not a matter of lazima wafanye kazi na Azimio, na hiyo sio msimamo wa Azimio, ni msimamo wa Wakenya wanaotaka ukweli. Wamechoka na uongo, wamechoka na kuchezewa akili, kuzungushwa akili. Wanataka kujua tunatoka wapi, tunaenda wapi. Njia ya kutoka huku kwenda huko ni ipi? Okay, hii njia tukitumia itatufikisha ama haitatufikisha? So lakini kuna wanasiasa ambao wamechagua kutuweka hapa katikati na kutuzungusha, kutuchezea akili. Hiyo ndio hatutaki, na hiyo ndio unataka, ili si tukae hapa tutafute mtu wa kublame na tu sympathize na huyu, tuseme tumuelewe. Unajua yeye anakuanga kama bishop, mimi ni reverend, okay, lakini ikifika kwa msimamo mpaka niwe nao. Siwezi kusema yetu mimi ni bishop nakaa kwa fence, I can fall on either side. No, it has to be an issue of decisiveness. They decide now you want to run for president or not. They have had 5 years, they did not say it. Sorry. Tulete tu RGM, then Wekesa utakuja uendelee.
Achola takes things personal. Yani anamshutumu Raila kwa sababu akona personal nini kwake. Kwa hivyo wacha aendelee.
Ziana, subiri hapo. Asante.
Sasa hizi jamani, mnasikia
kabisa.
Bwana unakaa Linturi bwana.
Kama Linturi bwana, itabidi nizipake ziwe nyeusi kabisa sasa.
Tafadhali usitustue hapa.
Okay, wazima jirani zetu jamani.
Tunashukuru. Karibu.
I'm so obsessed with your politics. So if you find that I know a lot of things, sometimes I point out a couple of things in this forum. People they end up saying, "How come a Tanzanian man knows a lot better than some of us?" Okay, the only thing I would like to point out today, to talk just a brief, is only on 2 things. Men, I'll be focusing on the Raila Taita Taveta and the DP in Nairobi rallies. Those are the only area I would like to talk about it, because as I say, me, Kenyan politics, it teaches me a lot. I don't know if probably I'll be becoming a politician in future, because it has mixed, there's a clean politics, there's a dirty politics, there's a tactics in your politics. So there's a lot you can pick, but to be a good politician, you have to pick the clean ones and the other tactics as well, so you can try to utilize it in any journey. In terms of Taita Taveta Baba, Raila Odinga, I don't know if anyone else has managed to pick out this. I don't think that was a rally was organized by Azimio team. You know, your politics now is getting in a kwele ya moto sasa. Even in grassroots, the governors as well, they have those tough moments. You know, politicians sometimes they leave things at a late stage and trying to show that I've done this. So that's what Samboja is the one who prepared this. It's not Baba. I think a lot of governors, a lot of MPs, they would like to have this national figure, or the people who are going for president seat, to come in their area. So to make it, I'm still relevant in this area. So nobody can. I'm not an teacher. So I think it was Samboja who prepared for that, because he knew that there was a water project has to be unveiled. And then he said, okay, Baba, come. And then it is a big chance for me to show that in the Taita Taveta, I'm still existing. But there was still a lot of friction going on within Taita Taveta as well. For the people, I think because I'm on holiday, so the only thing I can go through is just Netflix, Kenya politics on YouTube. But I've been trying to scroll every time in the morning. The only thing I can see is just DP getting posted every time on social media. I was just asking myself, what's going on? Because Baba today is in Taita Taveta. Why there's nothing popping out in terms of him? There's nothing coming out. So there's a couple of guys that have spoke, or they have picked out the things. I think Baba and the Mukulu, they've picked out. You know, UDA, they are so good when it comes to social media. And I don't know if they have put a lot of money to try to paint that kind of big picture to see we are doing this and we have got this. So every time their man goes somewhere, things they're in the air there already. Man is in Kahawa or Sambu, 1 minute is in the other side. Things are already up there. But check in Baba and Taita Taveta. Baba and Taita Taveta, he landed and then he went for the function. I was expecting probably there's gonna be a massive rally, probably from Watete, and then he get another stop somewhere else. Probably because of the friction within the politician on the ground there. Probably they restricted a lot of things to be happening, and as well it was something which wasn't arranged by Azimio team. So there was a completely a lot of things which has led to the Taita Taveta visit, not that coming out as shining. So especially what I can blame is just the people on the grassroots who are preparing these things. So as I can say, for me, the way I see it wasn't the Azimio team who prepared this, because the way I've studied Baba and this team, tomorrow that's what they are launching there. They are launching their campaign. And one of the people I've been following is the governor for Laikipia. I'm so happy to hear someone like him who's trying to come out and explaining those a lot of questions. We come here in this forum, we're questioning ourselves in terms of where are you gonna get this money? You're saying you're gonna give 6,000, or you're gonna give the youth the money in terms of giving money for to start business. The guy was in Spice FM. He spent a couple of minutes explaining, and I say, wow, I can see Raila Odinga has picked a head here. Because the guy managed to explain, managed to give you where are we going to get the money, where are the things going to be able to be done. So all those kind of questions, sometimes we come here, we fail to bring those kind of economics factors, economic measures, how are we going to counterattacking this kind of joblessness, how are we going to give these people 6,000. The guy came out to try to explain it. So it's something which is so good. That's when I saw something like that. That's why I can say people like him are the ones they have to get that mic, not the people like Junet Mohammed. I'm not a big fan of Junet Mohammed at all. Some people have been supporting him, but he has to look after himself. What title does he have in a parliament? He has got a title, and he's a close ally of Baba. Ni mkono wa kushoto wa Baba hapa. Sometimes when he gets mics, I say, what is he saying? I don't get it. Acha ya mambo asema watu wakina Babu Owino. Wewe ni mtu wa karibu wa Baba. Kwa sababu wewe ndo utakuwa, once a mouse slip out a bit, you say something reckless, you're gonna be in a situation where you're putting the entire Azimio team completely dirty. You know what I mean? So sometimes he has to watch whatever he says, and he knows himself. He has a big title, so there's no point for him keep mentioning a couple of things that are irrelevant completely. You are in the race, you want to win something. Can you try make sense so you can attract it? Because people, they need to learn things from you. The generation, they need to pick something from you. I don't know why Baba, he picked him as his close ally. So I don't know. This Baba, he knows himself. Because there's some really good people like, Tendo Molo, when I look at when they are interaction, when they give their views in terms of explaining things, or I like the way they talk. But the people like Junet Mohammed, for me, he has to watch his mouth. So in terms of UDA, Makulu Mobile, he pointed out to say, we have sometimes to accept and watch out. These people, the way they do their things, they could be something in there. So let's hope as a new team, they have got something, they're working in some strategy to make sure that, to counter on, to make sure that they give this man a sleepless night. Because I know when he heard someone is going to launch his is a presidential campaign in Ifika, because now is a recall of where Kijana Wamalwa and the Raila Odinga, where they fall apart. That's where he started his journey there. So you can try to create those kind of momentum. Say, this is gonna be massive. Let me counterattack this. So the guy trying to, sweep the entire Nairobi, go to Loisambu, go Kahawa West, all those kind of, to make sure that I'm still, it's kind of, as we say, politics is about perception, creating that I'm still existing, I'm still there. So let's hope the Azimio team might come with something or strategy to make sure that, kwa sababu inakuwa ni lari moja unazima yote hiyo, because that's the way probably they're working with kind of situation like that. That's the only things I wanted to point it out, especially when the Taita Taveta team complete that wasn't Azimio team who prepared that rally. It was Samboja and his grassroots team. That's the only thing I wanted to point it out.
Okay, thank you, RMJ. We appreciate your observations and you're pointing out clear issues. By the way, UDA has 36 dedicated bloggers who are on full-time salary and paid for in one room where they do all those their online miracles. And some of those things are done specifically for that kind of perception. But I believe as much as Azimio team needs to up the game on the issue of online presence, they shouldn't play into the trap of trying to react to UDA and their prowess of propaganda. Their propaganda machinery is something that you let it swallow itself up by ensuring that we stick on the truth. One of the reasons why that DP has a problem in selling the truth is because he has sold lies so much that people cannot tell when he stops lying and starts telling the truth. What built Raila into who he is today is that he was believed by Kenyans to be always standing by the truth, and he will point out things. So it is easier to trust him than the explanation that the UDA guys are giving. And so they are always on the defense because they have a lot of baggage to undo in order for their believability to be appropriated in the ears of Kenyans. Let me cut it there. But all the same, everybody should work hard to make sure that their line of campaign is clear and understood. Kama umemaliza maoni yako,
Can I say something?
naomba uachie wengine nafasi wanataka kuingia. Kuna watu kwa line hapo wanasumbua. Kabla Achola, unataka kusema nini?
I wanted to tell RMJ that in Kenya here we have guys who own media station led by Macharia. This is the Royal Media guy. They had decided to give Azimio all the credit and all the airtime that they needed. So the UDA guys decided to go on online platform, and that's why you find there is that big difference. So when the mainstream media are not covering Azimio, you'll not hear anything. But in a situation whereby that is what is happening actually in Kenya. So all media stations decided that they cannot bring live coverage for UDA guys. And
that's a lie.
I think UDA is doing better in
Can you follow the
that's a lie.
I know that it's true. You know you don't like the truth.
Lie.
You don't like the truth. You don't like the truth.
That's distortion of facts.
Order, all of you. Thank you.
Hey,
Achola, I am trying so hard.
Why is chickening out? He's running away again.
Just a minute.
Goja Alex.
No, the guy says very sensitive things, then he runs away.
Hold on. Thank you.
We want to see you.
Achola. Najua kwa hii platform ni ngumu sana kuleta propaganda na uende utakamatwa. Hivi kwamba the information you're trying to share, you are not the first one to share on this platform. we have had the UDA guys on this platform with all manner of excuses why this is not happening, why this is not happening and all that. Mtu wa kwanza kuzusia Royal Media hakukuwa SK Macharia, ilikuwa watu wa UDA. Wakasema wanapatia Citizen TV blackout, wakiitwa interview hawataenda. Wakasema vile baba alisema tususie Safaricom, hao wamesusia nani? So ulikuwa unataka twende kwa beg kwamba warudi?
The reason behind that was because they were giving Raila 10 minutes, Ruto 5 minutes. There is no need of covering
This is my media house. I can give you 2 minutes. I give him 10 minutes. It's my choice.
No.
You
Bernard,
can't come here and say
stop being petty. Bernard, let me.
That's madness. You can't. If you want to have all the time, unafungua media house kama KBC vile ilikuwa natangaza Moi kwanza dakika 20 ndio wengine wafuate. That is his media house is serving that purpose.
No, Bernard.
Kama unabebwa on another platform which is private, you don't come and make demand there. In the comparison between Ruto and Raila should not even be existing. Okay, Ruto is running for the first time as a presidential candidate. Raila has been running all along. These people are not in the same league, so it is asking too much for Ruto to have equal time like Raila. When you write the story of Ruto, it will not go many pages like when we are writing the story of Raila. Why are we comparing two incomparable people?
No, I think, Bernard, can I speak for a minute? When you look at what is reported out there by Citizen and all these media houses, I think people should debunk this issue that one media house is biased, because like I said, although I'm a registered ODM member, I don't foresee myself really prescribing to some of the things that get done by Azimio right now, or what's going on. But at the same time, this kind of propaganda that Paul is bringing here is the same that is being spewed out there. Yeah, me personally, I don't have any issue with the deputy president. He can be a president, and he's standing a big chance of being a president. Let's be honest. If he becomes a president, he'll be my president, he'll be your president. If Raila becomes a president, whether you like it or not, he's going to be your president. Now, this issue of media houses, I think everybody out here, especially the UDA guys, are being unfair to Citizen. The issue that the deputy president had is not even this about minutes. It's about him wanting to dictate the type of questions he's asked by journalists when he goes for interviews.
Exactly.
You can't come to my panel. Even here, I'm telling you, usually I'm not a very calm person. When I come here, I'm calm because I'm on Bernard's show. So he's running the show. If he decides he can mute your mic, and that's how things go.
Quarantine.
Yeah. So what I know for sure is the deputy president, especially even his troops, when you look at it, if you right now, if you run two clips here, one of Raila and one of Ruto, you'll see that the other guys are not even saying Raila Tosha. But if you run a Raila thing, you'll see the guys typing like on your thread 100 times Ruto, shouting on the on the typos. Why? Because that is the nature of politics. But propaganda aside, Kenya is only one. You and I will die, we'll leave our children to our country, and we should stand firm, regardless of where you are. These guys, these politicians, they are amongst us. They are our brothers and sisters. Whether you like them, they will come to power one time. But one thing has to stand. Citizen stands for everybody. It just sends the message out there. You listen to everything else. I've never had them, although the owner who has one vote supports Azimio, it doesn't really mean that his business enterprise is supporting Azimio. And also, Citizen or Royal Media is a limited company. A limited company has separate ideals and how it operates from the owner. So don't try to mix the hen with the eggs here when these things are two different things. I've seen that over time. I'm telling you, I watch here all the time. That is the narrative out there, and I'm very glad.
Thank you, Baba Jackie. Thank you very much.
My contribution now.
Let me finish. I'm very glad that Bernard is able to disseminate all these lies that are being spewed out here, especially on media houses. These are Kenyan enterprises. They are not mine. It's not yours, Paul. I'm telling you, if Citizen is shut today, you'll be missing it because some of the things it does, some people don't do, especially Mashinani News. So we should just stand and support and give credit where it's due. I don't think that is right.
Thank you. And boycott is allowed. It's a constitutional provision. Okay.
Yeah, let them
if you want
boycott.
to boycott you Brookside, you can boycott. You want to boycott Royal Media, you can boycott. It's your constitutional right. Nobody should force you to appear on any show that you don't want to appear. But when you come to a show, answer the questions you're being asked. Don't ask questions that I should be asked about this. It's our duty to interrogate you, especially when you're asking for the highest office. You cannot come and say, don't ask me on this, ask me on that. No, it is important that we all accept the truth, not propagate the lies. Turudi wapi? Ilikuwa tunarudi
My
kwa
time now.
tunaenda kwa nini? Alex, kama ni point moja peana, alafu tena kwa kufanya submission.
Unatakana kuna the clip SK Macharia stood up akasema aje, I'm supporting Raila as an individual, and me and Royal Media Service, you are two different entities. You need to save that clip, because I've seen many people come here say that you save that clip and you play for them so that they can understand. As a citizen, SK Macharia has a right, like any other person, to view his political views. Not because he's a media personality now, he should chicken out. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
And on the other hand, DP is on record insulting Mount Kenya Foundation, insulting the tycoons that met at Safari Park. How do you now insult people and then claim that you want them to be carrying you as you want to be carried? It doesn't exist. Wekesa karibu.
If you go to Kass TV or Kass FM, 90% is William Ruto, and we have never complained. Walai, just go to Kass FM or Kass TV. 90%, not even 100%. So the issue of media should not be brought even.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out that, because I wanted to say that Macharia does not just run Citizen. He runs even all the radio stations, the local, and some of them, when you go to Kass, is not even speaking about Raila, it's speaking about Ruto. So we cannot complain that Macharia is giving Kass FM opportunity to market Ruto. I see. So all those different stations, they have their own content, and we are not here they are not national TVs for us to ration. They are not government TVs. Those are the private citizens' business, and they choose to run their business as they see which one gives them more profit. I've been on record saying that the UDA guys complained that Ruto has been selling newspapers. And in fact, they reached a point and say that kwa nini tusipewe profit kama Ruto anawekwa kwa headline. And I looked at it, this guy has only been on headlines for 2 years. And even for the wrong reasons, the negative headlines. Raila has been on headline for the last 20 years. He has never asked for shares. He has never even complained about being on headlines. So I think sometimes they overrate themselves. I wanted to say that I don't buy the idea of people who are benchmarking Ruto for Raila. I don't buy at all. Raila's politics is on another. In fact, he told them when Ruto started campaigning that let them do what they are doing. I am on me and Uhuru, we are on a different league. So Raila has nothing. He cannot copy paste everything Ruto is doing, and so akienda Kiambu, yeye pia anafuata. Akienda nani, if he does a rally, 7 rallies a day, Raila also does that. No, that's why Azimio is completely different from UDA. And if Raila didn't have that understanding, he would not have come up with something like this. UDA is a homogeneous thing that believes that everybody, for people to be united, they have to be lumped in one party, sing the same song. Azimio is about different, it's a heterogeneous political outfit where you partner with different parties. So different parties may have their different orientation and ideas, but you have to accept them and work together with them. So that in itself sets Azimio to be different from UDA. I also want to say that when campaigning, you don't just, it's not always about every day meeting people and creating a crowd and shouting and then go home. Sometimes create a strategic meeting to partner with people. And even these people, if you are campaigning in our society, they are investors and they are the local wananchis. So don't tell us that I'm going to wananchis because they have votes. We also have people who are interested in how our country is run. And that's why it's good to meet the business people. It's good to meet the people like the Mount Kenya Foundation. It's good even to meet the media owners. So if you have not met the media owners, why do you complain if your content is not, because they are in business, for them they are in business. So why do you think you need to campaign to Mama Mboga and you cannot campaign to media owners? Everybody is a stakeholder in this country. So you cannot tell me that those guys who sit by the roadside are more important than these other people who own the media stations. These are other people who own different companies. All need to be listened to. But you see, our script is what creates that separates us from them. When we start saying that the rich versus the poor, the hustlers versus, so it kind of decants your message and skews you towards looking politics from a narrowed spectrum. The issues to do with Kina Babu na Mwamba, there are people who think it's just easy for Babu na Mwamba to leave Ruto and then cross to Raila. He did not just walk. There were things that happened, transactions that happened. And you see, sometimes when you have been in a relationship with a lady and then maybe akona mtoto wako, sometimes just moving on, it's not very easy. As people, it's not a walk in the park. And so Ababu knows he may even admire to come back to ODM, but he knows there are transactions that happened behind the scene. And that's why Ruto has the audacity to call him the day before he wanted to go to Buhungu. And the guy has to turn back and go and create a rally in Busia for him. Yeah, in fact, there has been also murmurs that there have been transactions happening between ANC and UDA. And that's why it has even complicated the messaging of Musalia Mudavadi. He wants to dissociate with UDA, but he can't, because there is something that has been going on that you don't just stop it like... So choosing the political wing is not just something you decide today, let me associate with this, and then tomorrow I can associate with this. It depends on what has been going on in between you guys. And if you have to stop it, how do you control it? Because inafikanga mahali watu wanasema wacha niseme. Did you see when Musalia Mudavadi started trying like playing Ruto, he doesn't want to show up. Even Ruto went in the meeting in Mumias and he said, we have been talking, bwana. And I know we have been talking with your boss. You know, he wants to bring out the conversation. Ukijaribu kumuruka ataiweka wazi. So that's why they play it carefully, because this is a conversation that has been happening between two parties, and you don't just switch off one side and then cross to the other one. It has to be strategic. Interestingly, today, first I saw Kina Kalonzo and Weta, and then there was no Gideon, and then there was no Musalia. I thought, what is happening? And finally, Gideon came. But interestingly, they say that in the 3 criteria scenario, all the 3 criteria scenario shows that Kalonzo is ahead. So I think Mudavadi had already foreseen what is going to happen. So he was in Oka only if it was going to make him the presidential candidate. But now that he has seen it was leaning towards Kalonzo, afadhali amejitoa mapema. So for him, the next political event is remaining with alituambia ni Bomas, hiyo ya 23rd. So how he's going to jackal it and bring out now the Musalia, a strong man, after this drama of today, we don't know how he is going to deal with it. For Taita Taveta, I didn't watch the event. So I've heard people have issues with the speeches that happened there. But like I said, for me, it's sometimes in a high-stake meetings, which you have not organized, there are always different political interests. And right now, we have the leaders of the day and aspirants, balancing between the leaders of the day and the aspirants. And sometimes the leader may have the mic, but the aspirants have the crowd. And so an aspirant comes in a meeting with his own crowd and it overpowers. So a leader has the mic, but he doesn't control the crowd. That is where the problem is. I once had I think I was under a meeting, and then Maina Njenga came. We were emceeing a meeting, and then Maina Njenga came with all his youth. You see, he took over. So we had to adjust the whole program to give him to talk and then address his boys first. They quieten before you continue with the program. That is what politicians do. He may know that today, and actually that's what happened to Isaac Ruto. Isaac Ruto was denied an access to a boardroom meeting in Bomet. So the UDA guys went and had the meeting like that. For him, what he did, now that he's outside, he organized for the massive infiltration of the rally. Now, when they went to the rally, in fact, his people were at the dais, wako huko mbele kabisa. So it's like the excitement were CCM. That's what happens in politics. So sometimes you have, as an MC, if you are not sharp, you cannot control that crowd. I think that's what I will say for tonight. For tomorrow's meeting, we are expecting now to Azimio to launch proper, organized and structured campaigns. Like I said, Baba should go for the population that the people that can turn the wheels of the society, the opinion shapers, the opinion leaders. And that's why for me these plenary meetings should precede the rallies. So there will come a time where you flood all the rallies, yes, but you make sure the message has sunk. So these plenary meetings where you have picked, while our competitors are laughing that you are transporting people, but it's very important to know that in that meeting I have 2 people from Ukraine. I have 2 people from, at least you know that every village is represented. Rather than meeting a rally every day, you don't know whether you've met people from Githurai, and today the same Githurai people, maybe today the market is in Ruiru, they have gone to Ruiru. So you may think you are meeting different people, kumbe they are the same. You rather have converted 2,000 people in a population than the general mass you are hitting, and you don't know whether you have converted one or they are the same people you preached to. I think people of that statistics will tell you about sampling. Sometimes you can do the inaitwanga capture and recapture. That you may capture an insect here, kumbe it was captured the other side. So when you're doing in your analysis, you need to separate, is this insect captured 3 times or is it being captured for the first time? So in your rally, are you having new group or you are having the same group that were in, you met them in Roysambu, then you went with them Ruiru, you went with them, and then you count, I have done 7 rallies. 80% are the same crowds moving from one place to another. 2007, I did that. We used to take Raila from tunamutoa huko Huruma, tunaenda na yeye rally Dandora, tunaenda na yeye rally Kibera. So in all the 7 rallies, I will be there. I am the irreducible minimum. So I am forming a crowd in every in every place he's going, because that time I was idle and I was just enjoying the politics. So there are 30% of the guys who just be in every rally. Okay, thank you. Let's have someone else talk.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Special request, those people behind the curtain, kama unaona maoni yako yamenini, naomba create space, especially the ladies. Our ladies are fighting me here. They want to get in the studio.
Well,
there is Shiko.
Wacha nipeane space and then ukitaka kutoka uniambie, niko tu nyuma ya curtain.
Wewe unapaswa kuwa
utaniambia tu.
Wewe ni mtu ya. Okay, I will call you. Thank you.
Yeah, I will just be here.
Sawa sawa. So naomba ruhusa ya kutoa watu wale ambao mko nyuma ya curtain, especially PK huko. Okay. No response. Let's hear from Paul. Are you there?
I'm just here.
Kajifi. Okay, sawa sawa. Baz, take it.
Thank you, Bernard, and the fellow panelists. I think today's topic is about the Taita Taveta rally, which I happen to have listened to a few speakers. I think when I was passing somewhere, I happen to have listened to, I think Joe was speaking about land issues. And I think I had him right. It is just the same old story that has never changed. The issue about Namwamba and Washiali, I think they have their calculation at best. If you find that you cannot win, I think it is best you take a sabbatical. You don't have to be there just to compete when all the odds are against you. You better position yourself for something better, or to fight in the future, maybe to reorganize your campaign. Today, I listened to Kesa, and he has spoken very well, actually. He has said just what happens into the political areas. And I think one thing I would love to add on what he has said is about the meetings in the plenary and the crowd. I think one major undoing why the bottom-up message, I don't want to use the word gospel, the bottom-up message is not sinking properly. It's because not very many plenary meetings have been properly publicized and made public. All we have had is a small bit and hitch in the public rallies that the DP has been making, saying chini hapa juu pale, and that's where some of the messages have been lost. If you sink deep into online and you listen to the likes of D speaking about the matrix of bottom up, I think you'll tend to understand it's kind of the best thing that can work in this country. And I believe whoever wins whoever wins, because whoever wins, as another guy said, will be our president. Whoever wins, we don't have a choice. If it is Raila who wins, we anticipate his presidency and he will be our president. We will support him. He may not get our votes, but if he wins and he will be the president for everyone. And I believe even if he wins, he will find himself implementing some of those things that underline bottom up, because we are all in agreement as Kenyans that something needs to be done to the bottom level of our economy. The guys at the bottom need to be given a tap so that they can get up. That's the only way we can remember. That's the only way we can alleviate poverty, by lifting the bottom people at the bottom. I think Baba is doing very well nowadays. His campaign coordination, the messaging, the conduct, and even himself. I just hope he's not carried away, because nowadays he's very presidential. He is almost now the president. I hope he doesn't get carried away and he thinks he is there, and he just finds himself on his usual press conference. Otherwise, Bernard, I think I wish everybody all the best, and that is my submission for today.
Thank you, Baz. I think it's proper to be presidential. You can't be asking for presidency and you want to carry yourself like like the what are they called? The curtain raisers. There must be a distinction between now is the turn for the incoming president to speak, and people should listen to you like they are listening to president. But when we have a mixture, it's kind of it's, in fact, it's one of the things that are fighting the UDA message, because the UDA presidential candidate is the MCA of the meeting. He is the spokesman, and he is the one to give permission for others to speak. It's crazy. Are you saying something on that, Ama, to twende kwa Shiko?
Now, let me respond, Bernard. I think the most important person in a campaign is always the candidate. Let us not forget that. And when the DP takes control of every aspect of how the meeting is going on, I think it is to keep the limelight. This is all about me. It is my candidates that we are speaking about, because sometimes campaigns are overtaken by aspirants. You have heard what Wekesa has said, that what happened to them when an aspirant took over their meeting. I think he's trying to control such an aspect, such things happening in the meeting. But when they happen in the plenary, I think I've seen him in some plenary meetings sitting very quietly, taking notes, and actually not even in control of the meeting when he lets the technical guys speak. But when it comes to the roadside lorries, which happen for a few minutes, there are so many in a day, and he cannot let aspirant outshine. I think even in one meeting he said he was telling Kalonzo in Ukambani, telling him, chunga, hawa watu watakuangusha ndio wao wapate kiti yao ya ubunge. They don't care whether you win or you lose. As long as they get their seat, they are okay. Wewe kupotea kule utapotelea mbali. I think he is working in such kind of a line. Going to the conduct nowadays of Baba, the presidential. I listened to him to another day. He was talking about Babacare, a mirror of Obamacare. I think Obamacare was spoken when Obama was in office. Now, when you are speaking of policies in government, when you are not in government, I think it is you are ahead of yourself a little bit. That's why I said he is now like he is on the seat. He's now speaking actual policies ground policies, and he is not even there yet. Nobody knows what happens in 6 months. It's a long time in politics, as they say. I think it's a long time in politics. 6 months, anything can happen. And thank you, Bennett.
Faith, call it those things that be not as though they are.
Thank you.
You settled there. If you are a Bible believer, you know what I'm talking about.
I know.
Thank you. Shiko, vipi?
Poa sana.
Karibu,
I
karibu.
think unafaa upatie mtu mwingine then I will come.
Sawa sawa. Honorable Bundi, karibu.
Habari.
Fiti, namna gani?
Salama
Nzuri sana. Wewe basi wewe. Acha mambo yako. Wacha nianze hivi. Acha nianze kwa story ya Wasirai. Anaitwanga Wasirai ama Wasirai, sio Wasirai. Hii mtu ya Mumiasi. Sasa hii mtu ya Mumiasi Wasiali. So Wasiali, everybody knows what happened in 2017. 2017 first there were no election. Kulikuwa na some election between Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru. Sijui ni Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru or is Uhuru Kenyatta and Jubilee, of which Raila didn't participate. The only weapon Jubilee was using is to make sure wameleta mampi wengi hata kama ni kwa brodos waingie, kwa sababu wapunge wanaweza wakatoa president no vote of no confidence. So Wasilia knows aliingia vipi, so anajua vile aliingia na anajua ni ngumu kuingia. So Konga with him is a wise person. Hakuna haja atumie shilingi yake moja afanye campaign for no reason. Is making a very good move. Actually, there is no another point than that one. That is the reason why that person is not standing. When we come about Babu na Mwamba, everybody knows Busia what stands for. Mauchungu yake ilianza wakati Sifuna take over, and actually Sifuna is doing very well. He's trying to be, he knows even Ruto will not be even near to be president of the Republic of Kenya. I know Mr. Isoy is trying to smile there, but that's the fact, Mr. Isoy. And I told you watu wa Kenya wachia wa Kenya bwana. So Namwamba is at the opposition, if because we are likely to pass the BBI through parliament, Ruto may have a very powerful office as a leader of opposition, whereby he may get a sort of somewhere to hang around. So Namwamba will not miss something because is one Atuwes Muswapa away is one of the senior person. Siasa tu ndiye ameweza kisiasa, lakini ni kiongozi wa taifa. We have to agree that. When we talk about the campaign of today and yesterday, Mr. Pasi hapa amesema kwamba Raila has been talking of the old stories of Masamba, but I'm telling you, uongei ukweli. Raila hajawahi kuwa rais ndiye implement mambo ya Masamba. Ange implement mambo ya Masamba akiwa rais, hajawahi pata hiyo chance. Secondly, Raila alipigania mambo ya TCRC. Hiyo ndio president alikuwa na implement, then from there imetacha mambo ya Masamba sana, na ile Masamba imerara, na serikali vile nafaa kuimplement watu wapate Masamba, na watu wale wameumia sana ni watu wa coast hizo Tana River Ndeste bla bla bla. So achapata hiyo chance. So hiyo story lazima iendelee kuiongea mpaka akuwe rais ndiye apate nafasi ya kuimplement hiyo mambo ya Masamba. So the old story must continue until akalie hapo ndio afanye hivyo. When we come at Ruto Israeli, actually Ruto, everything Ruto anaongea kila siku it's kama chorus. In fact, kama ningekuwa mwanamuziki I should start a song nikishikanisha mambo ya Ruto, can be a very good song because it's almost the same thing. Mumeona stima, mumeona maji, mumeona hiyo, mumeona. So kama ningekuwa na wimbo niseme mumeona stima, maji na, yani it can be a very good song anyway, na inaweza hit kwa sababu that's a song. You can talk of one thing, the same government inasema wakati Raila alikuwa ndani, alikucha ndani ndiye hatukufanya, lakini tulifanya. But ukimuuliza, tell us about the stadium, tell us about the laptops, tell us about the roads 10,000 kilometers, they are not there. The 10,000 kilometers, in fact, unaweza sema hata even 5,000 kilometers, and half of them ni zile barabara zilianzishwa na serikali ya Kibaki na Raila. So it is a white lie. And I was calculating yesterday, ile pesa ameambia watu wote atawapea 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion, 5. Nimeona jana zilikuwa zimepisa, hesabu yangu jana imefika 1.1 trillion. Sasa na budget yetu ya Kenya, so nauliza tutapea vijana pesa, tuache kulipa walimu, tuache kutengeneza barabara, tuache kufanya vitu vingine, tusinunue madawa. So some of these things here unaona kama ni ridiculous. Actually I think the guys should take a break and ajaribu ku structure. Basi yeye also amesema ya kwamba the major person here is a president because he a presidential candidate. My friend, that's not true. Campaign team matters a lot. I'm a politician, I know. You cannot do alone without a campaign team. Ati usimame wewe ndio president, wewe ndio utapanga, wewe ndio utasema vile yule ndio atapewa tiketi, ifanye hii, uongee hii, usimame. Hata wewe saa hii umejaribu kutueleza about bottom up, sioni umeshindwa kutueleza. Umesema tu hapo from top up, sasa hiyo ni kitu gani? Yeah? Honestly, why can't you be sincere, mseme hii kitu ni Ruto anaelezanga peke yake, lakini sisi tumeshindwa kueleza. You cannot convince anybody, even a small boy. Top up how? You will not go and bring money with a sack, utulete useme sasa sisi sasa wewe nimekupea hii uende juu. Sasa mimi kwa example sasa wewe ona milioni moja, ukinipea milioni moja, si ni kuingia hapa niweke Muratina, niweke Taska nichanganye, nikue wasimu nikalewe na gari. Nimekufa. So you have no utanisaidia. It is a structure and a good planned one. Lazima unipe kitu, maybe you start from somewhere. Even Raila may not make this country where we want for the next 5 years kama atachukua rais. Kama I'm not an IPC, but dalili ni hizo, lakini kama anachukua, it may not be what we want in next 5 years. But the structure ataweka in 10 or 20 years, Kenya will be the Kenya we have been looking for. So it's not a one-day affair. It's not a 2 years affair. Even the doctors, you see a doctor and for 7 years to be now a full doctor. Because ile kosi anafanya ni sensitive, ni kitu anaenda kudili na maisha binadamu. So there is a lot of radical. He must start from corruption. Ajaribu kufunga masimo mahali pesa inaelekea vile Magufuli alijaribu kufanya hivi. And I also want to remind you my viewers here that Magufuli, Raila ndiye alikuwa advisor yake. So we need Raila to do more than Magufuli because he has been kwa kampeni yake anaongelea corruption, anaongelea zile vitu ambao siwesikia Ruto akitaja. Na ukiangalia wale watu wameangi nyuma ya Raila, you can also tell how many people are in court. Then you can also count the people hanging Ruto is come. Start from Mama Kiuno, Aisa, ako na kesi mbili, moja ni ya mauaji, moja ni ya corruption ya CDF. Ukiangalia wanataka akuwe deputy huyo jamaa wa bilioni 7 huyu wa Murang'a, mnajua ni something in court. Hata si nafikia ako Monday in court actually. Nataka kuenda tupige picha na yeye ni forward, nimesema leo nimekaribia mwisho. we know Igoro mahali alitoroka, maybe Raila anamwambia I don't want you in my camp because jina yako ni mbaya, mimi sioni nikitembea na wewe, ndiye akaona atatoshea pande ile. So you can tell, story can tell, even a small boy can tell. And lastly, you know, we are in niliyesema hata jana, this guy has done, kama for example amefanya as small as 100 campaigns, maybe Azimio imefanya 10 na IPC chatangaza campaign, and the guy is this tired now. Wakati itafunguliwa, what more do you think this guy is going to do? Those are the questions. What advisors wake kama wako wanafaa wamwambie, rather than kutacha China Raila wherever you are. Even Mwana Mwamba himself today nimesikia akisema ati Raila alimbetray. So anybody who want to be a politician in Kenya and another camp, you must use this word Raila for you to be irrelevant. So I think mambo imeisha kwa mdomo inaishanga, vile imeniishia na nimeanza saa hii, so imeishia Ruto. That's all I can say for today, and have a good reason. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. We appreciate your observations. Let's move forward. Unless kuna swali. Alex, you don't seem convinced.
Yeah, Honorable Bundi.
Yes, my brother.
Habari yako?
Habari iliisha saa 3 sasa ni mkutasari.
Okay, sawa sana. Sasa wewe umesema ukipewa milioni 1 utachanganyisha Tusker na Muratina pamoja.
Nikufe kwa sababu sijui maana ya milioni, sichaelezwa na ni kitu sichasuetia. I need to sweat for me to take care of that money.
Sawa.
Alex, kuna ka ukweli hapo. Kuna ka ukweli hapo.
Alex amepiga break mwenyewe. That's a good answer, Honorable Bundi.
Yes.
Sawa, hebu tulete nani Themba.
Bernard, before Themba,
Yeah.
let me ask Budi a question and I give him a reference. Budi, when you hear somebody says that he is going to bring money, I think don't have in your mind that money is going to come in what you're imagining, in sacks or in cash when they wokote mahali. It is differently. Let me reference you in 2 verses in the Bible, and I think Bernard will help me. I think that is his field. There is a verse that says God is everywhere, and that is true. He is everywhere. But there is another one that says, seek me with all your heart, and you will find me. Now, between those 2 verses, that's why you need to read between the lines, that even if he says he is going to bring the money, you have to be in the correct setup for you to be a beneficiary of those funds, because they're not coming in the air. It is not a rainfall of money. So I think that is very clear. You should understand that in that context. Thank you.
Honorable Bundi, unaweza kurespond alafu tusonge mbele. Unmute kwanza, uko mute.
Unanisikia?
You are
ni mute.
Uko sawa. Endelea sasa,
Okay.
tunakusikia.
Let me respond, and I want to be very honest. Ruto was in Rongai. You Bernard can put you that club or can send you if there is time. Alisema hivi, si mimi nimepita Kiseriani, nimepata vijana wa bodaboda wameniomba milioni 2. Nikakuta pale nikapata wa mama mboga nikawapatia milioni 1. Nikasonga sijui wapi nikapata tena wase wengine nikawapatia milioni 2. Sasa nyinyi mnataka kusikia ile mtu anakuja hapa kuambia vile atawapea 6 million every month, 6,000 every month, ama nini nawapea? Now I'm very sure hiyo pesa mahali alipeana iko watu walikosana na kuna watu walipigana mahali. The same thing happened in Kisumu. Alipeana pesa one group ikupata. Ile grupu ilitoka nje ilikuja kupanga maandalishi yake Kisumu, ndio ilipata pesa. Wenyewe hawakupata. Vita ikatokea, akarudi kusema nilikuwa Kisumu, yule chama wa vitendawili alimpangia vita. So hiyo mambo kama hiyo ya kupeana pesa in cash, ni vizuri mtu haelezwe, hajue maana ya hii pesa. Weka gunia viazi moja, peleka soko uuze, alafu ukipata hivyo urudishe. Tukisema kupeana without explanation, tunajua ni kupeana. You must give what you grow and use somewhere. Ujue kwamba you are adding a value on that small amount. Ununue viazi gunia moja, uichonge, uikarange ikue chips, uuze. Utaona faida. Kama ulikuwa na 1,000 itakuwa 2,000. Kesho utakuwa na gunia 2 ya viazi. Utasonga ukuwe na plan nyingine. Hiyo at least ungekuwa na tueleza, tungesema ni top. Ni top from bottom, ama ni chini itaje. So that when he's talking about nitawaletea pesa, wacha hiyo milioni 2. Alisema hivyo jana, wacha hiyo milioni 2. Hii mwaka nitawapea bilioni 50. If I'm lying, kama nadanganya kitu wa kusema, I stand to be corrected.
Bas, are you satisfied?
Bernard, I think I cannot go further than that because we don't seem to be in the same wavelength. What I'm trying to explain and what he is answering me.
Okay. I think it's a matter of the messaging of the DP.
Absolutely.
It is said that actions speak louder than words, whereby I know there has been a denial from UDA guys that UDA does not give people wheelbarrows. But initially, there was a service where there was a meeting where wheelbarrows were distributed. And so if Ruto says, I have given this money here, and he's giving this money here, and then he says, I'll give you 50 billion. If you are an ordinary street smart guy like me, what will be running in your mind? The same way we have seen him give to these mamas, the same way he has given to this border, that is how 50 billion is going to come. So either he's being economic with the truth to tell people that we are going to put mikakati, alafu pesa itawekwa kwa budget, alafu budget itapitishwa na bunge, then bunge ndio itasababisha vile pesa itafikia wananchi. That is the government procedure, but that seems not to be selling on the political front. So political front ni demonstration. Nimetoa hapa na nitatoa, to give people hope and continue hoping for the money to come just like it's being given, which in my opinion is not it's not for him to be selling that. He should just tell people what should be done. And then before we talk about the 50 billion or what is happening to the few millions that are being sent right now, there is youth fund, there is women fund. The officers, they are complaining people are not going for the money. So hizi 50 billion tutachapa watu waende kuchukua, tutawalazimisha waende kuchukua, tutawawekea kwa mfuko kwa lazima. So like what is already being provided for, the complaint is people are not going for it. And then here we are being promised is going to be added more. So the matter is a little bit complicated in my opinion, and the DP needs to come out clear on the same, not just sing the same record, sing the same song over and over again. You need to settle down, break that thing down so that the people he's communicating to, it becomes clear. And there's nothing wrong with telling Kenyans the truth. Kibaki alikuwa anatuambia ukweli. Pesa atafanya nini? He will ensure that corruption is dealt with. And then in 100 days, there will be definite change the operations of the government, and money will be in the pockets of Kenyans. And he tried to make that happen, and we failed it. So kama unafuata msingi, things will work, lakini kama ni story tu, hiyo story iendi. Tuko wapi? Eric, I think Eric should come in fast. Kabla Shiko, kama hauko ready, twende kwa Eric.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
I'm very fine. Mimi nimekuwa tu behind the curtain nikiwafuata tu pole pole nikionanga what is being discussed about Taita Taveta. I didn't have time to look at it, though at some point nilipitisha tu macho tu nikaona there was a project that was being launched there, water project. Actually, that's the only thing I saw, nothing else. I didn't make a follow-up about it. Then we come into the Azimio, about the Azimio, about this Washiari and Namwamba. I think au mambo yao siwezi ongea because I don't follow them much, but depending on the county they are from, I know for them to get the seat, it's a little bit hard. So I think they should sit back and wait for the government that will take place, and see whether they can get a slot like Namwamba did. So in another way, let me talk about the DP campaign in Nairobi. Definitely Nairobi is an epicenter of politics. Everything starts from Nairobi. And in one way or the other, in Nairobi, things are very complicated, let me say, in terms of making rallies. And that's why you see these roadside rallies, they were there when Moi was in government. Moi used to do those roadside rallies and market rallies. Moi couldn't go to a stadium and call for a campaign there. Because, you know, in a stadium, the only people who can come there, they are volunteers. They are partners. Someone who will pay his or her own bus fare to come there. But these roadside rallies, you pay nothing because the politician comes direct to where you are. So that's now the Ruto's rally. Ruto's rally is like Moi's rallies, na Ruto atafuata steps za Moi zenye Moi alikuwa anatumia kwa siasa hizo za kukuja na peana pesa. Like me already nishakula pesa ya UDA juu ni yangu. Hiyo pesa, that's my money. You know, that's my money. Ilinipata tu na nikakula because it's my money. And if I go to talk about it, I've never seen something like that I've seen in Nairobi. I had like a couple of like almost 300 people from a place I've been for a long time. They shifted 3 times. They went to Utawala, they went to Kayole, they went to Roysambu. Because in a day, Ruto can do more than 10 rallies. So if you manage to follow those rallies at close, you will have a lot of money. Kama wewe ni mtu amekaribia mwenye anapewa hiyo pesa apeade, utakula pesa ya rallies 3 in a day, then you go back home smiling. And I think ni vizuri aendelee kupiga hizo rallies zake za 10 rallies in a day, 5 rallies in a day. It's good. Atatumia pesa vizuri na hiyo pesa, and there is something I'm telling even people out here. Huyo mtu hiyo pesa anapeana si ya serikali. Ni pesa yake. Na hiyo pesa lazima akitoa kwa box yake mahali amezieka, anahesabu, anajua nimetoa 200 million. Anaandika. So the moment he get the presidency, the first thing to do, he must recover the money yenye amepeana. And you know that is kununua. Juu ni kununua, amenunua. Mtu anapeananga pesa kwa siasa, hiyo ni kununua na nunua uongozi. That's why I am saying these roadside rallies, hizo ni vitu, hiyo ni watu, ni pesa wanafuata, hakuna kitu ingine. Na by the time siku ziendaende watu watakuwa shagundua. The legit rallies have said go to a stadium. Like now, tomorrow, me I'm in Nairobi. Azimio la Umoja is in Thika. Do you think someone who is not a partner can board a matatu from Nairobi to Thika just for that rally? No. Nobody can do that. The only person who will go there is person who understands what you want and is a partner to that the government. You want to be a partner to that government. But if like today, yesterday, these roadside town market rallies, watu wafanyi biashara, juu watu wanafunga maduka because wizi inakuwa mingi sana kwa hizo rallies za town, za masoko huko. Watu wanafunga like 3 days, hizo siku DP amekuwa na rallies Nairobi, ile place yote alikuwa anapita duka zinafungwa. So unafunga duka from morning for 6 hours, na hata kuja hiyo time, hata ile pesa utapata it's like 300. Ukisema umefunga duka ufuate hiyo pesa yake, utapata 300 na umefunga duka from morning for 6 hours. So anafanya watu hata wasifanye kazi. That's why I see a little bit of Baba, it's a little bit understanding because Baba anaenda stadium na afanye hizi rallies za weekdays ati Monday to Monday. Go and check list ya Baba ya kampeni zake, anafanya weekend, yeye hufanya weekend, most likely on a weekend. Kama ya Thika ni ya Saturday, ya leo ya huko alikuwa ameenda kufungua project, it was on a Friday. A Friday when people goes home, watu utoka job mapema. Ruto Monday ako kwa siasa na ni siku ya job, Tuesday siasa, Wednesday siasa, Thursday siasa. So anafanya, tunakosa biashara. Pasi sisi watu wa biashara tunakosa biashara because maduka lazima zifungwe, hiyo barabara, traffic lazima ikue. So those roadside rallies, hata hao watu ukiwaona, don't bother them. Hao ni wale watu tu wako mtaa tu wamefunga majob zao njoo hawezi fanya biashara, njoo Ruto wako area. Akishaenda warudi kwa biashara. Na nimekwambia most of them they go. Ameenda Mwiki, wanaenda Mwiki. Anarudi Roysambu, wanarudi Roysambu. Anaenda Jiro, wako Jiro. So the same people, you preach the same message to the same people the whole of Nairobi. You understand? No different people. I want to say this, like tomorrow in Thika, don't expect people from Kiambu only. You should expect people from Nyeri, from Murang'a, from Kirinyaga, even if it's 2% from those counties. At the end of the day, they will take a report back home. They will go, they will garner at least 5 votes. Those 5 votes will garner 10 votes. It's just like that. So these roadside rallies, I think hizo tulishazoea na Moi. Wakati wa Moi hivyo ndivyo alikuwa anatufanya. Anatoka Nairobi, anaenda na pesa akipeananga na anarudi. Na hakuna kitu ya maana itasemwa. So for that purpose we need to wacha tukubali hiyo, wacha yeye afanye shughuli zake za siasa. Then mtu mwingine Mudavadi hapa bwana ameangusha watu vibaya sana. I just talk a little bit about my DVD. My DVD is my friend. He's a good friend of mine. And sorry to say that. But ameangusha watu vibaya sana. And actually, I'm going to call him in the morning na nimwambie wewe acha mchezo because this is not fair. A leader who we are expecting to do something apatikani. Wengine wanashinda wamemngoja atokei. So in short, huyu jamaa alishaingia box ya UDA kitambo sana. He has been working for them for long. na alikuwa na ngoja aone kama atapatiwa hiyo kuwa flag bearer, lakini alinotice akaona hii kitu vile inaenda si mimi nitapewa. You understand? So what should I do? Akaona this Oka thing itaisha, so alipanganga kitambo, akasema the other side, akatuma kijana yake Malala, wenda huko piganga kelele huko ukipimanga maji, mimi na mimi nisikie vile kunaenda, I'll be on my way coming. Sasa unajua, expect by next week my DVD will be in order officially because this hit of Oka hii itaenda na Kalonzo. Kalonzo ndiye anaonekana akiwa at least, and yesterday I said Kalonzo is a very nice leader. The issue is he can be compromised very easy. Madividi na yeye it's a good leader, but ni muoga na ako slow. He is very slow na ni muoga. So the best part is we go with the Kalonzo, they go with the Kalonzo. Akiwa huko atafanywa kuwe mgumu kidogo pia, akishapata kiti anaweza kuwa mgumu, anaweza badilika. So Madividi ameangusha Oka vibaya sana, na Oka hiyo ni kuisha, inaisha sasa. I think that will happen. So wacha tu watch hii siasa vile inakuja. I think deputy alikuwa anaenda kupumzika mambo ya siasa. Maybe alikuwa anataka kupiga Nairobi kwanza, aache kama ameandu what baba had said before, ndiye aende a relax. So let's give them time, wacha wapige siasa, wacha tuone baba na yeye Azimio la Umoja na Mount Kenya na Kiambu County tuone. And there I said a leader anafaa launch presidential bid yake in a city, not at your home place. And a leader doesn't do meeting, a national leader doesn't do meeting in his backyard, kwa nyumba yake. Anafanyanga meetings in a public field, si kwake kwa nyumba. Mnakuja mnaitwa hapo, mnakuja mnaitwa kwa nyumba. No, that's a friends meeting. That's not a leadership meeting. Those are friends meeting. It's a get together. So wacha tuone. I think tutapea Ruto tu chance maybe 2027. Wacha kwanza agro kidogo to be a leader. Saizi yeye ni politician. Akisha agro kidogo tutampea nini hiyo kiti vizuri, tutampea tu akisha kuwa mature to lead the nation. Right now we need someone who is more mature, someone who understand every bit of everything. Just imagine Rigathi Gachagua being an interior minister. Just imagine Rigathi Gachagua being an interior CS. Just imagine Kimani Ichung'wah.
Wewe Eric, wewe damu yangu itapanda usiseme huyo mtu hapa.
Just imagine. No, I'm trying to tell people to understand someone like that.
We don't want to imagine.
Eric, relax. Okay, your time is also up. Please, let's.
So please, okay. It's okay. That's my contribution. Let me say that's my contribution.
Kunywa dawa ya Mandago. Kunywa dawa ya Mandago, pressure enda chini.
Okay, fine. That's my contribution for today. Mtafakari hayo.
Sawa, thank you Eric. Tuende kwa Shiku, alafu tuone Nancy, ndio tuende hiyo round nyingine.
Wewe Eric.
Shiku, you want to kill me?
Uhuru.
Nimweka muno.
Bwana unataja huyo mtu nikienda kama haibe. Anyway.
No, I'm just saying, just imagine the character of that person being a CS, interior CS. Tunaweza kuwa wapi?
No, we are not imagining here. Usilete mambo ya kuimagine huyo hapana sana madawa.
On a personal level, I've interacted with that guy. He's a very good guy on a personal level.
No.
I'm talking from experience.
No.
Alex, wacha Shiko afanye submission yake bila kusumbuliwa tafadhali, na mstani hili itakuwa ya Kashagwa hajatulipa.
Mimi okay.
Okay, fine Shiko, just continue.
Mimi hiyo story ya DP hiyo ya kwenye akienda kufanya campaign, is the one who calls wenye kama tuseme anakuja mahali kuna MP, yeye ndiye anawa introduce. But I think hata kama mi sijui protocol sana, yeye ndiye wanafaa wanaanza, then the governor anamuinvite, but he does the opposite, yeah? Hata kama kuna aspirants anafaa yeye ndiye governor wanaanza, anaita hao watu wote, the way the protocol should be done, then after sasa yeye ndiye anaongea. But sasa sisi tumeona mtu anakujanga Mount Kenya na anasema ni yeye Mount Kenya kingpin. Interesting days ahead. Okay. Sisi hatujawahi ona hivyo. On the other hand, hiyo mambo ya siasa ya kila siku, hata unasikia watu wameenda wameibiwa. So we don't want kwenye you can imagine what Eric was saying. Anapita mahali, so you have to cross your shop, maybe unauza makaa, then kama anapita hapo na you don't know the exact time yenye anapita hapo, utafunga hiyo kioski yako ya makaa, then after maybe amepita, hata utapatwa na hiyo pesa yenye sasa kama wanapeananga, juu mimi sijawahi hiyo kuikura hiyo pesa, na nikiipata nitaikura hata kama mimi ni wa Azimio damu. But sasa imagine umefunga, then hizo pesa hazitakufikia, so umeenda loss. Na hao watu ndio tunaambiwa sasa ndio tunainua hustlers, na hustlers wenyewe ndio wanafunga uto tuduka. So and also hii story ya watu kusema ati hii mambo ya bottom up. If Bernard, you ask someone from UDA what is the bottom up, they can't explain what is bottom up. Alisohomenda Citizen TV akaulizwa bottom up, anaanza kufanya na science, anafanya mkono hivi akichukua mkono juu, that is what bottom up is. And also wanasema serikali ni ya mama boga. Mimi hao mama boga ndio sionangi Karen, unless saa zenye wameambiwa watu wakikomba kujeni, wanabebwa na mabasi wanapelekwa Karen, lakini hakuna mama boga nishawahi ona hao watu hao registrators wakisema ati tunawakujia sisi ndio tutakuwa tunaenda kufanya na wao mkutano huko Karen. So mnaambiwa nyinyi ni mahasuras, mnaambiwa nyinyi ni hasuras versus the dynasty, mara ni ama the rich, but at the wrong run unapata nyinyi ndio mnadanganywa, siasa ya udanganyifu, juu hakuna mahasuras wenye wanaendanga huko. Hao watu wako na pesa, ama hasuras siku hizi wanaishi Karen anyway. So hiyo siasa ya sisi sasa yenye kwa ground yenye mi nasikiza, and also hii ati akienda kwa maybe kwa Citizen or any other TV station, is like the guy we call Miguna anataka yeye ndiye atajibu, lakini nyinyi msimuulize maswali. And I don't think hata hapa kama tungekujanga kukomad, sisi ndio tunakwambia venye you've given us the headline of the topic, but tukikuja hapa tunataka kukupanga, sisi ndio tunataka kusema venye tunataka, it doesn't go like that. Na sasa that is what the DP has been doing, akienda Citizen anataka hivyo. And also kuna huyu anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. He is my neighbor from Nyeri, and I know him as an arrogant man. Hata hivyo Alex anasema ati he knows the man. He's an arrogant man. The other day, very arrogant. Kwao kunaitwa Madhera, my neighbor. He's an arrogant man, very arrogant. Alikuja kwa nini cities Inoro TV. Siku yenye alikuja kuna hiyo kipindi wanakujanga ya Kererembe. Okay, my point is uone watu wenye sasa wanafuata DP and the image they reflect about, right? Akaulizwa bona about the political amendment bill. Rigathi Gachagua, unajua venye akaambiwa walisema kuna pesa ilikuwa inapeanwa kwa bunge sijui nini. And let me tell you, hata mwenye mjinga jaenda shule, hakuna venye mnaweza ingia na pesa parliament mwanze kupatia watu. Hakuna. Akaulizwa akasema ati watu walipewa pesa, and Sabina Chege akamwambia the person who was giving hiyo bahasha mnasema it this lollipops and those things. Sasa watu walikuwa napewa kwa bunge. Do you know when he was asked, alisema walibeba pesa and na akaulizwa na sasa juu alikuwa amebeba hiyo pesa, wewe uliona? Yeye alisema hakuangi amebebea mtu macho. Sasa na Kikuyu ina sound vibaya sana, anaongea rude na ni kwa TV, so you can imagine that kind of a man behind the scene, na anaongea hivyo. Akasema ati nyinyi ni walikuwa wamepewa hiyo pesa, ati walipewa 100,000 each, na anaongea vibaya sana. Then he said nie dikoona maitho dikora makuire maitho. Sasa Eric anaweza elewa hiyo. He was very rude and we know him, very rude and very arrogant. Wakienda hizi campaign huku kwa streets, that guy went to knock. Oi, modo ni oyo. The same thing yenye wanashindanga wakiambia watu wakuja watuambie. Sasa ni hii bottom up haiwork hiyo, let's be honest, hiyo haitawaka. Lakini akienda mali modo ni oyo, hata kama gikoyo gitomore goko Wakikuyu wetu mko huku sijui nini. So we are repeating the same thing. Mara tunaambiwa tutapewa sijui kutapeanwa pesa ya sijui ya kufanya nini, mara tunaambiwa tutawalipia sijui NHIF hamtalipa, mara tunaambiwa hivi. And I was asking myself my question, nikajiuliza kama kuja na hao registrators from Sankoka kienda Kieni, wewe Eric kienda Kieni aanze kuwauliza aanze kuuliza Wamasai kama wako huko na waongereshe Kimasai, do you think they will understand? I know wataelewa, but yeye anaenda Narok, hiyo ndio anawauliza Wakikuyu mori yako konde damak ate modo ni oyo. What is that now? Is that even hiyo una campaignia nini? At least wakuje na na vitu zenye tuna nini, si vitu za ujinga. Modo ni oyo niwe turathura jaba neno. Sasa venye juzi wakati walikuwa Nyeri tena, venye deputy president alihinta akasema ati wao wanataka mtanipea Gigathi akuwe my deputy. Then he was smiling, but they don't know how to campaign, because wao wanafikiria they want to take everything at heart, as in wao ndio wata campaign, wao ndio chief campaign, wao nini kila kitu. Huyo mtu has zero, hakuna campaign wanamfanyia. They are just there to take his money, and these people are not going to come back kama gasa warudi kwa hizo viti tena. So hiyo is all what I can say about the DP. Na hizo sasa siasa za kushinda tukiambiwa the same thing, hakuna kitu yenye mtu wa kitendawili. I think I started hearing about the kitendawili man 2013 mpaka wa leo, kwani hizi vitendawili ziishangi. Come with something up, we need something like. Hata mimi sasa ningesema, unajua kuna venye unaona watu wanashindana, unakuwa like I will go with this wave, but sasa unaambiwa kitendawili from 2013, 10 years bado unaambiwa mambo ya kitendawili, mtu ya kitendawili kama ukweli aliingia kwa government, but hatujaonyeshwa ofisi yenye alienda. He did that for the welfare of the citizens of Kenya, but hakuna venye Raila kuingia tukaonyeshwa ile anafanyia kazi. So he just did that because walikuwa wanataka amani, and like Uhuru has been saying. So if the DP felt they can't work with Uhuru, ama Raila ameingia nyumba, that is what even Rigathi Gachagua anasemanga Kikuyu, ati waliingilia nyumba yao wakakuja, ati wao sasa, ati baba yao sasa Uhuru aliingilia alichukua mpango wa kando, mama yao wakuzwa. So I don't see why if mama yao alifukuza bado na wao bado wanasema mama yao ndiye alifukuza venye baba aliingia. So kama angesikia hawezi work na Uhuru Kenyatta as the deputy, he could have resigned. Ama hata nani anaitwa Jaramogi, when he felt like he can't work with Kenyatta, so it was easy for him to resign, aende afanye campaign. Ati nanga mkibebesha baba mziti aliingia kwa nyumba kanya nini. I think the name Tanga ilikuja wakati Ruto went to Embu. Uhuru akasema kazi yao ni kufanya campaign and wakishafanya campaign anashidanga huyu kijana anashidanga akitangatanga, ndio nitamwambia akuje angalie that whatever the development was going on at that place. Hiyo jina tangatanga ilitoka hapo. So wao kushidanga wakibebesha Raila mzigo. Raila alikuja hata Uhuru is on record akisema in his second term ndio ameweza kufanya kazi than in his first term. So Raila hakukuja kufanya ati hakusema Ruto aondoke. In fact if I was Ruto, ni kama saa hizi, me give an example, if my husband anipate akiwa na mpango wa kado, do you think I'm going to run away from my husband? No. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to be so much close to my husband, ndio hata huyu msichana to an extent of even befriending the lady, ndio hata aniogope chini ya maji, anafikiria huyu mwenye anani befriend, what is she up to? But Ruto did, I think that have favored him. In fact, it would be the one when angewewa handshake sana, lakini yeye alikimbia nje. So I think that is all what I have to say about Shari and Ababu Namamba. Those are people that I just hear about their names, so I can't contribute on that. Thank you.
Shiko, thank you for your submission. We appreciate your observation. There is a question here. Isaac Maura na Kangata walienda wapi kwa kampeni ya Ruto? Uliza Shiko.
Hao tu asikiangi. Huyo Kangata alikuwa anasema kuna barua nilimsikia akisema kuna barua ingine wanataka kuandika, na pia nimesikia akisema they were waiting waende kotini, hii Senate ikipitisha hiyo ya political bill amendment. Nimemsikia hiyo siku, na lakini huo Isaac Mwaura, I'm asking myself the same question. The guy I've not seen him lately, sijui yako wapi. Ameenda chini ya maji. Yeah.
Shiko, rent iko karibu ku expire. Wamekalia deposit saa hizi. Ni deposit wamekalia. Wamekalia deposit.
Lakini wacha ni kwa, but Eric, let me tell you, nani Isaac Mwaura may be joining the bus. Anaweza join the bus. Si unajua the wife is a niece to Reni Kivuti, the former senator wa Embu. Na Reni Kivuti ako kwa mbasi wakiwa na Kiraitu. So
Yeah,
labda
sure.
ako hiyo anaelekea hapo because the wife is a niece to Reni Kivuti. Thank you.
Then I'm going to say this a little bit, Bernard. I'm going to
and also,
say something.
Before I forget, sorry Eric, utaongea watu kesho, si hapa tunasema ati Azimio. Kesho tupatane Thika wenye wako karibu, na if you are not hauko karibu pia unaweza tuma representative. Sisi tuende tusikie what Baba has to say, si kushindanga hapa tuna debate na kumbe huku chini ya maji we are doing the opposite. We need to mobilize people, the friends, tuende Thika, tuende Azimio la Umoja Thika Stadium. Na sasa kuna mtu nilikuwa nasikia anasema hapa ati watu wanabebwa na magari. Sasa ni lyric, nikataka kuenda matanga mahali ama naenda mazishi mahali na gari za bure, so will I have to pay the ticket? Nisipande hizo gari ati juu. No, nitatumia hizo magari niende. Hizo gari ziko hapo kama watu unataka kuenda willingly. Kuna mtu hana pesa lakini ana support Azimio. Kweli, lakini sasa huwezi sema ati nisiambiwe nimepewa handouts na baba ama nini nisiende. Kama hata ikikuja mahali nikienda na acha gari, mimi napanda hiyo bus, nipige picha huko, waseme nimelipwa sijalipwa, it's up to them, but let's meet tomorrow Azimio la Umoja. The future, goja nani nimalize. The future is room na kesho, the future is luminous. Wacha nikwambie, blue is royal, serenity and calmness. Kesho ni Azimio la vijana Mount Kenya, tupatane huko. Ada ni hiyo, sema princess.
Shiko, ambia Kinywa kesho mkutane ndio mjue.
Umeniita?
Naomba kesho mkutane na Kinywa ndio mjue kwa kweli kama Kinywa anasema ukweli ama yuko pande hiyo ingine na anatudanganya hapo.
Princess,
Si kushinda hapa tukisema Azimio, mtu mko around, tuende huko kwanza, tunavaa nini, tunavaa kitu inaenda kukaribia blue hivyo, ndio hao watu. And what I said, let's say this, yeah, we always doubt, tunasema ati watu tunajaribu kuleta picha ya DP mahali alikuwa na ya Raila, tunasema hii hakukuwa na watu wengi, hii ilikuwa na watu wengi. Let's say this here, watu wenye uliona wamejitokeza leo watu cheer the DP au ni wa DP, right? Sasa kesho wenye watakuwa kwa Azimio la Umoja kesho au ni wa Raila, tusianze kusema ati hawa ni wa nini. They are the same people, but wenye sasa walitia DP leo wakuwe wao ni wa DP, wenye watakuwa kwa Azimio la Umoja au ni wa Raila, tusianze kusema wamelipwa ama wamefanywa nini. That's it.
Mimi I'm talking to you from Thika right now. Kwani iko nini?
Thank you Themba.
Themba hata sijaiona uso yako sijui wiki mbili.
Daniel Mwanzia anasema tuko Thika already. So
Azimio tutokelezee kesho, by the way, sio kushindanga hapa tukisema Azimio tuonyeshe Uhuru bado nonsense hakuna mahali. We don't want to have goja, hatutaki we don't
Asante Shiko, ujumbe umefika. Kila mtu, all roads are leading to Thika.
Hizo nini za UDA nonsense. We are allergic to hurubaros. Huku tunaziita hurubaro na Kikuyu. Tuko na allergy ya hurubaro.
Thank you.
Shiko ni moto.
Bernard ni wakati wangu sasa.
No, ngoja Themba, sio wako kwanza, subiri hapo. Kenya watu
nimekaa hapa wana.
Nancy kwanza,
ladies first.
Yes. So Kenya ulikuwa unasemaje? You are half a minute.
I want to respond to the person who was asked about Kangata and Nani. You know, sometimes let me talk about Isaac Mwaura. You know, Isaac Mwaura has been always nominated MP. So a nominated MP ananga chake, anageuzangwa tu right, left, up, down. So a nominated MP huyu hatutakangi kuongea mambo yake, anaweza enda anywhere. And Kangata you must, huyo tu amekalia deposit, and count me on that. Amekalia deposit iko karibu ku expire pia, utamuona tu amerudi nyumbani mbio. Alafu one thing, we are waiting our kingpin to talk. Bado hajaongea, akiongea ndio sasa wenye wanalia ati Azimio sasa kamba nitakuwa naziuza Thika Road, wachukue hapo mtu akienda kujinyonga. Hiyo ndio tunangoja tu, na acha tuonyesha direction. Already we have directions, ni ile tu ajafinya start. Akishafinya start itakuwa mchezo. Thank you.
Kenya inaonekana you are very entrepreneurship. You have already seen there's a market for corrupts,
Huyu ni kunywa ya ukweli. Bernard.
Yes, ni kunywa ya
ukweli. Wacha maneno yako bwana.
Let's do this.
Kinywa ya ukweli.
Lakini mimi nauliza hivi. Nauliza.
Order everybody. Kenya, mute your mic. Bundi, mute your mic. Alex, mute your mic. Thank you. Let's listen to Nancy.
Mimi nauliza hivi, huyu Kinywa wanangoja yani Uhuru atembee kwa barabara akisema pigia Raila kula? Si already mshaona actions.
That's why let me just intercept. That's why nimesema already we have been showed the direction. Tunangoja tu siasa ianze, afinye tu battle go.
Action speaks louder.
Saizi tunangoja. Do you know this is the working period, Nancy? Saizi ni wakati wa kufanya kazi.
Tushasoma science, that's why tuko Azimio. Lakini Simba hajaguruma, relax. Simba hajaguruma, utaona mass exodus tukidefect kuenda sasa. Hata wenye wako hiyo Uhuru bado utawaona.
Saizi tuko job, tunafanya kazi saizi, hatuko kwa siasa. You understand? Tunataka tu tuambiwe go. Ni hivyo. Mimi mwenyewe nitakuwa napiga siasa mimi mwenyewe. Sitahitaji kitu yote kusaidiwa.
Tuko on to your marks. Tuko pale on to your marks. set get
But
hivyo,
Kaboko
akisema go
ashasema,
hivyo.
Kaboko ashasema Uhuru alikuja kwa birthday ya baba akaita baba the 50. Sasa mnangoja nini?
Wacha
Already nyi
nikwambie,
wekeni tu
let me
kura.
tell you, hata huyo Kafogo alifanya vizuri Nancy venye alisema, sababu we voted the Wakahare Kenya, we voted Wakahare here in Kiambu County to punish Kabogo, but we ended up punishing ourselves. Hata venye umeona Kafogo amesema ukweli, ukweli huyo anaonea 18 and is also a friend to Uhuru Kenyatta. We voted for the Wakahare kwa Itito, sahi we punished ourselves, hatuna mwelekeo. But why wacha president amefanya na actions, tuko Azimio, sasa tuko pale penye akisema go, hey, utatuona.
Sawa sawa, thank you very much Nancy. Go to the submission, wacha maswali.
Sawa. Sawa Bernard, tunashukuru. Sawa Bernard, tunashukuru, but hiyo tu mi naona kitu yenye ilisababisha baba hata aende Kiambu ndio atangaze mambo na Thika already, yani alikuwa anataka kuonyesha kwamba ashachukua kutoka kwa Uhuru. Sasa sijui hao watu kutoka Mount Kenya mnangoja nini? Si watu Western tumejipanga. Alafu Shiko, kesho ukiingia unipigie simu, nitakuwa pale. Mi nishatupiwa kitu na mtu fulani hapa hivi, kukola mtu alinigongesha hivi. Nataka tupige sherehe kesho. Unasikia Shiko?
Ni sawa, tutatesa status.
Sawa sawa. Leo ninafurahia sana kwa sababu baba leo amechukua wabunge wote wa Taita Taveta
Si ningekuwa
wote.
Kenya.
Wabunge wote wa Taita Taveta. Alex, wewe tu wewe, sawa. Wabunge wote wa Taita Taveta tumekuwa ndani, tumeshawaweka kwa Azimio, tumewaweka, wamenyamaza. Sasa wacha tuangalie kesho kutaendaje. Already Kenya imekuwa blue. Wale wenye bado mko kwa yellow, sijui bado mnafikiria nini, lakini already Kenya imekuwa blue. Na venye mimi najua blue ni ushindi. Sasa already si tuko na ushindi. Tuko na ushindi. Alafu
Calmness and serenity.
Unaona nini? Unaona Ababu na Mwamba. Huyo Ababu siku ya kwanza tu venye alijitokeza tu hivi akaanza kukampeni na Ruto. Kesho yake vijana kutoka Budalangi wakaanza kuimba Ababu na Mwamba Luele. Sasa unaona, niliona juzi kwa news za Citizen wakiwa wanasema ati alikuwa anataka kuwania ugavana. Leo mi naona ni kama alikuwa anawajibu. Ako na uoga, anajua tu hawezi pata kitu. That's why amejiondoa tu mapema. Ni ile tu kudanganya, sijui mimi nataka nikampeinie Ruto, mimi sijui nini, lakini hana kitu. Anajua tu hakuna kitu anapata, sababu Budalangi hiyo nayo kwa Luya Nation hiyo nayo huwezi watoa kwa baba, au wako huko fully huwezi watoa. Sasa Ababu anajua kimeumana, ndio maana ashatoka huko. Alafu nyinyi mnasema nani Isaac Mwaura, yeye ashasema, alisema kwenye Wakikuyu wake watasema yeye ndiye ataelekea. Amu kuwatch nini akiwa anaochiwa Citizen? Ashasema tayari. Sasa mumemuona kwa kampeni ya Ruto of late? Kweli hapana. Bado tu amengoja kengele, lakini hata mmenibona, sijui mmengoja kengele ya nini ndio mwanze. Anyway, wacha tuone kesho kutakuwa aje. Alafu kesho ndio tuna launch campaign sasa kirasmi. Ndio sasa mtajua sisi ni wale hatutagangi mchezo na tunamaanishanga mambo yetu, huwa hatuko confused kama ile yellow ingine. Unajua yellow wako confused sana, sijui waseme hili, sijui waseme lile, hawajielewi kabisa. Leo ni mamilioni, kesho ni mabilions na pesa zenyewe hazifiki. Na venye saa yake ni Januari, wanatuangaisha tu, tunatafuta. Kwanza Ruto amekaa, si akuje nini BGM, akuje BGM aturushie kakitu. nimesota sana, nimesota, but kuko na mtu alifanya kiyeye hapa hivi, hata venye ninaongea hivi security wako tu nje. Unajua ni January sasa, ni kung'ang'ana tu, niko na kakitu saa hii huwezi ni niko sawa, lakini mi nasema tu mjitokeze, mkuje Thika, nitakuwa huko. Unajua sijaionekana huku, ukitaka kuniona kuja tu utaniona huko, nitakuwa pale juu. Mi ndio nitakuwa nakaribisha baba pale nikiimba. Karibuni sana Thika, launch kampeni yetu kirasmi, tuone tutazaa matunda gani. PK una
PK niko sana
unakaanga mkulu aje? Unakaanga mkulu aje? Ongea.
Ngoja nipewe muda
namba.
Sana.
Sasa Nancy umemaliza muda wako, sasa umeanza kugawa.
Hapana Bernard, unaona unajua ni ku appreciate watu. Unaona nilianza na Alex. Sasa niko kwa PK. Unaona? Hivi ndio kukatia watu waingie box ya Azimio bila hofu. Unafikiria kukatia, unakatia aje? Huwezi katia manzi kaa unakuja na nguvu, unapembeleza. Hasa wakuje. PK nataka nikuone huko Azimio. Najua Alex yako mbali hawezi kuja, lakini Alex tuma kitu, so unajua tu.
Nancy, mimi niko njiani.
Sawa. Princess. Karibu mtu wangu, tuko huko Thika.
Bernard, sasa mimi niongee. Nancy ameanza kukatiana. Sasa si wakianza kukatiana waingie.
Sawa, Temba ongea basi.
Temba, you are out of order. Temba,
Hold on.
Temba, acha makasiriko bwana.
Ngoja kwanza, Temba, you are coming. Adams, you had, what were I saying?
I just wanted to find out on the Girishi factor in Kirinyaga, and then there's talk that Kuria is also coming on board. So I don't know whether that would resonate na ground, and also if somebody can tell me kama Nyoro anarudi ama anaenda.
I want to answer because I'm in Kiambu County about Nyoro. Huku saizi ile venye iko sana ni ya Azimio, lakini pia kuna tu UDA, but in terms of Nyoro, unajua watu wanamringania pia na Waititu sana. Mtu naona anaweza chukua anaitwa Matangi, Kimani wa Matangi as the governor. So it depends, anakuja na atakuja na nini gani, goes for okay, nafikiria atachukua ya Moses Kuria sana. Hiyo ya Moses Kuria ndiye anaweza ingia nayo huku sana, kwa unajua Moses Kuria ni wa Kiambu County na huku UDA haiko sana. Unajua watu wengi wanaishi Kiambu, them were in town, yeah, si waenyeji, maybe huko mashinani, but maybe achukue hiyo ya Moses Kuria. Then Wamatangi is the possible candidate to take the governor seat ya Kiambu County. Purity Geshe huyo anaenda na independent, yeah. She stated that, yeah, alisema anaenda na independent na akasema yeye ametoka UDA. One thing I know that she said with the Kikuyu language, yeye aliona kamemuozea akasema atomoke, because she stated anajua watu huko wanapewa direct nomination, huko hakuna direct ticket, huko nomination hazitakuwa ati yani au wenye wakaribia DP huko hakuna, wanapewa tu direct nomination. So yeah, na hiyo, but I'm sure she's going to get, akifanya nini vizuri kwa ground, she's more popular na watu wanampenda than Waigoro. Tena unajua the husband is one of those people, there are those people who are well in Kirinyaga County, the Gereshis. So the husband. People anga watu wakitusi huyo mzee wake wakimwambia ati anamharibia, but they know that man is the one who made Purity Ngereshe the women rep of Kenya. It's because of the husband, because she was not well known husband, and the husband ni mwenyezi, hao ni wale unasikianga ni wenyeji. So he's the one who did who made Purity Ngereshe to be the governor, to be the women rep of Kirinyaga, and because they are there sahii wanafanyia siasa yao huko, uliona walitoa hizi za UDA kwa hiyo Ngereshe and Sons Limited. She's going to take let me tell you, Ngereshe will be the governor of Kirinyaga, whether independent ni other party. Waigoro, it's Alex, wacha kunod kichwa, nakwambia ukweli, Ngereshe ataenda nayo. Ngereshe huyo anaenda nayo, it's not UDA huko, hawapangwingwi.
Aya, thank you, Shiro, for your observation. I think, Adams, you've been answered. Alex, you have denied that, but naomba sasa niwaache na Temba. Temba, make your submission.
Hapana, we lazima usikize. Temba was giving a submission.
Bernard.
Temba is giving his submission. I'm here. What is it?
Bernard, autuache kwa sababu you know, this is the time ambayo wanachomoka. For the next 1 hour, I'll be back. But let me say this. I'll start from the question that Adams asked. My observation is that Purity Ngereshe won't win, Waiguru will lose. Waiguru will lose. Purity Ngereshe won't win. You know why Waiguru will lose? Because she has worked very hard to lose the election. She has consistently disrespected the people of Kirinyaga. When she had the opportunity, she stole from them. She disrespected the MCAs. Actually, Waiguru made Ngereshe. It was because of Waiguru's disrespect for the people of Kirinyaga that Ngereshe became a force to reckon with in Kirinyaga. And I can tell you, the gubernatorial race for Kirinyaga is Ngereshe's to lose, because she had already been given by Waiguru. You know, when Waiguru was busy stealing from Kirinyaga people and disrespecting the MCS, Ngereshe built herself, and she built UDA. Then Waiguru realized too late when the ground had already left. So she was thinking that going to UDA was going to bring the people back to her. But I think we said here, and I said here even before Waiguru left, but it is not the party that the Kirinyaga people don't want. It is her that the people don't want. And they have been categorical about that. So as people are going to say that Ngereshe will win,
Temba.
no, Waiguru will lose. Yes, Ziana.
Temba. I want to like see hapo kubaliani na wewe. Waigoro didn't make si yeye alinini wa Ngereshe. Ngereshe made Waigoro. Ngereshe and the husband, they are the one who convinced Waigoro to come and seek for a governorship in Kirinyaga. Hao ni wenyeji huko. Waigoro wanted to be the governor of Nairobi. Hata they are on a record wakisema kwa campaign, akianza wakisema yeye bwana ya Ngereshe akiintroduce Waigoro kwa kampeni za Kirinyaga cause huyo ni mwenyeji, hao ndio wanasema Kirinyaga. So si Ngereshe mwenye. No, yeah, okay. Alex, nakusikia. Usijaribu kubishana na mimi. Nakwambia ukweli.
Siko.
The husband is the one who introduced the husband is the one who introduced Waigoro to Kirinyaga. Watu hakuwa anaweza kuongea na hao watu wa Kirinyaga vizuri, yeye ndiye alintroduce. Okay, yes, Temba.
Hold on. We are not differing. We are on the same tangent. You are talking before Me, I'm
Yeah.
talking after. So we are not si ati tuko mbali sana, uko tu sawa. I'm talking post what has made Ngirishi to be a force to record with. So that is my view, and you're also right. You know, so there's no point of divergence there. Very quickly to the campaigns for today. I
Temba,
have
Temba.
hey, yani leo
Kabla
hamtaki
huja-
niongee, nikiongea
kabla
dakika
hujazung-
moja. Temba.
kabla
Haya.
hujazungumza mi naomba
Bernard,
tu
Bernard,
siko kwa
protect
hiyo
me from Siko
No,
and Ziana.
order, everybody.
no.
Order, everybody. Let's do this. Let's do this. It is important that we continue having a conversation that can be followed by somebody viewing. You know, ninyi mkiwa kwa studio, you can exchange the way you want to exchange, and you will still follow each other. But the person following the conversation must be able to follow the pattern of the thoughts of the person making presentation. So let's give somebody enough time to make their point. Intercepting when somebody is in between a sentence, you're making the communication to be impossible. Sawa sawa. Na tabia ya kubeba mkono tusisahau tafadhali. If you want to intercept, unabeba mkono, utachaguliwa na chairman, alafu utaulizwa. Tusibadilishe hii platform ikuwe soko tafadhali. Asante. Sasa Alex, unabeba mkono saa hii kuintercept kile nimesema na kile serikali ina.
No, Themba, continue. We are listening. Themba.
Themba, please. Go ahead.
Kweli leo ni Friday. Okay.
I can see.
I can see Ziana and
Hatukunywi
Shika
maji
very
bwana, leo hatukunywi maji.
Okay.
Leta ile maziwa imekamatana.
I feel
Wow.
attacked.
Anyway,
Yes.
I haven't been whatever it is that I was able to get from what happened in Taita Taveta. I want to submit that is very normal, and especially at a time like that, you could have picked a similar confusion when Ruto went to Roysambu. There are like 4 people who are struggling that they are all candidates for UDA in Roysambu. It was a little confusing. So in such a situation, you are likely to see that. Right now, we need to understand the politics that is happening today. But you are to join UDA. Friday.
Hiyo ni Machora amesema, so ukikuja tafadhali ujitetee. Asante.
Well, ni Friday kweli. So at this time, there are those people who are already there sitting MPs and governors, those who want to come in for the second term, and then there are aspirants who are now trying. So it's gonna be even more confusing because now those who are already still holding their positions, they are going to take the front seat in trying to organize, you know. And then those who are coming up, the newbies, also will want to play a part in it. And all these people want to try and catch the eyes of the key people, either Raila or Ruto. So you're likely to see this confusion a lot. But that is politics. They say politics power is not given, it's taken. So if you push yourself hard, you're gonna get it. Nobody will give you if you sit easy, you know. So it's gonna be tougher and a little. I'm afraid that maybe in Azimio, because there are too many interests aside, it's gonna look like there's a little less organization on the other side. But I think it's something that we need to start bracing ourselves for. Not any one political organization have seen perfection in organization. Even the best political scenarios, there's always something that will tend to go amiss. So we are likely to see this going forward. But over and above everything is, are they doing the most important thing, mobilizing the votes toward them? I said yes, Taita Taveta thing was good. Whether to some people they think it didn't go as expected or not, it was good because the governor, who is on Wiper, is in Azimio, and Shaban, who is Jubilee, is in Azimio. Those are interesting indications that we cannot go unnoticed. I wish also to say this, in politics, you do have people who there's some sense of truth in what Jeanette said, that in politics you send some people to test the waters. There's someone who is going to speak certain things to go and try and get what is going on. So in all these politicians, political formations, they have such kind of people. And I can tell you for free, those politicians know what they're doing. Even when you see Jeanette talking, the way he's talking, like some of us are suggesting that he's not tampered, there's a reason as to why he talks like that, And sometimes, in whichever way in politics, you need someone to send the message that, if you think that you have monopoly over bad speaking, we can do it better. Yeah, but in my view, political statements and political steps, they do not happen by chance. Nobody should lie to you that it just happened by chance that Jeanette came and said what he said, or so and so. No, all these things are normally crafted and seen at a particular place, and they know what is the intention of this happening. So for someone who is not politically savvy, might not understand it, but it has a reason. Fair enough, we require a lot more of decorum moving forward, but those people have a reason. Finally, there's someone who's talked about Mudavadi as a very good person. Now, politics does not need good people. If you want to be a good person, then without looking like I'm a founding Bernard, go be a preacher. But even Jesus, in his time, he was a revolutionary at that time, because the powers that be were even asking, who is this Jesus that is being followed by everyone? If he was to be equated to right now, he was actually bringing a revolution in that time. So politics is not a place where you come to play nice. You want to be the guy who looks like he's going to be, no. Politics, power is supposed to be, taken. Let me say that. You need to look like you are ready to get that part. You need to fight your way through it. You don't wait for you to be given, someone to work for it and then come and give you because you are a nice person. Nice people, they can go and become Secretary General of UN, those kind of positions, or even there's peace negotiators in Somalia and places like that. But when it is about power, you gotta fight for it. I'm afraid that I don't see that in Mudavadi. Mudavadi has really let me down, especially when he woke up and then he's been asked, when you saw Malala talking, what did you think? Then he says that I didn't see anything bad with what he said. I mean, you need to call your troops to order. Yeah, unless you actually sent the person, which is what we are reading. Because how come immediately after he's not attending Oka retreats? There's something. And I'm still wondering, what is this about? Let me just ask myself, what is this about ANC being a national party? It's just the other day they chose a secretary general from Central, but Malala said that as long as Mudavadi is okay, he can speak for ANC. So that means that they don't even care about the Secretary General. It's just like when Wiper pretended to have given Omar Hassan Secretary General. When he tried to kick some people out, he's the one who was kicked out. Because those parties have owners. It's only ODM or let's say Jubilee that have national outlook, secretary generals that are coming from different places and have a voice. But these other parties, I doubt they're being national. So that is what I can say right now. Raila game plan, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it pans out. Thank you so much, Bernard, and thank you for being silent, Shiko and Ziana, at least for a few minutes.
Wewe Themba, tafadhali.
Thank you, Themba. Before the ladies come in, swali ndio hilo. Alex na Princess mnaulizwa kama August itawapata hapa Kenya ili mpige kura.
Hilo ni swali ama ni jibu?
Asante kwa kujibu kwa haraka. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuokoa muda wetu. So naomba tusonge mbele. Sarah, what were you saying? I mean Ziara. Ziana, sorry. Ziana, you had something to say before Themba came in?
Nimenyamaza, wacha Alex azungumze.
Okay, Alex.
Alikuwa ni uchokozi tu, najua Ziana.
Alex amejirusha nje. Patriot vipi? Patriot inasemekana umepatikana na t-shirt ya yellow pale karibu na Roysambu. Hela. Sasa tuanze vizuri, tuambie uko na sisi ama umetuacha na sisi hatuna hapa. Unajua?
Patriot tukuimbie Luwere.
Luwere, Patriot, Luwere.
Learn to listen. Wacha Kiswahili mingi sana, Princess. Kiswahili mingi. You people are interesting. How are you, my fellow panelists, by the way? Let's start from
there. Wi-Fi.
Luwere, Patriot, Luwere.
That's a good one, Bernard. I wish you took time to find out what can work on my side. You just call. You umetupa mbao. That doesn't work on my end, my brother. It only serves your interest. Thank you. I like the way you take jokes sometimes. For me, I'm okay with that, David. Bernard, I want to go to today's discussion that talks about Raila Odinga Azimio la Umoja in Taita Taveta.
Patriot, it's Wycliffe.
Don't waste my time, Themba, please. When you are speaking, nobody was speaking. I don't want to go that direction.
It's Wycliffe. It's not David. It's Wycliffe.
Relax. Patriot, relax.
Order, Themba and Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, he said David. I'm just correcting him. It's Wycliffe, not David.
It's okay. Temba, let's hold on. Let
why is he?
Thank
Okay,
you,
Patriot,
Bernard.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Bernard, hapo ungekuwa karibu ungekula mkate na chai kubwa kabisa. Lakini ubaya uko mbali. All right.
Tuombe ndio hii sasa tu sahi.
Yeah, thank you. Let me go straight to today's discussion. But I started by saying hello, and I hope you guys are fine. So don't take the side shows. We have no time for that. Me, I want to speak to today's topic because that's what is
Tuambie
important.
kama bado uko Azimio kwanza. Tuambie kama uko Azimio.
That is misbehaving, Themba. That's misbehaving, seriously. Okay, fine. Me, I'm not going to speak then. Themba finish and then I speak because you don't want me to speak.
Tuambie kama uko Azimio. Tuambie kama uko Azimio. Wycliffe alikuona na t-shirt.
Hold on, Temba quarantine.
Wycliffe alimuona na t-shirt. I confirm kwanza.
Let's keep the conversation moving, please. You will do that later on. Patriot, make your submission quickly, please. We move to the next person.
You're the guys who are delaying me. It's not myself. You don't want me
Watu
to speak.
wanataka ujibu swali kwa comment section. Angalia comment section, wanataka ujibu swali.
No. I want to do it my way, Themba. Please allow me to do it my way. I'm not going to dwell to sideshows. I want to answer today's topic, and I will answer what is relevant. Let me do
Lakini
it, Themba,
ulivaa
please.
t-shirt ya UDA.
Then change today's topic. Then change. If you change it to t-shirts and wearing of UDA, then I will contribute. But as long as this is what I'm seeing, I'll contribute to what I'm seeing. Okay, Bernard, thank you. I was saying I want to contribute to today's topic. The DP, whether it's a game changer, I can see Namwamba and Washiali out of 2022 race. I don't remember the last time I checked. Namwamba was not running for any seats. He serves in the cabinet. He is a member of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's cabinet membership. And I think it's not really in my place to say whether Namwamba is going to vie for any seat, because the seat that he was occupying last time I checked, it is not vacant. Because I know we have Wanjala. Wanjala is my MP, ODM member of parliament, who took over after Namwamba. So as far as I'm concerned, Namwamba is a loser. It doesn't really make much sense to discuss about Namwamba, just like the sideshows that you brought around, which I'll not weigh so much onto it, but I'll speak to it at the end of my submission. So how is tomorrow and how is the Azimio la Umoja as far as Taita and the coast is concerned? I can see a serious strategic planning coming from Baba. And I'll tell you what I'm always happy about is how Baba comes into two parties who are exhibiting differences so open that sometimes might lead to, chaotic aggravations among two people. The way Baba comes into such kind of situations and, unites the two, I'm always amazed. That's what makes me Baba a serious person in my life. I love people who don't capitalize on differences, but I want people who use differences to unite people. So the unity that Baba speaks to is realistic. It is inevitable for you to see, and that's why you can see. I am one person who gets stubbornly focused on what is important. Baba does not. If I may speak as a student of Baba, Baba does not get distracted very easily. He is always focused. Hata ukisema reggae hautaki, tutacheza reggae. We shall remain together as one. You can imagine how the UDA people have been speaking to Baba's type of music that he plays. He has he's remained consistent without being, diverted to that. And I think that is something that we all need to learn, that in life, when you choose a course, stick to it. consistency, be predictable. Musalia Mudavadi, last time I was watching what he said in public, in as far as his, positioning of the presidency is concerned. I remember him saying this. Musalia Mudavadi, I am going to be the most unpredictable leader. And I don't know whether that is leadership. That's what he said. He said that this year is going to be the most unpredictable person. So if really predictability and the opposite of that is anything to go by in terms of leadership, I think Musalia is not exhibiting the right choice of the two, because I think a good leader should be one who is predictable. We need to trust what you say. People fulfill their things, and that's the way it goes. So I am of the view that 2022 race is shaping up. It is coming out very clear. Tomorrow will be a serious culmination to show the strength and much of the gains that we have so far gathered as far as Mount Kenya is concerned. That will be seen today. The strength of numbers, the value of strategy, you will be able to see that tomorrow, because things must be brought to the clear perspective so that people understand who we are. It is not right to remain unpredictable. You need to be understood. People need to have value of leadership in you, because as where I come from, we lead from the front. We don't lead from behind. And for me, I respect leaders who speak their mind, and then those that they lead, they come forward. That's Baba for you. So lastly, on the kind of a joke you guys were making, let me rebuttal on that so that some of you are comfortable. Yeah, that is for the sake of some of you. I am Baba's supporter. I am not going to prove anything. It's up to you to go beyond that. I'm a Baba supporter. I only stand for Baba. If it's not Baba, it's Raila. If it's not Raila, it's Amolo. And I don't hang out with anybody like that, by the way. I'm a man who chooses friends. If you don't subscribe to Baba, I'm never there. And in my house, there's nothing like yellow. There's no color like yellow, whether it's a shirt, the t-shirt, or my boxes. I don't do those colors. So people dreaming is good. Let them be allowed to dream. That tells me some of you are actually in UDA. When you come up with this kind of non-substantiated sideshows, and you want me to concentrate on the sideshows, that tells me some of you. I think Alex is in UDA. Themba is a sympathizer. I can see quite a number of you, but I'm not going to weigh myself into that. And if you want evidence, I think we shall give them at the right time. But for me as a strategist, Baba supporter, I will release that evidence at the right time. But for me, it's up to you to think where I am. And as far as I'm concerned, Baba knows my number. I am in Baba's camp. I will never change. You cannot intimidate us. Amwezi tupanga. Sisi ni watu ya Baba. Whatever you're saying, it doesn't matter. Waste your time on better things, not those ones. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bernard.
Wekesa, Bernard Ayuko, Wekesa. Wekesa, Bernard Ayuko.
It's good to be a moderator. Alex, why can't you do it? Alex, can you be a moderator before Wekesa comes in?
Usihangaike hii Januari. Optiven tumekusort. Wema Gardens Narumoru is your perfect place for a hidden home, a cottage, a holiday home, or the best inheritance for your children. Buy a 50 by 100 plot of land for only 399,000 Kenya shillings. What's more, leap up 350k and get an instant shopping voucher worth 10k. Call us on 0790 300 300 or visit our website www.optiven.co.ke.
Sawa sawa. You can buy that land. PK, najua ulikuwa unatafuta ploti, unaweza pata na uchenge. How are you guys?
Very good.
Mi niko hapa, ni Thika. This is a new room in Thika town. I'll be waking up to Azimio. nimesikia my brother akijitetea hapa. Patriot is a patriot bwana. Mwaje kumletea mambo ya yellow things. The only thing I know it's yellow is when the locusts are growing old. They turn to yellow. So hawa UDA wasituambia hawa ni watoto. By the time they are turning yellow, they are aging. PK. Nani amekuja saa hizi mwenye hajasubmit?
Okay, sir.
Yes.
As you prepare for the next person, let me give them the meaning of what I'm wearing. Maybe some of them are confusing this for UDA.
It looks like a D.
Yeah, they don't know. Let me explain to them. No election. I don't know whether they are seeing that.
Karibia.
B stands for Baba.
Nimesongesha.
B is for Baba.
Kuna BS and Nets B. If I'm reading well.
No election.
Nets B.
No election. TS.
Tunasema ni Baba. B stands for Baba, okay?
At no election tunasema ni Baba. Why don't we have election?
Those are semantics.
That means semantics. Alex, wait, it's my cape. Let me explain.
Sorry for George Kagure in comment section anasema yeye ni myanga hata kama ni yellow. Yeah, I was just echoing someone who said that when the locusts turn yellow, they become old. They will be growing old. Huh? Okay, let's have.
Second thing that I.
Are you saying something, Patrick?
Alex,
before
something. I just want to take 2 seconds. 2 seconds, and I let others speak.
Go on.
Alex, unmute, my friend. You are making it become difficult for me to contribute. Your mic is on, Alex.
Let's mute.
Alex is being cheeky. You see his mic is on and he doesn't want to unmute. Yeah, thank you. So I'm saying
I've muted
this. Thank you. Wekesa, I am saying this is a language of semanticism. No election without Baba. That's what it means. No election without Baba, in simple terms. That's what it means. So I stand for Baba. B stands for Baba. Thank you so much. Back to you, Wekesa.
Okay, thank you for explaining yourself. Now I hope people have gotten you. I think there was a conspiracy while you were away. They conspired to to sell you to UDA. Elder brothers sold Joseph. Huh? They conspired to sell you to UDA. Who knows? I don't know how many shekels they were paid. Hao watu wanapenda pesa, they can sell you. Princess, what do you want to say?
Nataka kumkosoa Patriot. Haikukuwa Theba ndiye alisema, it was Wycliffe ndiye alisema. Wycliffe ndiye alisema alikuona na t-shirt ya yellow, sio Themba. Themba alikuwa anathibitisha tu.
The dog are the same. The dog and the owner, they are the same. They spoke the same language. So
now let me also defend the yellow things. Huh? I'm in Cumberland and Ukambani, our tradition we wear yellow. And before UDA there was Cumberland, and Cumberland we chose yellow. So they should not come and own our color. We will sue them for owning our community color. Everything yellow is Cumberland. They should even we need to patent that color. Okay, let's have now who had not talked. Everybody has talked. Okay, PK.
Thank you, Ekesa, and welcome, Patriot. How are you, Princess, Shiko, Lusweti, and Alex? This is my second submission. I think I submitted Uko Mwanzo, but there are a few things that I picked again. I feel I should comment about.
Yeah, and in
Quickly.
your second submission, kindly defend our party. It was being attacked. Why are we being asked to benchmark William Ruto? We cannot benchmark someone who is on an experiment.
Exactly. In fact, that was my point number one, beginning with the choice of colors before I come to even the allegations. Number one, we cannot benchmark people who even don't know how to choose colors for their their party or their movement. Of course, theirs is not movement. Choice of yellow. Anybody who would have done enough research was the wrong one to go. Number one, you don't choose a color that is in the neighboring country. When people see it, they shatter, they hate it. You know, jirani yako anaona umevalia hiyo shati ama hiyo t-shirt, hata hataki kukusikiza. I don't want to directly say who these are because I've lived in the yellow land country and worked there for quite a long time, and you can imagine what people think of that color. You only need to go there and see and feel. People are feeling like the way we were feeling during the 24 years of one Mr. Moi. Those of us who are there, you know where Kenya had reached. It was desperation, despair, and everything. And in fact, that is when the hate started coming in. Anywhere you would go and say, you know, you come from the region where Moi comes, somebody would never even want to hear, hata kama unaleta good news. So, I mean, people are pushed to that level. So that color by itself, inapatia watu nightmares. And then you associate with it, mara every other time ulikuwa unaenda huko, mara inasemekana you are supporting some investors there, mara your people are caught at the airport coming from, you know, that side. So basically that has really tainted so much. Secondly, in terms of benchmarking, I was sympathetic with anybody who thinks that Azimio should be trying to kind of beat the track that UDA, you know, wherever UDA is doing, that we should try to kind of outdo. In fact, there is nothing to outdo. Here, I wish Ochola was here, because he's the one who had some very, very interesting allegations, trying to kind of shift the blame, trying to say, you know, put a lot of bouquet to UDA, saying they are doing it well. There was also another colleague who was saying that they have very good messaging and all that. Maybe I'm a little bit older, that I maybe I'm looking at things in a bit more different way.
Sorry, it was
But for
WG.
me, WG, oh yes. Thank you. You know, when people talk of messaging, that their messaging is very good, that the way they are doing things looks like it's ahead of Azimio, it really makes me wonder, what do Kenyans want to see, especially the majority of Kenyans? What do even the youth, the young people we are talking about, are they so much interested in lies and Kalongo games? You know, are they interested in those very useless promises? Is that what makes them tickle? I mean, you know, then you can conclude that surely there will be no country if we were to go by those kind of things. And that's why I took a particular concern when the gentleman Ochola said that you know, they are young, and he feels that young people should now be, you know, looking for other leaders. You know, these rhetorics are the ones that are frustrating them and making them feel very disoriented, because it looks like they don't know how to go looking for those leaders. They don't know that leaders are elected. You know, and you elect leaders from the batch that comes forward. So if you feel you are better, you present yourself as a candidate. You may begin from the lowest level there. If you feel you are very young, you begin with the MCA, go up, and one day you'll be changing as an MP, as a senator, and all that, because that's how leaders grow, you know. But Malala began from MCA position. He offered himself there, and that's why today he's a senator. Yeah. So Ochola should not blame that we are only having the same people, the same leaders coming in, and they have made that a very it has made them feel very frustrated, because I've gone around, I've talked to young people, and they are rhetoricing that, which I don't know how we shall be able to kind of try to talk them out of that. You find somebody 35 years old, 36, of course, he's calling himself youth, and he's rhetoricing that hawa viongozi ni wale tu. So if it is wale, should we stop going for elections? You cannot lose hope and start saying ni wale tu, hakuna haja ya kwenda kwa kura, all this kind of a thing. So for me, at Mtembei, I think we should try to deconstruct that and help them, just like the way the preachers, Bernard and the team, kuna siku nzuri baada ya kufa, but you have to prepare while you are on earth. So I think we need to also start preaching that. I also registered
you are making a point that I think I need to comment on it as you proceed. Yeah, that's why I don't sometimes I interrupt people when they are talking, because for me we are not here just to narrate stories. We are here to exchange knowledge and dig deeper. And I will be very proud if this channel turns into an analytical, yes, we become political scientists and analysts, rather than people who come and retell what happened to rallies. Sometimes you hear people and they are retelling the story, what Raila said, and so why are you here? So we need to dissect. For example, you can lament about why Junet was speaking, but why do you think Raila needs him? Why has he made him so close to him? We need to dissect that and tell people. I think you are bringing it in the right way. So as you finish, I will be sharing photos here. I want everybody who is here, as we go around, you will look at these photos. Why do you think the rally of Thika is the meeting of Thika is being given premium as in the relationship to Raila climbing the mountain? And the messaging, you look at the parading of the youth, and they look classy youths as compared to the youths we have been seeing carrying wheelbarrows. So what is the messaging that is being sent to the mountain? I think I want people to analyze that. So as you complete, I will be sharing photos. People will respond to it. So proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, my last point was about Thika. Maybe I'll be able to. That's why I thought probably yes, our channel, we should be able to kind of share in a way that we are able to empower them, because it is true. Then I also noticed in his kind of, while he was in the mix-up, he lamented. I will use that term. He was lamenting about Mutembe. He was saying, "You panel here, I see you are fully supporters of XYZ, as if it is an. Of course, he later concluded by saying, and that is why I'll not vote for for Baba. And then everybody was up in flames, and But now that tells you that there are so many of such youth, well-educated people, doing business, capable people, but I think they lack guidance. And this is the group that UDA is taking advantage with, making those kind of very, very negative sloganeering, which are amount to like you don't have,
You're having
and those
network
things we are
problems. I
supposed to
don't
pick.
think. Are you having network problems, or is not? It's my network which is having problems.
Mine is okay. Mine is stable. I don't know. Patriot, are you okay? Is everybody else okay?
No, PK, yours was fluctuating. It was yours that
Yeah,
had
it's breaking, huh?
Okay. Is it stable now? I think.
Okay, proceed.
I hope you're
So
not using bundles. You're using Wi-Fi.
no, I'm on Wi-Fi, but today is Friday. I'm on Wi-Fi. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying,
what's going on?
nataka tuweke siku ya mchongo ano. Anyway, I'm about to conclude. So why I'm dwelling on this is because we need to win every other vote that we can land our hands on, and I feel concerned because I'm on the ground. Everybody else, I'm sure, is on the ground. And when you talk to the so-called youth, they are lamenting. And I think UDA had known about that. That's why they keep on trying to, kuguza your point, your frustration, and show as if the youth are where they are, because of Baba. Because you could hear Ochola blaming Baba so squarely. But I'm so happy the questions that he was asked by Bernard could not answer, because he was asked whether Baba still, okay. Yeah, so lastly, I want to comment about because he talked about Oka, and he was saying he thinks Oka can offer good leadership, and we didn't have enough time to really, kind of bring him step by step, because I think he ran away. Because I would say it would be good, although Bernard also brought it out very clearly, that these leaders who are in Oka, nobody stopped them from springing up. They sat somewhere to wait. They are waiting for Baba. It is all over. So if you sit and wait for Baba to give you the way, then how do you expect Baba to come for you? It is you to go to your dad, because if you feel he's the one who has more strategy, nenda kwake, mwambie
I think PK
and
PK.
yes, Wekesa.
I think you need to take a break. You are having
Or
a
maybe
lot of, you are
or
having
maybe
a
I
lot
do.
of network interference. I don't know what's happening.
How about now?
Right now you are okay. So is it the the video that is breaking your network? No, it's still there.
I think it's the video. It has never. Let me take a break. Let me take a break.
Yeah, just take a break. I think we are losing some words. Huh?
Okay.
Okay. You will conclude later. Let's have.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I thought the last time I checked,
Yes.
The house rule dictates that people must be seen. This thing of making the screen black.
I don't know whether they are asleep or not. Alex, have you just ama uko thika? Alex. But if Alex was there, you could at
Kwani
least
shida iko wapi?
you are all black, but the screen is not appetizing.
No, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay.
Iko shida
Wewe
na
Alex,
mimi.
kuna kakitu unameza umejificha.
It's not your norm to be that hidden.
PK.
Okay, let's have one.
Ongea bana, sisi hatuna shida. We are listening to your wisdom.
Okay.
Unakula nini Alex wewe? Kuna kitu unakula umeficha.
Ni Friday.
Hakuna. Mimi nimerelax tu.
Ni Friday.
Na nakunywa kitu yangu polepole man. Nakunywa Heineken yangu hivi na mix muratina na Tusker vile jamaa alisema.
Sawa. Let's have, I think, Princess, you had talked. You had done the second round. You can comment on what is the messaging that is going on as far as Thika meeting is concerned. We see parading of youth, but the image is completely different from what the UDA want us to believe about the youth. Ni watu wa kazi ni kazi.
Wekesa, just give my two sisters, I always stay here until night. Just give them.
Sawa, I will come back to you. The Elder of Wisdom, welcome. Jakindube, welcome. Geoffrey. So Shiko.
Asante.
Poa mzee. Naona umeingia na kikombe ya Mluya. You are my neighbor in Budalangi. Okay. Geoffrey, have you been following us?
I just came right now. Sijui mahali mmefika, lakini kuwasalimia itakuwa shida.
Aya, tusalimie.
Okay, thank you Wekesa kwa nafasi. Nasalimia, naona panelists Jakindube, mzee wa kasi. Nimeona Princess Ziana huko. Alex wacha mute mic yake na yeye. Sijui anaita nani baba? Tunaona Lucenti na
nimemute endelea.
Shiko na Stony na Patriot. Baada ya jioni asubuhi mahali popote mlipo. Nashukuru sana kwa platform. Maybe nitasikiza for a few minutes ndio nijue mko wapi ndio nichangie. Asanteni sana.
Karibu. Okay, let's have Shiko ama Lucy. Who goes first?
Wacha mimi niongee.
Nimekuonyesha hapa wasichana wenzako wenye watakuwa Thika. What is the message Azimio is bringing to us?
Kulingana na maoni yangu, mimi unaona hizi miaka zote DB amekuwa Mount Kenya, ni vijana ndio wameathirika sana. Yaani vijana ndio wamemsikiza sana. Hata ukiingia comment section, ukiingia kama Twitter ama uende FB, vijana wa Mount Kenya walikuwa wamechafu. Yaani walikuwa wameingizwa hiyo wheelbarrow kwa akili kabisa. Sasa mimi naona ujumbe yenye unatumwa hapa ni kuwa vijana wako Azimio na waamuke wajue kwamba huko wheelbarrow hapana, na baba ako na nia ya kwamba vijana wakishasoma wapate kazi mzuri, na kupitia kwa uongozi wake vijana watapata kazi mzuri. Na hata baba amezunguka kila mahali anasema tu serikali yake itakuwa ya vijana, of which vijana tuko 70% katika nchi yetu, na sisi ndio tunaamua rais ni nani. Hata ni mzuri mi nikiona hivyo, kwanza hao vijana ni age mate wangu, alafu unaona nchi mzima vijana wenye wameathirika na hii mambo ya wheelbarrow ni kuanzia, acha niseme ni kuanzia 90 to, yani wacha niseme born 90s to 2000 hivi. Hao vijana ndio hawataki kusikia, hawataki kuambiwa. Alafu si unaona tena saa hii kitu imesababisha tena tuanze kufuata baba zaidi, ni venye baba anatuambia history, mpaka ukiingia wakati tu baba wameanza kusema sijui hawataki history nini, lakini baba akasimama kabisa akasema lazima historia isemekane. Sasa tumefuatilia historia ya baba na tunaona kweli ni mtenda kazi, na naweza tutoa kwa sababu ukiona wakati 2013 DB aliambia vijana atakuja na atapea kazi vijana 1000. Saizi anasema ni 4000, of which hiyo 1000 hajawahi peana hata mmoja, ama kama kunayo mimi mniambie, sababu hata si wengine hatuna kazi, tuko tu hapa Kenya. Sasa tumekaa nani yeye ndiye alikuwa anaagiza, of which hata mi naona kama nani Uhuru alikuwa anamseti, sababu hata ukiona hizo clips zenye alikuwa anahaidi zile vitu atakuja kufanya, mwenye alikuwa anamwangalia tu, ndiye alikuwa anaongea sana. Na saa hizi anasema sasa agenda 4 imerudi kwa wheelbarrow, imerudi sijui atakuja kuachilia mamilioni kama hajapeana kazi vitu mingi kama mastadium hajajenga. Sasa amesahau hiyo, anaanza kusema sijui kazi ni kazi. Alituagiza internet ya kwamba nchi yetu itakuwa nchi ya kutumia internet, tutapewa laptop, watoto watapewa laptop, hizo zote hakuna. Saizi amekuja kwa serikali yenye amehudumu kwa muda wa miaka 9, kwa sasa inaelekea 10 kufunga, anasema hayuko, wakati kitu mzuri imefanyika yeye ako ndani, kitu mbaya hayuko, na anazidi kila mara anatuambia yeye ni DP, yeye ndio deputy president wa nchi. Sasa unajiuliza, kama yeye ni deputy president wa nchi, mbona wakati mwingine anatuambia sijui Raila alikuja akamnyang'anya kazi afanyi? Mdomo mwingine mimi nilikuwa natembea ninaangalia mikakati ya serikali. Sasa vijana pia wamerefuka, si ati nini, na ninaona watu, unaona vijana saa hii venye si tunaongea hapa hivi, mwenye atasikia, ninaona tu watu wanaanza kubadilisha tu akili polepole, lakini kusema ukweli kitu yenye DP amefanya ni ile ya kupea vijana handout, na hizo ndio zimesababisha vijana wakapotea kabisa. Alafu tena kitu imesababisha vijana wapotee kabisa ni corona venye ilikuja, kazi zikapotea. Sasa ikawa tu mtu anasimama hapa kwa barabara akingoja handout, akipewa anasema huyu mtu ni mzuri, of which hatujui kama tunauza maisha yetu. Unaona, sa mi naona ni ujumbe unatumwa ya kwamba vijana wako ndani ya Azimio, na mtu sijui venye wanasemanga sijui ati ilikuwa Uhuru 10 Ruto 10. Hiyo Uhuru 10 Ruto 10 ilikuwa ni Uhuru Ruto. Sasa si yeye akiwa deputy na huyu mwingine akiwa president, na yote si imeisha, sababu hata ukiangalia kwa politics za Kenya, hiyo mambo kusalitiana ilianza kitambo, si ati imeanza na William Ruto na Uhuru. Ukianza na nani Kenyatta alisaliti hawa kina Njonjo, akasaliti nani Jaramogi Oginga. Wakati Jaramogi alisimama akakataa kabisa, akasema heri muniue lakini sitakalia hiyo kiti kama Kenyatta hajatoka. Lakini Kenyatta alikuja akamsaliti. Moya amekuja akasaliti George Saitoti. George Saitoti ndio huyu tena akakuja akakufa bila kama hajapata hiyo kiti. Kibaki ndio huyu baba alikuja tu. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anatembea nchi mzima akisema tupigie Mwai Kibaki mwanzo mpya. Hapo hivyo ilikuanga ni mwanzo mpya. Rainbow Coalition. Ndio hiyo sasa Baba akatembea, Kibaki akikalia hiyo kiti, akipewa swata alikuwa amekalia kwa nini? Alikuwa ameumia. Sasa ukiangalia vizuri politics ni venye mtu yani ni vitu kulingana na interest, unaona ni nini huyu mtu anaweza fanya nini, anaweza kusaidia mahali gani. Ukiona mtu mwenye mlianza na yeye hamtaelewana, mtafika mahali msumbuane, unamuacha. Sasa mtu akisema sijui nitapigia Ruto kura kwa sababu ya Uhuru na Raila wamemsaliti, hiyo si ati utakuwa unatafuta uongozi. Uongozi, angalia mtu wenye anaongea, ile yenye anakuagiza ni nini anakuambia yenye itakusaidia wewe kama kijana, kwa sababu maisha yetu yako katika hao leaders wetu. Au wakileta ufisadi, wauze hii nchi, sisi tutakuwa tumeisha. Sasa ni sisi kujiangalia na tuangalie tunataka nini, tunataka maisha gani. Vijana tusimame, tuamue, tupee baba amefanya mambo mengi nje ya serikali. Je, akiwa ndani ya serikali tutarajie nini? Tujikaze kabisa vijana, tuamuke, tuache kusikiza mambo sijui ya Wiliparo. Vijana wengi wamesoma. Unajua sasa tena DP anachukua advantage ya nini? Ya kuwa au vijana wa huku ndani yani watu wenye wako interior rural hawajasoma sijui ama nini, ndiye anakuja kuwadanganya, sijui niko na track record, sijui nimefanya kazi, nimejenga barabara, nimefanya nini. Hakuna kitu amefanya. Lakini watu wenye tuko huku wenye tumejua yenye TP anaongea ni uongo. Ukipata chance ya kuambia watu, jaribu kuambia watu ukweli, watu waerefuke, wachukue leader mwenye atakuwa servant. Tusichukue leader mwenye atakuja kudili na wengine kwa kulipiza kisasi. Sawa. I think nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you for that. Any question ama tuende kwa Shiko? Shiko ako? Shiko uko? Ama watu watika mshalala?
Niko.
Shiko?
Yeah, me about your mkutano ya kesho,
Yes.
I think pia inatuma message to the Mount Kenya youth, because wao ndio wametumiwa sana na hii mambo ya wheelbarrow, na wao ndio wanaambiwa tutawafanyia nini. And venye unaweza angalia watu wengi wa Mount Kenya ni wanabiashara, so ndio maana sasa hiyo hiyo nini ya DP wakaweza kuitumia sana kwanza huko Mount Kenya, kuambia watu sijui mama boga, sijui tutawapea nini, sijui bodaboda, because watu wengi huku ni wanabiashara. And the fact is many of the youth from Mount Kenya, hata wenye wamesoma, most of them they are jobless, na wengine mtu alifika class 8 then juu sasa mzazi wako ni ameingia kwa biashara, wewe unaambiwa hata wewe endeleza hiyo biashara. Si unaona huyo mtu hajasoma? So if you try and to come and tell that person that this is what we want, na wengine wao hawajasoma, sasa anashindwa, wanaona masomo haifai. Sasa mwingine unasikia ukimwambia akueleze the meaning of bottom up, hawezi kuelezea because tena wanaona masomo, yeye alianza kufanya biashara mapema, sasa anaona masomo hata haifai. Yeye area mtu amwempai na kitu kama biashara, ndio unaona wanaambiwa tawapea 1 million, sijui mfanye nini, nimepea wakina mama boga, nimepewa nini. Na watu wenye unasikia wakiitwa wakina mama boga, hata wengine ni wasichana wadogo walika yetu, wao ndio wanaitwa mama boga juu maybe mtu hakupata masomo vizuri. So hata wenye wamesoma sasa in the region, unakuwa kama you are threat to those who are not, like who didn't have a chance to go to school. Anyway, we welcome the Raila Odinga and the Azimio team tomorrow. Tutakuwa huko na it's also good watu unajua tumeishi kuambiwa Raila mara ni mganga, sijui mara ni nini. Yeye mwenyewe ajilete venye anakuja Mount Kenya. Hata kama wanasema Uhuru wamemendorse au I don't expect to see Uhuru Kenyatta there. But wacha yeye ajilete mwenyewe, wacha auze sera zake. Mwenye wa kuingia Azimio aingie, mwenye wa UDA akue abaki tu UDA. Cause unajua mwenye macho haambiwi tazama. So mi naona itakuwa sawa, aendelee tu kukuja Mount Kenya cause yeye hajakuwa akifanya kampeni kama the DP. Because as the president has been saying, watu wenye wanafanya ni wakati wa siasa utafika, na wakati ni huu sasa, na ushafika na hata hujafika kabisa. So wacha wakuje wauze sera zao, wacha sasa Raila pia aingie kwa ground, hiyo watu wanasema wanasikiza kwa ground. Wacha akuje auze sera zake, let the youth who are learned, who at least wenye sasa wako Azimio la vijana, those who they can be able to reach out to those who are maybe will not be available. Hata wengine wako timu ya UDA wawaelezee, as in kama venye unaweza ambia mtu kaa chini ni kuelezee this and that, kama kuelewa ni shida. Cause unajua ukianza kuambiwa mambo ya wheelbarrow na unapatiwa wheelbarrow, I don't think kuna mwenyewe hata hao wenye wanapewa wheelbarrow akipatiwa sasa ni ya kufanyia nini. Maybe upatie hao mama boga, I think they are the only one who can maybe get use of the wheelbarrow thing. Juu anaweza ekelea sukuma zake hapo. Sasa wengine ukitupea wheelbarrow tunaona unaturudisha nyuma. Na hiyo kwanza kupingana na Raila venye alisema atapea watu 6k. Anyway, inaweza kuwa ngumu and we don't expect for like ifanyike cause tunajua tu politics. Lakini hiyo 6,000 ikasemekana watu wapewe kama mzee wa mtaa apewe wanapewa and wao wamama wazee wenye wanapatiangwa hiyo pesa iongezwe wanapewa 6,000. Ni sawa tu. Sisi all what we want as the youth ni tupewe a good environment, a peaceful environment and a place whereby you can do your business or whatever you do in a place whereby in an environment whereby there is peace and na watu wanakaa vizuri cause unajua hata mahali mtu anaishi si ati unaishi na Mkikuyu mwenzako ama Mraluya mwenzako. Si wote tunaishi pamoja. So ni tuelimishane as the youth without matusi. Hata kama una confront mtu wa UDA mnaongea, we muelezee, mpatie muelezee what is Azimio venye baba atatuambia. Lakini si yenye mtu anakuja mara amesema ati si mliambiwa mtu wa kitendawili, sijui nyinyi mnataka mtu wa kitendawili ama mnataka maendeleo. Maendeleo yenye angefanya saa hii akiwa kwa serikali because huwezi kuwa unapinga mtu na bado uko kwa you cannot be throwing your wife or your husband. Unaenda kuambia unaambia watu venye ni mzuri lakini wanakufanyia vitu kwa nyumba but ukienda huko nje unaanza kusema the opposite way. People will also ask themselves, mbona unatuambia hivi leo, kesho hivi ulichapwa na jana ulituambia, leo nimechapwa, leo nimefanyiwa hivi, leo ameninunulia shamba, leo amefanya nini. So sisi si watu tu waeleze hawa watu wengine the ones even in the UDA tuwaelezee what is about Azimio na Raila venye anakuja Mount Kenya. We welcome him, we don't fear him. Tuache kuambiwa mambo ya history sijui nini. The man supported Mwai Kibaki and he akasema Kibaki tosha in 2002. It's only that walikosa kuelewana na Kibaki 2007. Alisema Kibaki tosha. So hii narrative ya kuambiwa ni mganga, mara ni mtu wa kitendawili, mara aende aretire, mara nini. So we want to give him a chance. Tuone hii Raila ameishi kusema he wants to lead this nation. Let's give him the chance. If he's going to take another 5 years, we have the power. We can vote him out. kama yeye tutaona hafai kukua hiyo kiti tumempatia yeye, hawezi rudi tena. We have the power as the people, but let's give the man a chance. Let's see what he can do to Kenyans. And also I like him in because he's a person you can imagine, you inviting your rival mkwe na hold talks about the peace of the country, not because of you, hata kama wengine they were not happy because of the hardship, but I think the guy has the interest of Kenyans at heart, because it takes a man with balls yani kujoin na rival wake waungane waongee about the peace of Kenya and the Kenyans at large. So I'm happy, and I know hata kukakuwa na kitu of which we are not I don't want to get there yenye ati kutakuwa na to demonstration here and there after tumesha vote. Ni mtu unaweza approach. Baba ni mtu mwenye si wa mbio, unaona, ni mtu unaweza approach muongee for the welfare of the Kenyans. It's not about rules, it's not about the lawyers, it's about the welfare of Kenyans, and he has the interest of Kenyans at heart. The other thing is that hii ya Wakikuyu kuambiwa ati watu washauziwa uoga. If you don't vote for this and that, you are going to regret. If you don't vote for this and that, this is going to happen. That narrative watu wanafaa sasa, ukipatana na mtu namwelezea sasa, ukianza kuuziwa uoga na mtu anakwambia if you vote for who and who, you are not supposed to be told who you are going to vote. Wewe ndio unafaa sasa, ukiona mtu maybe haja decide unamwambia, lakini si kuuzia watu wa uoga ukiwaambia ati mkivotia Raila ati Raila he's going to punish the Kikuyus, anakuona grudge na wao, mara msipovotia the DP sijui kutakuwa hivi. Hapana. So watu wanavotia mtu because you know the potential of his potential na what is planning na vitu zenye anapangia watu and the youth at large kuwaletea. Wacha waseme ni mkono ngamu, because at the end of the day I don't expect Raila haezi sema ati atakuwa anatulipia bills. So we just need a person who mwenye hana hizo mambo ya makasiriko na vitu mingi, mtu mwenye unaweza approach as a father and you tell him this is and that, this is what we want. The other day Raila alikuwa kuja Kiambu in a place called Githunguri, and a certain guy happened to get his number and he akamdm on WhatsApp and akamwambia yeye angetaka tu amuone na amnunulie ng'ombe. Raila alifanya hivyo na hamjui, and he is a Kikuyu. So watu waache kuudhiwa uoga. Baba mliambiwa ati mtavaa vinyasa, mara mtachapwa, mara mtafanya nini. He's a good man and let's give him a chance. If we give him 5 years, tunaweza kosa kumpea ingine 5 depending on what he will do. If he shows us anaweza fanya kazi and pia anajali the youth, then tunamuongeza ingine 5 kama ataitisha ingine 5. So let's not go with the wave of propaganda. Sasa wacha sisi wenyewe, wacha tumpe chance. Wacha tuende kesho, we hear what is going to tell the people of Mount Kenya and the youth at large, because unajua at the end of the day sisi ndio tutaumia. Watoto wetu ndo watakuwa kukikuwa na economy mbaya, watoto wangu wetu ndio wataathirika, because tukivotia watu wenye wanaleta mambo ya corruption, wao ndio watoto wetu na sisi ndio tutawaumia, because we are the future of this country. So let's go there and let's meet tomorrow for the Azimio Umoja. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiko. You're very passionate about Baba, and I see you can write a whole book about him. I like the spirit and the passion behind every word you are saying. I wanted to share a small clip here.
What is it?
Yeah, wait, I share a small clip, then I will respond.
About a very serious topic called radicalization. I want to shed some light on the issue of youth radicalization. Radicalization is real in Kenya. It is affecting everybody. It is affecting youth in high schools and in the universities, and that's why I need to talk about it. So, what is radicalization? Radicalization is a very personal process. It is an individual, personal process where an individual adopts some extremist beliefs and attitudes. These beliefs are political, they are social, and they are ideologically based. The beliefs will shape an individual's view of things and perspectives. But the problem with that radicalization is that the most extremist form of radicalization is actually the culmination. Now, in Kenya, we have experienced a lot of terrorist attacks. In 1998, there was the bombing of the American embassy. And more recently, there was an attack in the University of Garissa. And later on, there was the attack on Dusit, which left so many people injured and so many people dead. And that's why we need to understand this concept of radicalization. Now, when a person adopts these extremist beliefs, that person will do so many things. And it is not always that when a person is radicalized, that person becomes violent. Sometimes a radicalized person will engage in activities that will not be violent. There's need to understand some of the causes of radicalization or the drivers of radicalization. And I will divide these causes into three. We talk of individual factors, and we talk of situational factors, and we talk of ideological factors. So what is this that we talk about when we talk about individual factors? Individual factors are most of the time psychological in nature. And this makes the idea of radicalization very dynamic and very difficult to understand. Because when you talk of psychological
Okay. Yeah, I think I was just provoking you to maybe to have a debate because I think the vote in the Central might be won depending on the appeal to the youths. So are we really trying to empower youth or are we radicalizing them? Because most of the youths who follow politicians, at some point I find like they are chanting slogans which they don't understand. They are following economic models or whatever which they don't understand, party ideologies which they don't understand. Are they being radicalized or are they being empowered? I think you can weigh in that as we move forward. Because this even concept of Mungiki began as a team who were championing for their rights, who felt left out of the economic block of the Mount Kenya region. And so when this idea of Hustler Nation came in, it seemed to even gain traction in the mountain. And I think there's mere part of bringing youth of a different perspective is like they want to undo what had already been planted on such a caliber of youth. So I just want you to weigh in. Let me begin with our elder of, I think Nani came before elder, anaitwa Godfrey or who? Godfrey had spoken. Now let's have Jakendo Bay.
Asanteni sana jamani, nawasalimia wote, hamjambo. Nianze, asante, nianze tu na ziara ile ya kule
Raila
Taita. Kwa mimi naona ilikuwa ni nzuri, lakini kitu ambacho hii ni mimi tu nasema kwamba vijana hasa vijana wa Kenya wanatakiwa wageuze style yao ya kwenda kwa mikutano, kwa sababu vijana wa Kenya wanaenda mkutano na hata saa zingine hawasikilizi ni kitu gani inasemwa. Unaona, hawasikilizi. Kwa hiyo saa zingine wanatoka tupu, saa zingine wanatoka tu na mayowe bila kujua ni kitu gani alikuwa anashangilia, kwa sababu mikutano nyingi sana hawategi masikio. Vijana hawategi masikio. Utakuta mtu anazungumza, lakini wao wanapiga tu kelele, wanafanya tu vifijo. Hiyo mimi nataka kuomba vijana wa Kenya waache hiyo tabia, waende kwa mkutano, wasikilize huyu mtu anawaambia nini, ni kitu gani ya maana wanataka kusikiliza. Kwa sababu kama uliangalia hiyo mkutano, kuna wengine sijui walikuwa wana support sijui nani. Sasa mtu anaposema hawasikilizi anachosemwa ni nini. Kwa hiyo utakuta anatoka hapo tu bila chochote. Na hiyo kwa maoni yangu mimi naona vijana wa Kenya wanapoteza nafasi ya kujua ni nani ana sera nzuri, au huyu mtu anatudanganya ama anatudanganya. Na kwa hiyo inakuwa ni rahisi sana kuwadanganya wana Kenya. Ni rahisi sana, kwa sababu watakuja kwa mkutano, hawastegi masikio, tunapiga tu kelele. Unaona, hiyo ni jambo ambalo inatakiwa wana youth au mtu yoyote amwambie kwamba tuzidi kuambia kwamba ni vizuri kusikiliza huyu mtu anachosema ni kweli na itafanyika ama anasema uongo, kwa sababu usipotega masikio utatoka hapo mkutano ujui alisema nini. Jambo lingine nataka kuambia kwamba hii jambo nimesikia sana watu wakisema politics. Mimi nataka kila mtu tuchukulie politics kwa maana nzito, yani tutilie maana sana politics, na tujaribu kuambia hao wanasiasa, au kama wanasiasa wako hapo waseme ukweli zote, kwa sababu siasa ni maisha. Siasa ndio inatengeneza, siasa ndio hao wanasiasa ndio wanatengeneza tutatozwa ushuru kiasi gani, tutapita wapi, tutakula yani kila tunachofanya kwa nchi yetu inapita mikononi mwa wanasiasa. Na kwa hiyo siasa ni lazima sisi kama wananchi tuhakikishe kwamba hatuipuzii, hatuichukulii kwa mzaha. Lazima tutie maanani, lazima kitu ambapo mwanasiasa anasema utege sikio, na kama halifai inafaa mumwambie hii kitu haifai. Na hiyo ndio maana tunachagua wezi. Ukishachagua mwizi, hata we ni mwizi. Unaona, kwa sababu sisi hata mtu akisemekana ni mwizi, ameiba, huyo mtu ameiba, tunamchagua. Kwa nini? Mimi hata saa zingine sielewi, lakini nimeshajua ni kwamba nafikiria ni kwa sababu hatutegi masikio, hatuangalii. Tena jambo lingine ni kwamba hii mambo ya ni wetu imetumiza. Mtu wenu na amesha kuibia, manake akiiba mali ya serikali, hiyo ni mali yako. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa sisi kama wana Kenya tutie maanani Sasa nikija kwa upande wa radicalization ambao hawa vijana wanakuwa radicalized, ni kwa sababu ya upotoshaji wa viongozi wengine. Kwa mfano, ukileta kitu kama hasla, hiyo unagawa wana Kenya, kwa sababu sasa kuna watu wengine watajiita hasla nation. Hawa ni watu gani? Unakuja na unasema hao nataka kuleta economy fulani model. Hiyo model ambayo wanasema ni bottom down, hiyo ni ukatuzi, na ukatuzi tayari ipo. Sasa hii nyingine ni ujanja wa kugawa wa Kenya. Hii mambo ya hasla ni ujanja wa kutugawa. Kwa hiyo haya mambo kama haya ndiyo yanatuletea mambo ambayo yanakuwa tunakuwa na wahalifu ambao ni wanakuwa ni hawa ambao wanakuwa radicalized kwa sababu ya upuzi kama hiyo. Kwa sababu mnakumbuka wakati mwingine kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inaitwa Mungiki, ilikula the same people kule kwenye kijiji, kwa sababu walikuwa radicalized. So ni lazima sisi kama wana Kenya ni lazima tuhubiri amani, tuhubiri tutoke katika hii mipango ya kutugawa kwa njia ya kikabila au kwa njia ya group fulani au kidini. Tutoke kwa hizo mambo. Hizo mambo tumejaribu miaka 58, hatujaenda popote. Sasa tujaribuni sasa umoja. Tujaribuni umoja, kwa sababu sijui kwa nini watu kwa nini hatuoni. Tushaona mifano mengi ya umoja kinachofanya, ambapo kutengana tumeona inafanya nini. So umoja imetuletea uhuru, umoja ilitufanya tukawa na multi-party, umoja ilituletea katiba mpya. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tuwe na umoja. Saa hii umoja wetu saa hii inafanya nchi yetu iko na utulivu, tuna matumaini ya kesho kwamba kutakuwa na mambo mazuri. So ni lazima tumsaidie. Mimi nasema itakuwa kwa historia yetu kwamba President Uhuru ni president ambaye katika watamu wake ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anataka anajenga umoja wa nchi yetu. Na ukijenga umoja wa nchi, ukijenga umoja ni kusema unajenga economy, unajenga economy ya hiyo nchi. Ukijenga umoja unajenga economy, kwa sababu kutakuwa na stability. Kama ni wawekezaji watakuja, watasema ile nchi ya Kenya ni nchi tulivu, watu ni watu wa kutii sheria, ni watu wenye kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo nitarudia kitu ambayo inaitwa utu, undugu, hiyo utu iko na maana kwamba ukiwa ni wewe kama una utu, uko na ubinadamu. Na hiyo ndio tunataka hapa kwetu Kenya. Ni lazima tuwe watu ambao wanazalisha, tunafanya kazi. Hiyo ni kujenga nchi yetu. Nataka kusema vile vile kwamba katika huu mjadala kuna mambo wametaja sana mambo ya Ababu na Mwamba na hata Mudavadi. Mimi nimewaambia hawa watu sio viongozi. Hawa watu kama Mudavadi huwezi kusema ni mwanasiasa, huwezi kusema. Mudavadi kwa kweli anafaa na kazi tu za ofisi, labda permanent secretary, vitu kama hizo, lakini kusema uongozi, hawa viongozi ambao wako kwa Oka sio uongozi. Hawa hawafai kwa viongozi, kwa sababu kama ni viongozi wameitwa na president, wameitwa president. President ni president akikuita ni mwito wa Kenya. Wana Kenya wote tulimpigia huyo president kura. Kwa hiyo akikuita ni mwito wa Kenya. Sasa kama unakataa mwito wa Kenya, kwa nini uendi pale usikize? Kama upendi, utamwambia bwana president, hiyo kitu mimi sipendi. Lakini kuitwa alafu unakataa, mnakuwa kama jana nilisema hiyo watu ambao wana nani namna hiyo sio watu wakamilifu ambao tunaweza kusema ni viongozi. Haifai hata ukimuita mtu ambaye unafikiri ni mtu mzima, ni lazima, ni vizuri kuja usikilize nchi inaniita kwa nini. Sasa kama tunawaita wanakataa, wanataka watuongoze namna gani? Huyu mwingine anatusi serikali ambayo yeye mwenyewe yuko. Ukimwambia resign, anakataa. Hawa ndio viongozi tunataka kuchagua watuongoze, watu ambao hawana msimamo. Jamani wa Kenya, tafadhalini tuamke, tuacheni haya mambo, tuamke kabisa. Hawa ni viongozi hawafai. Kuna Wakenya wengi tu, lakini hao viongozi ambao wako pale ambao wanajiita Oka na UDA, hawa si viongozi. Kwa sababu kama ni viongozi unatakiwa uwe mwadilifu, uwe mtu ambaye anajua kwamba Wakenya wanakuona. Huwezi kuwa unatukana serikali, unasema serikali mbaya haijafanya kazi na uko ndani ya hiyo serikali. Unajiuzulu. Speaker wa Tanzania, nchi ambayo hata hatulinganishi na sisi, tunasema tumeendelea zaidi ya wao, ameresign, amejiuzulu kwa sababu kuna vitu ambavyo hakukubaliana nazo. Amejiuzulu, lakini amejiuzulu, alichaguliwa na wabunge wenzake. So angesema mimi sijiuzulu kwa sababu nimechaguliwa na wabunge wenzake, kwa sababu amesema kitu ambaye haifai kwa Chama cha Mapinduzi. So amejiuzulu na hakubaliani nayo, amejiuzulu. Hiyo ndio ungwana. Sasa unawezaje kuwa makamu wa rais na ujiuzulu? Unasema ati nilichaguliwa. Ulichaguliwa ndio, lakini ufanyi kazi ambayo ulichaguliwa. Hata wale wabunge wanamfuata, wanatakiwa wajiuzulu, lakini hawajiuzulu. Na ndio hao watu tukienda mahali tunawashangilia. Wakenya, tafadhalini tuamke. Tuamke, hiyo ni jambo ambayo halifai. Asante sana Bwana Wekesa kunipatia wakati. Lakini hao viongozi ambao wako pale ambao wanajiita Oka.
Thank you. Kuna echo somewhere.
Just a point of order, Wekesa.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka niulize Jakendube, our greatest wisdom source of the guidance that we want. Wacha niulize kwa Kiswahili. Jakendube, uko nchi gani? Sijui wewe uko wapi. Mimi sijui kama uko Jupiter, uko Mars, uko wapi. Nilitaka nijue leo, nilitaka nikuulize uko nchi gani Jakendube. Naomba unieleze.
Kwa nini?
Anataka kujua kama utavotia baba ama ni kupiga kelele tu hapa. Wakati ya kura utakuwa.
Mimi nina vote ya baba na nishamvotia mara ya kwanza kumvotia. Namvotia kila mara.
Okay.
So mimi
anataka kujua kama unaweza mbeba muende Thika ama uko mbali.
Mimi nitaka na baba nikamdadisi, nikamuuliza maswali na akanieleza. Namwamini, ni mtu namwamini. 100%. Najua akikwambia kitu atafanya. Kwa hiyo
labda umjibu kwa hiyo utaki kujulikana.
Sio kwamba sitaki. Ili unauliza niko wapi? Nitajibu ukinielezea kwa nini.
Nadhania Patriot alikuwa anataka kujua.
Hiyo mmalizane kwa inbox, let's continue. Hiyo mmalizane kwa inbox, private chat iko hapo. Let's have Mtembei karibu.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Hakuna private chat hapa because anything that you talk at the private chat everybody sees. So sijauliza kwa ubaya. Anyway,
umeuliza number and he's taking like 10 minutes to describe.
10 minutes to describe.
Patriot, sijachukua kwa ubaya. Usifikiri nimeuliza kwa ubaya. Sina kinyongo chochote. Wewe kama ungenijibu ni kwa nini, mimi ningekwambia tu. Hakuna shida.
Okay, nimeuliza. Nimeuliza kwa sababu tuna watu ambao wanaishi nchi za ng'ambo. Kuna kazi tunataka tuwape. Kazi ya kusaidia baba. Nafikiri kuna wale wanaojua tayari na wanaelewa kwa nini nimekuuliza, lakini vizuri pia umeuliza. Sasa kuna wale wako nyumbani, kuna jukumu tutawapa. Na wale ambao mko nje, kuna jukumu mtapewa. Sasa kwa ufupi basi unaweza sema uko nje ya inji ama uko ndani. Sasa hiyo ndio tulikuwa namaanisha tu, sira sababu
niko nje ya inchi.
Basi hiyo imetosha. Tutajua kazi gani tutakupa. Ishatosha sasa.
Asante sana
lakini
ujue mimi ni mzalendo number 1.
Mimi ni mzalendo number 1. Inaniuma sana
ninapoona mambo ambayo
sio
yani ambaye hayaleti umoja. Inaniuma sana.
There's a lot of mute, kindly mute. Okay, let's have a continuation. Tunatoa maoni juu ya Thika, meeting ya Thika na pia meeting zenye zile happen leo. So tulikuwa tunakuja kwa nani? Pen, how are you?
Hello?
Pen, you're coming on and off, on and off.
No, it's kind of busy, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. So you are too busy and you are supposed to run for a seat in Nyamira or where?
No, Kissi, everybody up. Uri mwenye everybody. Kutoka Kissi.
So when are you going to resign, bwana? Natembea has resigned.
Hiyo wanatembea resign
na resigning.
Hapana, mimi nimemaliza kazi sasa bila I'm relaxing.
Yes. I need to be your campaign manager. Tutakutana lini?
Maybe March I should be there.
Okay. Bora uachane na hiyo chama ya yellow fever.
Hapana, tulifanya mkutano siku ya leo mzuri sana. Na sijui kwa nini mnaita yellow fever, ni sio fever, hiyo ni mzuri. Hata mkinifanyia mchezo mimi nacheka. Sikasiriki. Watu kidogo ukiwaambia maneno ya UDA wanakasirika. Na sijui kwa nini. Mkishinda shinda. Niliwaambia jana, lakini hamtashinda. Hamwezi.
Utakuja kwa baba akiapishwa, mimi ndio nitakuhost.
Oh yeah. I will go. Even my friends know Baba very well. Hata
So when you come to
hata
Kenya
alikuja hapa
tutafute.
siku moja, hata alikuja hapa siku moja gavana ya Kisii akaniita, nikamwambia siwezi kukaa mahali Raila anakaa. Yeye alituma butu yetu ya chai, alimthrow under the bus. Yeah, lakini politics ni politics, yule atashinda atashinda.
Unajua alitupa Nyachaya, lakini ameshika kijana yenu Fred, anataka after him anamwachia hiyo constituency.
Fred, Arati, huyu Onyoka, these are the same line. Waje ashike mtu kama Maraga.
Kushinda Nyachaya. Sasa Nyachaya alikuwa amemaliza.
Nasema akitaka kumeki kwa Kisii wa film mzuri, shika mtu kama Maraga, ndiye atakwambia ukweli ya Mkisii. Sio wana chiko hiyo nani Matiang'i sijui anatafuta nini. That's egoistic. Tumeacha maneno ya Nyachaya, lakini Mheshimiwa Raila kwetu alitufanyia mbaya sana. Lakini ona watu kama Maraga ndio Wakisii harizi, sio kama wao unasema. Hata tutambui
I need to tell Nyagaka something before you Nyagaka is not the only Kissi, and I don't think you can speak for Kissi with a lot of respect. Majority of the Kissis are behind Raila Odinga. We come from where Raila Odinga did something that we can never forget. The Kissi Chemosit Road, which you don't know, was built by Raila Odinga. The development right in Nyamira was courtesy of what Raila did. And I think you are living in the diaspora. You must have gone there many years ago. You only read Kissi on the map. Come home and make sure I know you're coming. I pick you from the airport. Otherwise, I don't think you know much about that, man. Thank you.
Aya, Wakisii wanachongoana, si tuko tu hapa. Yetu ni macho. Okay, but sisi tumewapatia chance. Baba akimaliza mchukue hiyo voting block. Mkicheza hapa.
Yetu ni kwamba vile nilisema kitambo, kama Raila atashinda Kisii, we have no problem. Lakini hatuoni akishinda Kisii.
Acha kutapatapa na hii ya yellow fever, hakuna mahali anawapeleka. Hata Ozoro last was it Thursday? Alikataa kuja kuvote mpaka wakatumana chopa aenda achukuliwe. Ameanza kutapatapa.
Ukiwa na pesa unatumia, na ukitumia kwa watu wanakubali. These are the guys wana pesa lakini hawapei mtu. Raila has a lot of money, Kenyatta has a lot of money. Kwa nini wapatie watu wanasumbuka? Tukipatia watu munalia.
Hiyo culture yenu tumewaachia, hiyo handouts ni yenu, mlilani kwa Moi. Raila na Kibaki unaona they are different. Hata Kibaki aliambiwa mgono kamu, but aliacha economy ikikuwa sawa. So nyinyi endeleeni na adult culture yenu. We don't envy you.
Hizo pesa wametoa wapi? Hiyo pesa wao wanatoa wapi? Wana biashara gani? Hiyo pesa ambao wanapeana wanatoa wapi na wana biashara gani? Kwa sababu
mayai wanauza mayai every day 15
hapana. Hawana. Hawezi, hakuna.
Kila mtu alifanyia kila mtu ambaye alifanyia Moi ni mwizi. They all stole. Kama mjui nyinyi watoto, kama huyu mzee anajua, lakini hataki kukubali kwa sababu
Penny, I don't believe in people who talk about kila mtu. Hata Bible inasema kila mtu atapepa mzigo yake. Hii mambo ya kusema kila mtu ni mwizi, wachana nayo. Tell us Nyachaya aliiba na utuambie Kenya aliiba. Tell us kama ni Raila ameiba, utuambie Kenya ameiba. Wachana na hiyo story ya kila mtu.
But you keep accusing Ruto for being a thief.
That general one in you want to run away from responsibility. Hakuna.
No, nani hajaiba kwa sababu Kinoti ameweka chera kitambo.
Hata kwa court, hata saa hizi mkipatikana mkiiba wote hawata prosecute as a group. Every individual will be prosecuted individually. Now depending on the weight of your case, some will be dismissed, some will be locked in. So achana na mambo ya kila mtu. Chitetee.
Pen Nyagaka. Pen Nyagaka.
Yes.
Kwa DP
Yes.
tulishaona hata kunyang'anyana shamba. Hiyo ilienda kotini na mpaka akalipa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja, kunyang'anyana shamba.
Mashamba, sio shamba, mashamba.
I do realize ya kwamba hii ni room ya ODM, lakini nikikuta hapa tu mimi nazungumza vile mimi najua, kwa sababu huyu kama angenipatia shamba huko sokoni mimi nitachukua. Hata mimi natafuta hiyo pesa.
Mtu hapa Pen. Kumekuwa na mtu hapa akatuambia at because sisi tuna occupy mainstream media at UDA na occupy all the social media. When we come here, you are also the minors. You are the minority leader. So kwa nini mnatuambia kwa social media you are the majority? Everywhere you are the minority. But
no, I accept that. I accept that. Even here,
your numbers here, you are only one.
Even here, I know I'm the minority, but I'm more than prepared to be the opposition party in Kenya. That way, we can really develop our country. Because now we don't have an opposition party. It's like a dictatorship. All the parties are together. Any democracy.
But dictatorship is not the monopoly of one people. Unajua nyinyi mnafurahia when Raila is in the opposition. Opposition is not the monopoly of Raila. No, you people are so mad that Raila is not playing his opposition leadership.
That's what I'm saying, that we in UDA are ready to go to the opposition. It's no big deal.
You're already in the opposition.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah,
you're a gentleman, Penny. Prepare yourself.
If
you are ready, that's one we salute you.
But the challenge we only have is that you guys cry a lot. I don't know. you cry
no, during the night, like right now, they are in opposition. During the day, the DP will go and tell us he's the vice president.
We are in government.
Just like you go to sleep in the night and you wake up in the day. So we can do both.
But you don't want Raila to do both. Why?
No. Raila is yours. I don't care what he does. But kwa nini mnasema tunakasirika? Amucha niona nikikasirika. Mimi niko na raha all the time.
Mzee, the way unatukana watu hapa kwa mpaka saa ingine tunashangaa wewe ni nani? Mzee, hata tutashangaa typing speed yako ni gani? Huwezi sema kwa hujatukana
mengi. Wewe unaongea ni kana kwamba ulizaliwa na makasiriko. Sasa wewe ndio ule Mkisii wa kwanza ambaye ana hasira kama Wameru, makazini zetu wale wa kwanza, kama akina PK wale wa kwanza, lakini sio sahihi. Wewe umeishi nje mpaka sasa, makasiriko ulienda nayo, tumekuachia huko wakisema sasa tukasiriki na tuko ndani ya Azimio. Wewe umeingia chama ya makasiriko. Unaweza ona hiyo ni makasiriko. You have a nice time in the US, man. Wewe baki kwa makasiriko.
Hata
okay.
The reason
Patriot.
Yes.
Patriot.
Okay, sir.
I wanted you to moderate me Mzema akikuja.
Sawa, bora watu ya UDA wasinitupe nje.
I have to wake up to
It's all right. I can do that. How long is Temba taking to come back?
He said it's 1 hour.
But okay, sir.
Confirm it.
Confirm it. The only problem is like I don't have the key to log in new fellas, and that was an issue.
It's already full.
It's already full, but I want to. Watu kama Alex wanapenda kwenda na kurudi. What do we do with guys like us? Okay, fine. That would be okay.
I take charge.
I take charge. So, Pen Nyagaka, it's your time now. Finish your
Yeah.
Finish your Princess, when you hear me moderating, you start interfering. Let's have order. I'm giving Pen Nyagaka an opportunity to defend himself the next 30 seconds, and then we let that go down. Nyagaka, please, you have the floor.
Okay, so do you like New England? The Patriots?
I'm not going to tell you about that. Let's move on, please. Give your submission.
Sisi watu wa UDA, we are happy. Yes, we are giving him money. Money. Explain. But you guys.
Mute.
So we are doing our best. So today we're in the coast and we were in Nairobi. That's the way it's supposed to be. So that the future of Kenya will be determined on August 9th this year. And whether we are going forward with UDA or we are going backwards with ODM. That's all I gotta say. But you're free to choose whatever you want, and I'm free to choose whatever I want. But wengine wanatusi, mnasema watu wa ODM wanatusi watu wa kicha hapa. On behalf of them, I ask for apologies. Matusi ni ofyo. Matusi is nonsensical because any smart person akienda kuzungumza hapo hapana tukana watu. Na yes, Ruto ana makasiriko sana kwa sababu Raila ni mtangaja, Kenyatta amemdanganya. Sasa how come can you be after umedanganywa mara 2-3? Sasa lazima tuone kama atashinda. Akishindwa tutamwambia aache. Ule nani atasema? Chebukati. Ule Chebukati akisema ni Raila Odinga ndio huyu. Akisema ni Ruto ndio huyu. That's how we should deal with our democracy. If we established the constitution in 2010, it's only 11 years. So we should follow it to the letter. Like I told you yesterday, and I will continue to tell you, PBI, handshake, this thing going to the legislature, the code is not going to allow it. But like Dema told me the other day, everything goes all the way to the court, to the end, regardless of what I think or what do you guys think. But the court determines that so-and-so is the right one, so be it, accept it. We should learn to accept the results. To accept the results, your MP, MCA, MCI, everything. But your president we have not been able to accept. So let us try to accept. Thank you. Thank you, Patriot.
Okay. Thank you so much, Penny. We will always respect your opinion. And in any case, we are very democratic, Pen, and we respect you. Age comes with respect. We will always give you, but we seize the opportunity to always tell you that you are wrong. And I'm happy that you listen to us. There is a time when you'll make that decision of coming away. Allow me to say this before I bring in somebody else. Penny, before, and I want to be specific, before you traveled to the US, your documents were verified. And you had to meet the threshold of being a disciplined citizen of America before you are allowed to go to that country. So history will never be something that you just assume or overlook. Data that defines who you are from yesterday will always define where you're going. So when I look at the history of the deputy president that you're supporting, somebody has not. Penny, unmute, please. Penny, unmute. Unmute, Penny. Thank you so much. So before you are admitted to any course and any processes, there must be evidence of where you come from in terms of documentation. So when I look at the DP, who you want us to make the CEO of this country, there is a lot of lacuna when I look at his papers from where he has come from. The employment, the employment profile of the DP does not give me the authority and audacity to give an okay for this guy to be our next president. One, the late president, our second president of the Republic of Kenya, Arap Moi, before he died, they tried to reason out, and as far as I'm concerned, the last time I checked, they never reconciled. Moi went down, with a lot of questions in as far as the leadership of Ruto was concerned. He wouldn't give any okay for Ruto to be given any job. Let's come to Raila. He made him the minister during Nusmukate government. Raila cannot give any recommendations. Come to the current boss, who is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He can't do that. If Ruto was traveling to the US and such a serious document was needed, I am sure he will not get that valid visa, be it green card. He will not get it. So why will I compromise the international requisite of leadership to the extent that you just want me to assume this guy has papers? In other words, you're telling me, Penny, give DP, the deputy president, give him the visa, give him the green card to live in the US, while we don't have clear understanding where he comes from. So I want to tell you, Penny, it is good. You have a democratic right to do so. But the man you talk about, all the previous working places do not recommend him for any serious job. He's lucky to be the DP, and I think he has done so well to remain so. I pray that the next position in the opposition, it is something that is going to teach him how to behave before his bosses, how to value papers that he'll use tomorrow. So I agree with you, Penny. We will agree to differ, but I want to tell you categorically, as my elder from where I come from, you are on the losing side, you are on the losing path. I wish you saw it, but since you can't hear our voices, wanasema asiyefunzwa na wazazi atafunzwa na dunia. Let me end by that. So can I have the next person? That will be Stone PK. Oh, sorry, Stone PK. Can we give that to Geoffrey if you don't mind? PK, you're a gentleman. Let's give that to Geoffrey. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you, Geoffrey. Sorry for that. Come on.
Okay, thank you, Batshut, for the chance kuongea. It's another evening, another morning back home. Tuko hapa tunaongea juu ya especially the Azimio team tomorrow in Thika and what's going on. Let me say this. Maybe most of people, they may not have the knowledge of Thika because Thika is has got some significant important for Baba. I remember in 2005 when there was Boma's draft constitution and the Naivasa Accord having issues, then Baba went to Thika to declare kwamba hiyo constitution haiko halali. So that was the beginning of Baba at that time. So when I see Baba going tomorrow or today, wale wenye wako nyumbani Thika kuanza kampeni yake officially, it has got a very big significant kwa this bid for president, this 2022. Why do I say that? 2007 and 13 and 17, Baba's been having a lot of problem in Mount Kenya region. But I'm really happy this time that for those people who used to brainwash our brothers and sisters in Mount Kenya that Baba cannot be trusted and so many things, they are coming see the light that Baba has got nothing to do. People have been imposing fear about the Baba so that to brainwash our brothers and sisters in the Mount Kenya region. But now they have known the truth, and I'm very happy when I see the youth are really campaigning for Baba. And it's really good thing. You see that now Baba has got inroads in Mount Kenya. And tomorrow being the first day starting his campaign, he chose to take it to Thika, whereby it's a center of Mount Kenya. Let me say this. You know, when you say Thika, Kiambu, all those places, that's a big, we can call it a center of Mount Kenya. Baba has never been done a good campaign in Mount Kenya all this 2007, 2013, and 17 because what was there, he knew that there it was hard for him to get something there. But this time round, he knows that the youths in Mount Kenya region have said that, and they are saying that the Baba is the one they are trusting. And the Baba has decided now to start this campaign in Mount Kenya. And what I'm seeing that there is a tsunami, political tsunami coming. The tsunami which nobody can hold it. Because if Baba can be able to get some inroads in Mount Kenya, then I know we are in a landslide. And that we can take in the bank and wait August. And you see that really what's going on, Baba gonna get a very big margin. And I'm happy because Baba decided now to show that now Mount Kenya is with Baba. That's why he said they're gonna go there and start his official campaigning, starting in Mount Kenya region. So I'm telling my brothers and sisters, especially in Mount Kenya region, who have been brainwashed from the beginning that Baba cannot be trusted. Baba gonna revenge what has happened to him. No, Baba is not somebody who can revenge. Baba is somebody who has got Kenya on his heart, and Baba is somebody who wants to leave Kenya united and progressive. Baba is Mandela we have in Kenya. And when we look at things, when Baba take office in this coming August, for 5 years, Baba gonna leave Kenya united, and Kenya gonna change forever for the generation to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. Nowadays, we even have digital banking. So if you don't have a physical bank to take what Geoffrey is saying, you can do digital banking at M-Pesa. Yeah. So thank you for what you say. I think we have man of the people. You're welcome. Are you there?
Yes.
Man of the
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we see your face, please? And it is time for you to make your contribution. Quickly, please.
Actually, Patrick, I am working.
Yes.
But right now I'm working. I had somebody from Kissi. That person is Ben Nyagaka.
Yes.
I'm also from Kissi. Naomba sana.
Patrick, mute. Okay, thank you.
Naomba sana Ben Nyagaka. Wewe ni mzee na tunakuheshimu na pia nakuheshimu mimi. Nimekuwa ninakufuatilia sana, lakini the way umeongea leo hii nimeshangaa sana. Ni kama watu wa UDA mmepewa kitu, na hiyo kitu hatujui mmepewa nini, lakini leo umetulet down sana. Hadi nani amecomplain juu yako? Unaongea ati you don't care about Matiang'i, yet unafollow Ruto. Wewe ni mzee na sigombani ama nini, lakini nimesikia vibaya sana. Unafollow Ruto. Ruto hajaipigwa vita huko kwao. Wewe you are here una complain about Matiang'i. Matiang'i ni president amempea kazi, lakini mimi najua hii tunaweza ongea kwa Kisii. Mimi najuanga hapa Nyaribari mmekuwa kwa uongozi, Nyacha amekuwa kwa uongozi, hakuna mtu alimpinga, alitoka huko. Hiyo kiti ni kama imepewanwa sasa, mtu mwingine amepewa. You are fighting back. Okay, Nyagaka mbia omusama korugusio kokubwati kumayega, lakini entero koja gwakwana it's not right. Wekeza tokubwa, tunafuata hawa watu sana kutoka, like me I've been following. Kuna jamaa alikuja hapa akaongea akaenda, lakini Nyagaka you disappoint me a lot. Ukiongea si eti nagombana ama nini, lakini ukiongea kuna wenye wanasikiza hapa nje, unawaumiza. Sijaisikia Ruto mtu wao akimpiga ama kumpinga. No. Hiyo jana imekuwa hapo, tunaweza gombana, tunaweza elewana, lakini kuongea juu ya Matiang'i ama nini sio ukabila ama nini, lakini umeongea leo, nataka uaccept umeongea vibaya. Stone PK, I really salute you. Your points, they are good. Geoffrey, keep on. Ben Nyagaka najua unanifahamia, lakini ngoja kiasi. Alex, congratulations.
Utajibu. I have no problem.
Ndio utajibu, lakini ndio utajibu. Wewe ni mzee, hatujipishani mimi na wewe. No, I'm just talking.
Just a minute, man of
mute.
Ben Nyagaka.
Yeah.
Can you unmute? Yeah. Can you unmute? Allow man of the people to finish.
Wewe ni mzee.
Thank you so much. Man of the people, continue please.
Wewe ni mzee Ben Nyagaka, na nimekufuatilia sana. Kuna jamaa kutoka sijui anajiita Ndeto akikuja hapo baadaye, huyo jamaa anaongeanga fact. Hata kama anaongeanga fact sana, lakini anaongea ni kama apendelei. Ukimwambia kitu ana reason hivi. Sijasema reason ama nini, lakini Ben Nyagaka, wewe ni mzee, tunakufuata. Kama unauliza uongozi, tunaweza kuja tukupigie kura pia, lakini the way you are talking, kuna wenye wanakufuata kutoka nyuma. Like me, I'm a young man from Kissi. I can't tolerate you talking like this, coming to national TV and you say like, no man. Hiyo nayo kama uweze apologize, I can't say like you have to apologize, but umeongea vibaya sana ati Matiang'i atumtambui. Ni kama sasa umeingia kwa hii slogan ya UDA hawapangwingwi. Hiyo sasa ni kitu gani? Na wewe ni mzee? Hiyo hapana. Hiyo forgive me. Si kwa ubaya, lakini no. Okay, wengine wanaibanga wanasema ni wao. Sijaisikia Matiang'i amekosea mtu. Na mimi sitoki huko, mimi natoka Bobasi. Lakini mbona uendelee mtu ati mtambui? Ni kazi amepewa, ni president amemchagua, wacha afanye kazi. Ben kama Nyagaka kama unaenda.
Okay, man of the people has heard you. Can you conclude man of the people, and then we
Okay, sigombani, lakini nilikuwa nafanya kazi, nikatoka huko. Hata kama mliniona nikatoka huko mbio sana, wakati nilikuwa nataka nikuje. Yaani ile time ulimuingilia, nilikuwa nataka nikuje na mimi na mbio. Pia yeye mkizia na feel hiyo sito. Nimesikia vibaya nimesikia vibaya sana. Ukikuja kuongea kama unapenda Ruto, ongea facts za Ruto Ruto amekufanyia hii na hii, hiyo ishe. Lakini wacha kama tunaongelea watu wengine, sijaona Matiang'i Maria anauliza president, maybe tutamwangalia kwenda mbele, lakini usikuja hapa kutuambia you don't recognize somebody. He has a value. Kuna watu kama wewe aweza akakuongoza, kuna wenye anaongoza. Okay, ni sawa. Mimi nimeridhika na hiyo, nimeongea, roho yangu imetulia. Sawa. Good night.
Thank you, man of the people. We have heard you. I'm happy that you have put your points with respect. Hujatusi Pen Nyagaka. Ungemtusi hata mimi sasa ningekataa mambo yako. But I'm happy Pen Nyagaka. I'm happy Nyagaka, umesikia Wakisii tunaongeanga hivyo na sisi pia hatupangwingwi. Sasa kitu utafanya wewe, utachagua kama unafuatana na UDA ama utakaa na sisi. Lazima usikize ground Nyagaka. Hiyo ni ground inaongea. Hiyo ni Kisii ground inaongea. Sasa wewe utachagua uwe kwa minority ama uwe kwa majority. But we respect your position, Pen Nyagaka. We only do not want people to be personal. I think that's what man of the people is saying. Don't personalize your aspirations and just air out with respect. That's the way it goes. If I got him right, that's what he was saying. Pen Nyagaka, 1 second before we move on, because I don't want you to feel like we are pressing it.
No. Thank you very much, young people. Thank you very much for the gentleman who had to leave work to address me. But that being what it is only, I think it was Temple that just said yesterday, everybody has a political right to be where they want to be. But if Matiang'i was looking for president when he was Minister for Education, ICT, he was ahead of anybody. But nowadays, when he says that he's following whatever Kenyatta tells him, it doesn't seem that he understands politics democracy for what it is. We saw not too long ago the chap packed up and left the Moise government because he was given a ministry that was not worth him. Hiyo ndio Wakisii wanafanya. But if I offended you by saying that, I am sorry. It's one of the best gifts when you accept when you are wrong. But yangu sahi, sioni what Matiang'i is looking for. But if Matiang'i declares tomorrow that he's running for president, because Kenya is a tribal country.
Just a minute, sir. I want to bring you back to order. We are not discussing Matiang'i, and please, let's not get there. So, can we have a discussion that is devoid of Matiang'i? Tell us about UDA, why you think we need to vote for UDA, and that's what we need to hear, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to vote for UDA because, one, it says you have to leave all your political differences outside and come back in one party. And if the other party, Azimio, can form a big organization too, it will be orderly. It will be better for the country, not to be little tribal parties. And as such, some of us support him for two things: one party, big party, and the bottom up. The bottom up, the only thing that they don't mention that I want to point to them is that corruption has to be zero for that bottom up to work. It cannot work if there is corruption in there. But I've never had other people say anything about corruption. That's the only downfall for them. But other than that, they supporting the people that don't have the resources is better off than supporting the Mount Kenya billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you. You have summarized well. We respect that. And sometimes you confuse us. You talk wisdom, the next minute you talk this. That is Penny for us. We hope you'll pick wisdom, so that most of the time that's what, because when I listen to you, I see that you choose your words sometimes deliberately, but nevertheless it's okay. The thing that I picked from what you've said, Penny, as I let the other panelists to speak, is this: you aspire to go to university, that is very good, but you cannot get to university if you don't get a pass from the high school. You must go through the process of education, primary, secondary, then you go to the tertiary level. So you're simply telling me
that UDA are going to the university, but they will not pass through. You're worried that they are not going through high school. So I wonder how they will end up becoming the best choice of your government if these guys are not going to deal with corruption and they're not speaking about it. So let's agree there is no shortcut to university unless you pass high school. You must deal with corruption for Kenyans to give you the votes. That is what I agree with Penny, and I think it's clear. We move to somebody else. Is there anybody who has a question for Penny, please? Let's go to Stony first, and then we come back to Geoffrey. Stony, you're first. Let's reach.
Thank you, Patriot and fellow panelists. Yeah, mine is a question and also in form of a lure. I would want to lure Pen Nyagaka, to really get into our side and we move together, because I hear now that he wants to contest. He wants to come and go for an elective seat. My question to Nyagaka is, if he has stated very clearly that he is supporting UDA, but then he is disappointed that they are not talking about CORRPTION, corruption. But he believes in bottoms up, he believes in everything else that they are saying. But they are deliberately not talking about corruption. So, I mean, this is a contradiction. How would anything work in any place, whether Utopia, Mars, or whatever, in whatever planet? And when we know the biggest disease today, not only in Kenya, but in most of the country in Africa, that corruption, where corruption is condoned, it's the reason why we are having all the messes that we have. Our president confirmed we lose to the value of 2 billion daily. So how would somebody really support a system or some a group of people coming in to ask for our votes, and yet they don't want to talk about corruption? It is true, there's nowhere where Arab Ruto has ever talked about corruption in any of his rallies, because he doesn't believe that there is something called corruption. I mean, people who believe that today I steal Mr. Nyagaka's vehicle, when he gets to know about it, I return it, ninakuwa mtu msafi. That because I stole and returned when I was caught, then I'm not a thief. Sincerely speaking, with all due respect, and Mr. Nyagaka here is a senior citizen. Well, not senior, but ni mtu mature kabisa, ni among our senior leaders. Sincerely speaking, if he is sincere and listens to himself, I would want him to clarify that, how he believes in Ruto and his team, and yet he's really not happy that they are not talking about corruption. Thank you. Back to you, Patriot.
Stony.
Yes. Madam Nani, nishukuru.
Yes, Princess.
Oh, Mali Nyagaka naishi is a senior citizen.
Asante.
Thank you. We will take that to be Ben Nyagaka, unmute. Yeah, we will take that to be gospel truth, because we believe in what Princess Diana tells us, because she's full of humor, but she always does her background checks. So Pen Nyagaka, you're a senior citizen wherever you are. We want you to live up to that. We pray that you become a governor in the future. But before you answer, let me go to Geoffrey, because Geoffrey had another question. Then you can round them up as you answer them. Thank you. Geoffrey. Thank you.
Okay, Penny Nyagaka said that, UDA is a big party which has a face of Kenya. And, I want to ask him, the leaders of UDA, so that you can know how it is it has a face of Kenya, because I don't know the leaders of that party, and I've never seen it to see that if the party is showing the face of Kenya. That's it. I want him to answer me that question.
Okay, Pen Nyagaka, you have
Yeah.
you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. Penny. Okay.
Mudama is the leader. There is the Secretary General, ni mama ngine president alisema tuseme tribe, lakini mimi najua kama yeye ni Mkuyu. Kuna wengine, I'm running for international deputy ya Mudama, Hasola, hiyo. Sijui wengi, lakini especially those two are not Wakales. You know, face of Kenya means all these guys that are with Ruto all the time. That's the face of Kenya. I don't know how best I can explain that, but Uda is a giant bati, and Azimio is too with Jubilee. We appreciate that, and we continue with that. You know, we should not have any animosity towards each other or anything like that, because we are, at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans and we're proud of it. Vile mimi nasema, mukishinda, shinda. That's no problem. Some of us have lived outside the country, and Trump won the election, and we were shocked that there are so many people that hate black people like this. That's what democracy will bring to you. So to answer your question, Memariza.
Pen Nyagaka, you're a very highly learned person. I can tell. I don't need to ask. But you're full of semanticism. We have. I'm even becoming a stammerer. There are 2 questions that have been asked to you, and you answer one. You color with a lot of kachumbaris and mayais and stuff, and then you say, "I'm done." Please, can you answer the 2 questions, Penny?
So he asked what is the face of Kenya? That's the only one I had. But what is the other question?
Penny, you're being funny. You're not being attentive. Don't ask a question. PK.
No.
Pen Nyagaka, learn to be a good listener. There are 2 questions that have been thrown to your desk. You
young man,
only
I can answer it.
Pen Nyagaka, go on. You have 30 seconds. Answer the other question.
What is the other question? You asked the face of Kenya as far as Oda is concerned, and I answered that. What is the other question?
Okay, mute. I ask again.
Thank you, Pen. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. PK, you can do it again for him to hear. And let Pen please concentrate. You seem to be chatting on the other side while you're doing this. We want you to concentrate so that we don't waste time when you don't hear. We don't go to class that way, always. Please listen to PK.
Okay.
PK, unmute, PK.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Pen Nyagaka, I had given an elaborate explanation of my question, but now I'll do a quick summary. I said, I'm happy that you are standing very firm with your support for UDA, the people, and you are correctly putting, according to you, but not to us, that this is a national party. You've explained why you think it's a national party. That's okay. But then this party, the leaders or the members of this party, wherever they are not talking about corruption, which you confirmed yourself. You also said you support all the other ideologies, bottoms up, and that whatever they do, ditching out money and all that. But you are disappointed that they are not talking about corruption. I asked, the biggest enemy and animal of our African continent, what has killed our African economy? What has stunted our economy for some of the economy that were starting to peak is underlined as corruption, the biggest enemy. But your leader, the person you support, the people you are saying are very good, they are national leaders, don't talk about that in their meetings. I think they have all gone through the same school that Honorable Ruto has gone through, and they have agreed that they will not talk about corruption, which makes us think and believe that they don't believe that there is that. Even when we talk of interviews that Ruto has participated, is recorded having said that corruption does not deter development. It is on record. So how would you continue supporting a party that does not believe in fighting corruption? Bwana Nyakaka, and you live in a country that distates that, and I understand you are a senior citizen. Over to you, Bwana Nyakaka.
Thank you, Agulai. And I'm a senior citizen and I'm a very independent thinker. Just like I said earlier, if UDA, where I belong, really want to succeed in bringing jobs to the younger generation that don't have jobs, then they have to be able to talk about corruption. And the corruption I'm talking about is not the one being fought by people like Kinoti. I'm talking about the corruption that will be fought by people like Maraga, the real deal. It's not like joking around it. But I'm in it because at least the principles that they give make sense to me. One, bottom up. Two, one party. Leave your other party, your tribal, Kissi, where.
No. Ben Nyagaka, point of order. I want you to be on order, please. You are a very smart, but we can follow. Please, the question is this. You have talked about the qualities of UDA. We know that the list is long. You have told us time and again, time without number, that we hear. What we want to hear is the answer as to why you still support a team that does not appreciate the fact that corruption has always been an impediment for any democratic nation to grow. Please answer that, Penny.
That is very, very true. In any society to develop, that is really understandable that the corruption has to be zero. If you go to the Asian countries, before they got to where they are, if you go to Japan, they are corruption free. I, for one, I'm not in the country, but whenever I'm there, I will have to ask those gentlemen to either change that. If they can never advance that, in as far as elections are concerned, they might as well lose. Because I'm in it so that we can stamp out corruption. I'm in it so that we can make the jobless. Ukienda Kisii, Ukienda Kisii, where I come from, there are gazillions of people without no jobs. If we have to help them, then you're right. Just like any country, it has to stamp out corruption. And corruption has to be stamped out by real people, not jokesters like Kinoti.
No, Penny, I think now you're diluting it. I take that very positive. Corruption, you've said it, you couldn't do it better, you know. Corruption, we all agree, must be tamed for any democratic country to make any economic gain for posterity, for its people. That is what we wanted to hear from you. Now, I want to tell you this, Pen Nyagaka, we will pray for you. We have realized the problem you have is not much. We will pray for you. It is the voice of reason that we must force to your direction. And I'm sure within the time that is there between now and the election, because I know UDA are not going to change. They're not going to talk about corruption. You've given a requisite of support to UDA. You've said if they're not going to change, they will lose, meaning you will not support them. It's my prayer that they continue diluting the management and the aspects of government dealing to corruption in a manner that they even don't mention, so that we keep on talking about it, reminding about it to the extent that Nyagaka, you end up not voting for them. I want to believe that Nyagaka, voice of reason will make you change. You're a wise man. Fools don't change their minds, but a wise man do that. Thank you so much, Penny, for that contribution. And I ask God to talk to you because I want you to be my governor, a governor who will not condone corruption. Thank you so much. Wycliffe, karibu sana. You're welcome. Can you make your submission, Wycliffe?
Halo, habari ya leo kila mtu?
Tuko
Nashukuru kwa hiyo chance.
Tuko salama, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Naona leo debate nzima kushika. Naona Uzu na Mwamba na Washali wamekuwa out of the race. Sasa hao au very strategy team. Hao ndio wameamua kuungana timu ya strategy. Philip Nyagaga anasema ni kweli UDA come August. Hiyo ndio winning team. So vile anasema ni kweli hiyo wakati ikifika tunafaa zi wote tunaenda kupiga kura, alafu tunaenda nyumbani tunangoja resource, alafu why the things ukiangalia sasa hivi between now and August naona UDA watashinda tu. Tunangoja tu hiyo siku ifike, alafu tuende tupige kura, alafu tuendelee na maisha. Asante.
Sana Wycliffe, we appreciate your contribution. You're always welcome on this platform because the moment you speak, we listen to the voice of UDA because we want to understand what problems you guys have. We want to understand, is it the way you reason? Is it the way you act? So every time you come, Wycliffe, I am sure we are learning something and we will know how to deal with what we are seeing. Wycliffe, wewe karibu, ubarikiwe sana. We want to be we want you to remain our subject of study. But I want to tell you, wanasema dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Anasema atakaye cha mfunguni lazima ainame. You get. Asiyefunzwa na wazazi atafunzwa na dunia. Na pia kuna ingine mumeanza sijui tupangwingwi. That one we will know in August 9th what that means. Sahi I can't speak to that. But I'm sure it's one of the slogans that is coming. Alex, my brother, are you there? Alex? Okay, we want to balance gender. Shiko, say something.
Hi. Enyewe ni weekend. Sasa mi sina la kusema. What I would only want to contribute ni about kesho mambo ya Azimio. So let's go there wenye tutaweza. Wacha tusikie wenye baba atatuambia. And let's paint thicker blue. Wycliffe, nilikwambia blue means calmness and serenity. And the future is luminous. Wewe kuja hii saidi ya Azimio achana na mambo ya Uhuru bado. Hakuna mahali itakupeleka hiyo. Nilikwambia hiyo hata ukipewa lazima utatafuta mtu wa kukusukuma nayo. Hiwezi kubeba. Tunataka kuenda kwa Azimio and like I said, wacha waseme baba ni mkono ngamu. Sisi hatutaki handouts. Sisi tunataka mtu mwenye atatutengenezea uchumi. Mtu mwenye a leader who will create a good environment for us to do business or to work na a peaceful country. Na pia mambo ya economy yaangalie. Tutaki, we don't believe in handouts. Na pia kama venye Mount Kenya, unajua hiyo patriot, the narrative ya hiyo ya wheelbarrow ilienda sana cause watu sasa hawana makazi. It's like kama venye kulikuwa na ile wave ya Mungiki, na hiyo jina hata hatusemangi huku bado. Watu wako but chini ya maji. Hiyo usiseme hapa. So hiyo ikaspread sana, watu hawana job.
mayouth wengi wakaambiwa mambo ya wheelbarrow, sijui bottom up. Na sasa ukikuja na narrative kama hiyo for 4 years, unaambia watu, si unaona watasikia, cause huyu msee amefanya campaign for 4 years na hao watu hawana kazi, so venye wanasikia mambo ya wheelbarrow all the time, wheelbarrow, ilibidi sasa waingie kwa hiyo, not knowing what the future holds. Sasa unaona wengine, sasa ndio unasikia wengine wanatusi watu juu wao washakuwa like wameambiwa ni wheelbarrow for 4 years, but now Raila has come with a strategy na amekuja pia na vitu zingine, and that's why tunasema azimio la vijana. Kesho watu, the youth will be there, and I know most of the people who will be there ni youth. Wakuje tumsikie hii yenye tumeambiwa baba ni mwizi, baba anafanyanga hivi, baba ni mganga, sorry, baba aende retire, baba ni mzee wa kitendawili, amezeeka, ni analog. Sisi huo ndio tunataka, analog mwenye I know he's a father na hakuna baba anaweza kubali watoto wake waangamie, so at least we know he has the interest of Kenyans at heart, yeah? So hiyo narrative ilienda sana, but sahii kuongea ukweli, wale sasa youth wenye I come across pia huku Mount Kenya wameanza kufunguka macho. Unaona mtu akisema enyewe nitasikiza, enyewe ni kama ni kama tunapangwa, tulishapangwa na mambo ya wheelbarrow. Wacha tusikie what baba has for us, and that is what we want. Akuje kesho, we welcome him into Mount Kenya, na watu waache kusema Uhuru alimwendorse. Hiyo mara mingi yote yashakuja Mount Kenya wakujangi na Uhuru, na Uhuru mwenyewe alisema politics, bado politics, walikuwa wanafanya kazi kutoka last year. So Raila anakuja na peke yake na watu yake, wenye watataka kudefect from UDA to Azimio ni sawa, they are welcome, lakini si kusema ati Uhuru ndiye anamuendorse, cause hata Uhuru wakati alikuwa anasimama president, hata kama tulimchagua pia Raila alikuwa na watu wake, na pia watu wake si kusema he still have the loyalty of his people. Si watu wengi wametoka hiyo nini yake hiyo the ODM party, bado wako na strongholds zake, na pia watu wake bado wanamfuata, so yeye ako na watu wake, and he needs a certain percent yenye wataingia to the Azimio la umoja, na atakuwa hiyo anachukua. So we welcome him and we welcome others to Mount Kenya. Sisi tunataka kumsikia, sisi hatutaki the wheelbarrow nonsense. We don't want people we are telling them, if you want me to join UDA, can you tell me what is bottom up? Sasa mtu anaanza kukwambia bottom up ni kuinue, ni kurete juu. How? Let me tell you, right now ukanipatia pesa kiwango fulani and I'm not a business ready, and you tell me to go and do business with that money, nitakula, biashara itaisha, because you've not empowered me na hujanionyesha venye you've not given me venye nafaa kutumia hiyo pesa. Sasa hata hao watu wa bodaboda ukienda wapeo milioni, hata kama mtu atagawa 100k ama pia na biashara fulani na hujamuonyesha maana ya kutumia hiyo pesa, you've not given the person the financial advisors ama financial advisor to advise him or her about using the money. Hiyo hata kama ni biashara anaweka itaanguka. So it's all about empowering the youth. It's not about giving them handouts, because if you give me handouts and now tomorrow I'm going to another campaign of yours and you give me handout, I will depend on you. What if now the ile time yenye utanipea pesa hizo handouts, so I will go and steal ama nianze kutafuta pesa venye nitaiba kuku ya jirani but when you empower me and you give me a good environment whereby I can do my business, whether I'm in business or I'm doing any other career, at least nitaweza kufanya kazi yangu. Lakini si kukuja sasa nini kama saizi my mom is analog, nikampatia hii simu ya touch atumie, she won't be able to use it. Hata nitasikia baadaye ananiambia kwa nani, maybe a cousin ameichukua, my brother ameichukua, she won't be able to use it, right? And also kama ni wheelbarrow, at least the DP angekuja aambie watu sasa hatutaki hii wheelbarrow, wacha tuwapee fertilizer, tutawapea nini, vitu kama hizo. Sasa ukinipea surely, ukiniambia mambo ya wheelbarrow, hiyo haiendi, na hiyo kitu by the way watu wameanza kuireject. Wycliffe, wheelbarrow is being rejected in Mount Kenya. Watu hawakubali hiyo. And sorry to say so, those who are not learned in our region, wao wenye maybe mtu alisoma akafika maybe class 8 ama form 4, maybe hajaendeleza masomo tena nini kwa stage ingine, hao ndio wenye wameingia kwa hiyo wave, and the people who are jobless, and those who are jobless, that's why wenye waliingia kwa UDA, that's why we need a leader who will empower our youth, wapate makazi, tukuwe na good tukuwe na a good economy ya Kenya ikuwe poa, mahali kama ni biashara wenye kama ni makazi watapata, at least ndio hata kukikuja wave ingine kama hii ya politics, mtu anakuwa uendi kusupport mtu juu ya kitu yenye anakupea. Saizi hata nikaambia Wycliffe, niliona akiniuliza ati kama Uhuru Raila atanilipia bills, ananilipia bill aje? Hata Uhuru anilipiangi. So I'm not voting for Raila, and I didn't vote for Uhuru because he's paying my bills. Mimi niko sawa kivyangu, naweza kujirisha, so sipewi kitu na mtu kama hongo ndio nimvotie. So I'm hoping Raila will implement that, so that akichukua president at least aendeleze kazi Uhuru Kenyatta ameanza, na economy ikuwe mahali pazuri penye youth wako na kazi, ndio kukikuja nini ingine ya politics, maybe after a decade or after 5 years, yeah, youth watakuwa mtu wako na kazi, ana hiyo time ya kushinda akiambiwa nitakupea 500 uende ukaheko fulani, ama uende kwa mkutano yangu, ama uende ufanye nini. Mtu wako na kazi yake anajirisha. Juu enyewe kama una kazi na unasikia mtu anakuambia atakupea 500, utaingia kwa hiyo nini, kwa hiyo hurubarosm, utaingia juu unataka kupata chakula at the end of the day. So I think we are safe with Baba as the youth, because we are the future of this country, and let's see how far he will take us, and let's support him, let's give him all the support, let's spread this Azimio la umoja. Wacha tu spread hiyo nini ya Azimio la umoja, ndio hii narrative ya wheelbarrow venye inaenda ikufe kabisa, na mazishi yake ikue August, ndio mazishi itakuwa pale Lang'ata. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shiku, for your elaborate, passionate appeal to those who are still out here. I want to appreciate it. It's been very clear. Can you unmute Shiku, please? Please unmute. Thank you. Thank you. On the same breath, that brings me to one point that I think needs to be emphasized from the presentation of Shiku. It is true that if you have somebody providing you fish for your dinner, for your lunch, more frequent than not, that is somebody you'll always appreciate. When it's lunchtime, you'll always be looking, outside your doorstep, outside your gates, to welcome the man who gives you the fish, because you will always have a good meal, because fish is very good. And as far as the bringing of that fish is concerned, as long as you are getting it timely, you will never see the reason why you want to learn fishing. So I want to bring this point home by giving you an example. You have two men, who are living on the shores of a lake. The two men, they are people who are leaders in their own rights within the village that lives on the stone throw of the lakeside mountain. Then one person has people that he goes to do fishing, and he brings fish for them. He always gives them, and every time they receive fish from him, they're very happy. They cook meals, they feel very good. But now there is this other old man who is a neighbor. When he looks at what this other gentleman is doing, he decides yeye atachukua watu awapeleke mtoni. Sasa siku moja wamekutana, akielekea mtoni na wale wafuasi wa huyu mwingine, wakakutana njiani. Kukutana njiani, anashindwa huyu mzee anapeleka wafuasi wangu wapi? Basi njiani kukawa na mazungumzo, kukawa na argument. Yule akauliza ni nini, mnaenda wapi? Akawaambia hapana, huyu mzee ametuambia anaenda kutufunza kutoa samaki kama ile unayotuletea. Then the other person akauliza hapana, huyu mzee msimwamini, kwa sababu mkienda kule yeye ndiye atakuwa mkubwa ya mambo ya uvuvi. Nyinyi mtakuwa watu wa mkono. Atawafunza kutoa samaki, lakini hakuna haja mfuatana na huyu mzee, kwa sababu huyu mzee unajua anaweza anguka kwa maji. Huyu mzee unajua ajiwezi. Huyu mzee hakuna haja, fanya hivi, turudi nyuma, mimi niwapee ile samaki ninayo, lakini tutajipanga ili siku nyingine mimi niendelee kuwapa samaki nyingi, lakini kwa sababu leo sikujua mtakuwa na haja ya samaki nyingi, nimewaletea ile kidogo yangu, alafu ile nyingine tutafanya nini? Tutasaidiana. Then the question is this: if you are in that very argument, will you proceed with this old man who is taking you to the lake to learn how to do fishing, so that you have consistency and a surety of fish for your people? Ama utapiga U-turn ufuatane na nani, na huyu ambaye amebeba samaki 2-3 mwende dai nyumbani? The answer to that is you know, I mean, your guess is as good as mine when it comes to that answer. Utaenda kufuatana na huyu mzee akufunze, hata kama atabaki kule mtoni, atakuwa amekufunza vile unafanya fishing, ili kesho mzee kama hayuko you will go to the lake and you will do fishing. This other gentleman, of course, is not happy because he knows you will know how to do fishing. Tomorrow he will not be able to manipulate you using the fish that is giving you. And this is what UDA is doing. UDA wants people to be handout dependent. People who depend on one man. You know, how can you be the only person who wants to feed the entire country? And when we say, let's teach the people how to do business, let's teach the people how to improve their livelihood by having proper policies and structured way of dealing with corruption. When we talk about that, you say no, Nairobi nitawapea bilioni 5. Ukifika Kissi unasema hii mandizi yenyu mimi nitawaletea factory. It's like you're donating these things, and where they're coming from you're not telling us. I want to agree with the narrative that the DP has been preparing at some point by saying that wajinga walisha Kenya. And I want to say this because Wycliffe, you are here, allow me to refer using your name, and it's just on a line note, the Wycliffe and company, you need to know wajinga walisha, and the truth is so. Wajinga walisha. There is a lot of scarcity of people who don't reason beyond their nose and their eyes. Wamekwisha. The only thing that has been making you think you're followers is what Shiku has said. We are a clique of young men who are desperate, who are languishing in bare need of you know, basics, requirements of their livelihood, which you have taken advantage over, especially Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya has very young men, many young men who have abused alcohol, that we know, who have been vulnerable to abuse of many substances, courtesy of lacking jobs. That is something I'm sure the DP did research, and he realized he has to have something that will give them short-lived, short-lived relief. To me, we would call that relief. You know, like I worked for World Food Program sometime. We were calling that, Southern Sudan Relief Program that is in Lokchogio, yeah, WFP, and World Food Program. We had many. We had across, we had You know, there are many programs. What I'm trying to say in southern meant for southern Sudan that is based in Lokchoge. The World Food Program is one of the, you know, programs that is involved in that program. So this relief of the needs that is coming from UDA is temporal. It does not have a long shelf life. For prosperity to be a reality in our country, we need plans that go beyond 2030, Vision 2030, and 2030 is just here. We cannot talk about 2030 vision while what we are agitating and propagating is the technology of wheelbarrow, something that doesn't have an engine, and we don't want to be demeanor, you know, propellers here by talking much about it. You know very well a wheelbarrow is nothing. It's not something that you want to speak in front of people who've gone to school. And I'm happy to see the pictures our brother Wekesa brought to us before he left. When you look at those pictures, my fellow panelists, you see a group of people who are rebelling against the wheelbarrow narrative. One, because they look like people who have gone to school. And I know Mount Kenya has very, very, you know, highly learned group of young people who are out here looking for jobs, and serious jobs that will make their lives better. But the most disappointing thing that that I must bring to your attention is this. People have been talking about the BBI, and I'm sorry to say, majority of the people did not understand what BBI is, especially those who support the UDA. BBI is, to me, the reason why UDA is going to lose the election. BBI rejection is the main reason why UDA is losing the election. And serious observers will tell you this. I am sure time will be able to vindicate my position. That is going to come. Why? The majority of the voters that support the UDA from the mountain, now they are getting to realize that they lost 21 constituencies, meaning they lost 100 million times 21 in a year, which will have made their life better. And instead, they are told to replace that, you need to take a wheelbarrow. Mount Kenya people who needed to be given proper explanation what BBI was, and now they're getting that explanation, they now know that they lost 53 billion shillings annually that will have been pumped to their economic activity, an enterprise that they will never see, courtesy of the campaigns UDA had against BBI. The punishment that they are going to met, their punishment that they are going to put in place against UDA is to reject you on the month of August 9th, and you will be surprised. In fact, kama ni kupangwa, tayari mmepangwa. That I will tell you for sure. You can see how things are going. I also want to agree that our brothers from the mountain and our sisters, when they believe in something, they go for it. When they find doubt, they will not come. If you are doing business with him and he realizes what you told me is not true, you will not see him, and he will not tell you he's not coming. You will wait for him, he will not come. So Wycliffe, you guys, you have a homework, and when you hear the voice of Shiku and the others, you need to know kifua sio itakachowapea kura. You have to go back to the drawing board. The mountain is what you needed to win the election. When it comes to Western Bloc, already they have gone to Azimio la Umoja. You can see the NC party, it does not have followers. And if you want to take Musalia Mudavadi, for heaven's sake, please take him. You're wasting time. This guy has nowhere to go. He has no teeth to chew. You know, he has lost all the feathers for his wings. You can see the Malalas and the others. They are not sure where they are. That confusion that has been caused by the money that you have been using to lure the followers of Western. I want to thank the IBC. The money
cherry picking of how you apply it in your campaign is not a mantra that we are going to see anymore. And that's why you see now, especially the mountain, you're finding young men who are coming there when they are told, when they are told the slogans of UDA, kazi ni kazi. Some of them just look at the DP like this because they are not getting anything. They are just coming to watch. It is not the same. Look at the excitement of the crowd the UDA guys having. So I'll tell you this for sure. For those of us who understand statistics, the trend of the demographic, equation in as far as the campaigns are concerned, it seems like the UDA is losing a lot, and that's why wamebaki kuwa chama ya makasiriko. Yes, I want to end by saying that is my submission on this, and I will always be grateful to learn from our able panelists on this matter as we continue discussing. I want to introduce something that I want you to weigh into. Probably that will give us some few time because we are waiting for Pemba to come in. Unless somebody has a question again before we reintroduce that. Yes, Wycliffe.
Okay, can you tell? I had one question. Can you tell me, Baba is an economist, and when you go back a little bit, there was a day before handshake when after 2017 election, Baba is the first guy who said he told the guys he told his followers that we need to boycott. He's saying you need to boycott. You need to boycott Safaricom. You need to boycott using Brookside Millet. You need to boycott. Doing business. He was the one.
He was the one who.
Just a minute. What is it, PK?
Sorry, I just thought Wycliffe had concluded. I wanted to answer him or to kind of rebut that.
Let him finish and then you do that. Yeah. Wycliffe, then.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. So I was saying, when you go back to the history after the election of 2017, Baba, he was the first person. He did not accept the results, and then he now started telling his followers that we need to boycott using the Safaricom. We need to boycott not using Brookside Millet. You need to boycott. You need to pay rent. Yeah, you need to do this. So I was like, how will this guy come and now become the president?
I don't want to sound Just a minute. Unmute. Wycliffe. Just unmute a little bit. Wycliffe, you can see we always respect each other and we want to help each other with, with a lot of respect. But when you introduce something that is not palatable, it becomes very difficult for us to sit back and allow you to continue. I want you to recant that inclusion in the list of what you're saying, and you find in your heart to apologize. There is nowhere, all right, and you know where I'm heading to, Wycliffe. There is nowhere Baba said, don't pay rent. There is nowhere Baba said, don't pay rent. That's not a good slogan, Wycliffe. The rest you can argue, but I want you to recant that and probably apologize for that. That's not fair.
Okay, maybe for the rent. Okay.
Proceed, and then PK will answer that. Thank you.
Okay. After apologizing that one, I was talking about you were saying that VBI was inclusive. Out of this guy, Meguna, he was the one who took Baba to Kasarani and so on, and he's still there. He cannot come back even to the country. And you're saying VBI was inclusive. Please answer that one for me.
I like the
Patriot,
kind of...
let me answer Wycliffe. Acha tu nimwambie just a minute.
Ngoja kidogo shiku kidogo tu. I'll give you. Let Patrick PK do that very quickly, and then I come back to you, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Patriot and panelists. Wycliffe, I'll only handle where you are insinuating that Raila told people not to buy goods or to kind of boycott. Um, the freedoms you are enjoying today, Wycliffe, as much as UDA doesn't want to hear about history, again, that's very ironical, just like the way they don't want to talk about corruption. This country was under the leadership, or rather it was under the oppressive rule of the colonialists. Even if you, maybe you might be very young, but you read that history, because it's a must to do it in school, up to, you know, from the lowest level, primary school, that we were under colonialists and we were oppressed. We were under those colonial masters and we had to struggle. People had to fight. People had to die for us to get our freedom, for us to hoist the flag on top of Mlima Kenya, for us to get the independence nation that we have. So what of if people had decided tukae tu, tusikue violent, tutaendelea, watatuletea uhuru? Likewise, when the constitution allows us that if you feel that elections have not been fair, okay, you are allowed to picket. You are allowed, and part of picketing is unaweza enda kukaa kwa street, mkae chini kwa lami, and you can fast. You can decide to tell all the people here, please, tusinunue, tusikule, you know, so that the world can come and, you know, rescue us. So that whoever has wronged you in terms of rigging elections can have difficulties in governing people because he's lying. And this is something, another lie you guys are peddling. It's a question I'm seeing even in social media, that, oh, Baba said we don't buy milk, we don't do that. It was part of picketing. It was part of putting pressure to the government that had rigged the election for them to accept, all right? And no wonder the courts went and nullified the election. So it's part of picketing, my brother. We can decide to boycott, even, for example, we say we will not board any vehicle, you know, and we will walk. Like when Michuki was there, when he introduced the seat belts, people of Nairobi decided to boycott entering any matatu. That put pressure, and the rule was effected. Okay,
Stone
so
PK,
picketing, yes,
how are you,
yes,
sir?
I'm good, Themba. Okay,
Patriot,
so
I know you're in charge. I'm going into another meeting. I'll be out for another 1 hour, so I can be back then. So unaweza endelea. Sawa, Patriot.
Themba, man, what's up with you guys? I was happy that I was seeing you, and you know, the point is we don't have the key to bring some guys in, those who want to come in.
You guys are ready. You are full right now.
You are full right now.
So
we are not.
Let me.
We are not full. We are not full. From where I sit, we are not. We are only.
You are about 6 of it.
And I thought we are supposed to be 10. Okay, but it's all right.
I'm going into another meeting right now. Starting at this time for about 1 hour. I'll be back.
What time are we supposed to finish?
Anytime. The next 1 hour. I'll come back to close.
If you don't come early, all right. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you.
Sorry, Patriot. Ebu soma private chat.
okay, so for me to conclude,
Patrick. Just conclude.
Patrick. Yeah, so I was telling Wycliffe that is part of picketing, and when we win on the 8th, and you guys will not be happy, you are also welcome to you know, kind of indulge in any of those legal, constitutional mechanisms of saying you are not satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, noted. That's very clear of you, Stony. Wycliffe is our friend. Najua hii maneno atasikia tu. But before we proceed, there is an observation that I want to bring to our attention and those who are on the chat. The language that we want to keep is a language that respects everybody, a language that carries the decorum of a decent society. It has come to my notice, it has come to my attention that some guys there, one person by the name Congo, your words are unpalatable. The language that you're using is not acceptable. I want to reprimand you that you review the language you're using on this platform, because we are here for the purpose of airing our views, whether you're on the chat or whether you're directly here. Respect those who give divergent views, and it will always be our prayer that we use a language that does not depict demeanor, in as far as others are concerned. It has come to my notice, I've been told, Congo, please check on your language such that others remain comfortable as they give their divergent views in your discussion. Thank you so much. I hope that observation is clear. Now, Wycliffe, you seem to have something to say.
No,
yes, Wycliffe.
I thought it was a nice time for Shiko. She was having something to say.
Yeah, but you are behaving like you wanted to say something. I'm the moderator, Wycliffe. You're not. I am the one moderating. Niko kwa kiti, sio wewe. So thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Shiko, it is your turn to answer our brother Wycliffe.
Wycliffe, unataka tuanzane na wewe na sina hiyo energy saizi. Mimi tupatane kesho Azimio la Umoja Thika. See you guys tomorrow.
Wycliffe, you are invited. Machungwa itakuwa huko kwa wingi because Omicron is still an issue. Kwa hivyo we will supply you with a lot of vitamin C. Karibu huko.
Na sikupepi na wheelbarrow nani Wycliffe. Kama unataka kukuja nione kando unichaja kwa private chat. Tuende ukasikie what Baba has for the youth. Sawa. I know you are not a bad guy. Si tulielewana. By the way, Patrick, I'm giving Wycliffe some few days, utamuona kwa Azimio. He's not a bad guy. He's very understanding. Ni venye tu anataka tu kukua around na atakuja kwa Azimio. Just give him time. Time will tell.
Thank you.
Takupea rift. Nani atuende na wheelbarrow Wycliffe. Nione kando.
Thank you. Wycliffe, umesikia hiyo maneno sasa? Wewe sasa kubali upangwingwi ili uingie mahali vizuri, ili ukae mtu mungwana, kwa sababu hata hiyo jina ya sipangwingwi, it started in Nyeri, and some of you probably you need to be told, when Baba went to Nyeri during the first Azimio la Umoja, the youths of that place came and sang. If you saw that clip where Baba was dancing to some music that was reggae, that's where they told UDA kwamba atupangwingwi, and then UDA picked it very quickly, changed it to their running thing. Our brothers, Wycliffe, you guys are very good running with what is not yours. Munaenda na pesa ambazo sio zenu. Mnapea watu, mnachukua vitu ambazo ni zetu, tena mnarudisha na mlango ya nyuma. You see, hata hiyo slogan haikuwa yenyu. You do research weekly, it was not yours. Lakini sisi, because we are very kind, tunawaachia tu. So, but I will tell you, just a minute, Chico, I will tell you, Wycliffe, if you want to understand the meaning of sipangwingwi, talk to Shiku, she will tell you. Hiyo itaenda tu polepole mpaka utakuwa ndani ya sipangwingwi. The true one. Wacha hii fake yenyu ya UDA. Okay, thank you so much. Shiku, what do you want to...
Naambia Wycliffe, welcome. ukuje Azimio la Umoja. Sijui mbona kuna mtu naona hapo kwa comment who is not ati channel ya Wajaruo. Tuko huku kila kabila. Akitaka kujoin, come to, join the panelists to argue hapa, tutaki mambo ya matusi. Si ndio Wycliffe? Huku hata kama we ni wa UDA, we ni rafiki yangu. Wycliffe, sikuachi mpaka tuende Azimio. Ukiweza nivutie UDA, niambie mambo ya UDA ni join. Nikikuweza kuja Azimio, hakuna vita. Tuna argue na facts, si kumatusi. Na naona Wycliffe hii ni kura ingine ya baba. Wycliffe anajoin Azimio. Kesho tunaimba song ya welcome pale hivyo nini, sisi ndio tunashikilia hiyo ya Mount Kenya Azimio la Umoja.
Unless nifuate remotely ndio niangalie kama unaweza kuwa kama watu wa Eldoret.
Hapana, cheza na wanawake wa Nyeri wewe. Lazima box utaingia.
Time will tell.
Sawa.
Okay, Shiku, thank you for that. That's a Wycliffe. I want you to do something. There are people who support UDA who are not using, very, very, very civilized language on the chat. Can you pass a message to them in a second? Can you say something on that? Just talk to them. There are those who are on the chat, and I want you to speak to them, especially those who support the UDA. Please, it's your turn. Say something.
Okay, ndugu zangu ama dada zangu wenye wako UDA, usitumie lugha yenye inafanya watu wengine kuwa na inawakera, ile lugha yenye haingiani na nini. Siasa ya Kenya tunapigana na facts juu at the end of the day the best team atashinda, na Kenya ni kubwa kuliko kila mtu, so tutumie lugha yenye ni ya heshima juu platform ni ya kila mtu. Mimi niko UDA, naona hata mapanelists tuko nao hapa na Azimio, so tuna challengeana kidebate, so si maneno na kutumia lugha yenye itafanya mtu mwingine aone kama ni madharau nini. Hapana, tutumie lugha tu at least yenye tutaelewana na wanasemanga we agree to disagree. So hiyo ni maneno yenye kila mtu at least nini zake zasikika, na ni hayo kwa sasa. Asante.
Yes, PK. Yes.
Sorry, I was thinking maybe you had the key because this Congo man, whatever he is calling himself, I think he should have been thrown out. I mean, we don't have to really entertain this kind of unbecoming behavior. If he's feeling aggravated, he can organize his own rally and instead of coming to insult people here. Thank you.
So you've checked. It's very insulting, yeah.
By the way,
yes, it is.
Hakuna mtu tumeita mtoto kwa hii debate. By the way, anatuletea feelings zenye hatuelewi. Nani amesema hapa kuna watoto? You should just respect people's opinion. Who is arrogant?
Who is arrogant? And is the one who is arrogant.
Okay. I want to say.
I think we should block
him from this platform.
She couldn't meet. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yes, but well, since we have limited, authority on what to do, we can only use this opportunity to advise him on what to do. But I'm sure if he's going scot-free today, let him try tomorrow and the day after. He will find himself on the wrong path. But he needs to know that some of these things are footprints that define you tomorrow. When we want to know who you are, we will actually dig to the history. And the history will define you as a man who didn't go to sleep, wasted time to abuse others, and spewing insults that do not depict people and the society in the right way. So it's unfortunate, PK. I think what we can do is just to let him know that it's a matter of time before the right verdict catches up with him, and that's not what we subscribe to. So that's what I will say. Allow me to say something that I wanted to say before we wade on to Wycliffe's sentiments. There's something that I can call strategy when I look at the DP scam,
in as far as Namwamba and Washiali is position, is concerned. The fact that Washiali started to say that he's not going to buy, then we have Namwamba. I think the UDA, bandwagon and the UDA brigade are trying to fill into some gaps that we have already identified in them. One, I think they are filling the gap of having people who can campaign with the DP wherever he goes. Because when you look at the team that he has, it's so limited. Most of them are vying. And if he does not have people that he can move with from one place to the other, he'll wear out. He'll find it quite difficult to keep up. Because Azimio la Umoja is a galaxy of colors in terms of character. We will have the coast chapter, Central, Nairobi, Rift Valley, Western chapter, which has different personalities who have so much of what it takes to campaign for Baba. I think it is a strategy that the DP is talking to a few of those that he thinks can be at the national platform to campaign with him. I want to believe it's a strategy. Probably he has realized that Namwamba needs to be with him. It's a matter of time if that comes out. But what I'm reading between the lines, the DP is identifying the team that will be crisscrossing the country to propel the narrative of the wheelbarrow and the slogans around his campaign. So I think that is a strategy that I can read in that. I don't know whether you're seeing that from my perspective, PK.
Yeah. Thank you, Patriot. Yes. Actually, on your perspective, and I'm also seeing something in addition to that. The DP trying to kind of fish out those who used to be vibrant, and unfortunately, those who used to be vibrant, they were vibrant while they were on the other side. That is now they are the Baba side. For example, Namwamba was Namwamba because of Baba. He was Namwamba because of ODM. And he was Namwamba because he was standing for something tangible. He was not standing for, where you have to fake things. Unfortunately, when you are on the UDA side, even when you speak, you listen to yourself speaking. The worst thing on earth is that you can't lie to yourself. You know what you're saying and you don't really believe in it when you kind of, pronounce. For example, you stand on a podium, you want to talk about UDA and their policies or their philosophies or their ideologies. When you are pronouncing them, you can feel, because these guys have gone to school, they are learned. And the worst thing is that when you have gone to school, ujinga hauna, but you can pretend, for the moment. Just like trying to put on, to make a sheep a lion. It can never be. Mbuzi iwezi kuwa kondoo. So, hata akitafuta nani, all these guys, look at Halwale when he's even on national TV trying to defend William Ruto and all these things. He looks really blank. Even when he goes to talk to people look at him. Kwanza huko in Western, I think people are just being sympathetic because ni mtoto wa huko, mtoto wa Ingo. So wanajaribu tu nini, but they know whatever he's saying, it won't go. In fact, I think towards nearer the time, people might call him wamwambie tu, I don't know whether he will be given that governor seat, but I think it will reach a time when he will be called, akaishwa chini, aambue labda wewe, kama tunakupatia hii kitu tunakupatia kiwewe. Don't come telling us those other stories, because these stories will end.
Okay. I lost you somewhere. Who are you referring to here? Who are you referring to?
Oh, sorry, I was giving an Maybe you mute. Yeah, I was giving an example of the way UDA boss is going to fish, is fishing out for people to kind of boost his image on the podium. And we had talked about Namwamba, and I explained why Namwamba was seen to be so powerful and making a lot of sense during the days, because he was in ODM and he was articulating reality, realism. But now I also gave the second example of Khalwale, for example, a whole daktari, somebody who used to be so vibrant, but the moment he crossed over to sell ideologies that don't hold water, lies, whenever he talks, you can see shyness in his voice. Even when he goes to the public, you don't see that confidence. So even if you go looking for all those other leaders that have maybe they have gone down, I don't see the UDA having a vibrant team, because vibrancy comes in as a result of confidence, and confidence comes in as a result of really believing in what you are saying. And I said the worst thing you can do is to lie to yourself. For example, you cannot go and start telling people how your organization or your UDA will be able to support a vibrant economy, and you are not talking about corruption, how you're going to fight corruption. So, and people today, I think people are wajinga walikwisha. So even in those rallies, watu wanangoja wasikie one thing. You are saying vijana watapata kazi, utaleta hiyo pesa. What are the systems? Strategy ya kuleta hizo pesa zitachungwa vipi? What will you do to fight corruption? You bring money to the bottom and then it is all stolen and you just say it's business as usual. Vijana wanasikiza. So I'm finding it, especially from tomorrow going on, because tomorrow there will be kutaanveiliwa a strategy ingine ya ajabu, because tomorrow is also when Azimio will unveil the very, very strong team ya vijana, a team of vijana that will go now out there to talk. Tomorrow, again, I understand is when we shall have a very strong team ya kupiga propaganda zote za these guys.
It's
The
today,
UDA.
Stony. It's today, not
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it's today actually. We are counting minutes. I see. Naona tukitoka hapa tunaenda Thika straight kunywa chai huko. So Patriot, I think I'm not worried about the assumed revamping of DP's team. DP's team is what do we call it? Is punctured. Mpira yao iko ilipata slow puncher. So basically, Azimio now is supposed to.
It is deflated.
Yeah, deflated. That's the word. So Azimio just needs to take control, and as I said earlier when we were submitting, take control, professional, engaged. I like the way they have engaged, highly professional. If you look even at the branding, look at the messaging, we are dealing with very, very professional teams of dedicated young men, old men as well, because it is a combined effort, and everything. Azimio is not ready to leave anything to chance. And tomorrow the unveiling, it will be unbelievable. I've heard rumors. Ile kitu itaonyeshwa kesho itakuwa Kasarani ya Thika. It will be something that will send everybody flying. And that is what is gone to all the 47 counties. So by April, itakuwa mambo ingine ya ajabu. Thank you.
The princess from Arizona. The princess Zana from Arizona. It's your time.
Me today, I don't have much to say. I'm just waiting for Stony PK to go to Thika. Come and tell us how it is. I don't have much to say today. Kizungu mingi imenipotelea jamani. Wacha nizungumze basi kidogo kuhusu Washiali na Babu na Mwamba. Washiali kwa kweli alielezewa, ni kama walielezewa. Washiali alielezewa mbeleni kabla hata Babu na Mwamba hajaambiwa ya kwamba asisimame, mpaka watu wake wakapiga kelele. Watu wakafikiria ni yeye ameambia watu wake waende wapige kelele kule, waseme no Washiali, no Ruto. We don't want if no Washiali, no Ruto for presidency. Kwa hivyo walipiga hapo kelele wakisema Washiali asipokuwa naye au wapigii Ruto, kuna UDA hapo. But nafikiria walienda wakaelezewa Washiali ndio ni kama wale watasimamia uchaguzi, ile campaign ya DP. Kwa hivyo nafikiria iliwafanya wakanyamaza. Naona kesho kutakuwa na mkutano wa Musalia. Pande huu kuna mkutano wa Thika, pande huu kuna mkutano wa Musalia. Kwa hivyo Musalia kesho atakuwa na mkutano, na nafikiria Kalonzo pia, sijui ni kesho. Kalonzo yake pia ni kesho kwake.
Ni leo huko Yata.
Leo nimesahau leo. Leo hata Musalia ni leo. Kwa hivyo leo ndio tutajua mbivu na mbichi, kwa sababu wote watatokezea waseme, kama Musalia atasema naelekea upande wa UDA, tutajua. Naye Kalonzo, kwa mawazo yangu mimi mwenyewe, nafikiria atasimama kwa hiyo tikiti chake cha Wiper mpaka mwisho, kwa sababu naona ni kama anaona, unajua ukishasema ni aibu, na kwanza yeye ndiye amechaguliwa katika ile, ukiangalia ile nini ambayo walikuwa wameweka, kulikuwa na Kalonzo, Mudavadi, alafu Kalonzo, Martha Karua, alafu Kalonzo, Wetangula. So hizo zote tatu yeye ndiye alikuwa anaongoza. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa mawazo yangu naona ni kama labda atakwamilia kuenda mpaka kwa debe. So unajua hata alisema yeye ni mtu wa katikati, atapitia hapo katikati. Kwa hivyo anaangalia umri wake. Umri ndiye inasumbua watu hapa, kwa sababu ako 68. Anaona kama baba ataenda for 10 atakuwa 78. Sasa atakuwa anaingia kwa kiti, kama atachaguliwa ataingia kwa kiti kama ameshinda baba na mwaka moja. Unaona, anaona ile 68 plus 10 itakuwa 78. Anaangalia hapo atakuwa amepoteza. Musalia anaangalia yuko na 61, anaangalia 61 plus 10 71. Unajua ni miaka inasumbua hao watu, Kwa hivyo hata akielekea upande ule wa DP ako na 55 sasa. 55 atamaliza na 65 ikiwa ataenda miaka miwili na term zake.
Ngoja Princess, atamaliza nini? Don't hypothesize. Hakuna DP kwa president. Anamaliza nini?
Nasema kwa kuwa vile Mudavadi anawaza.
Yes.
Akielekea pande ule mwingine ule atamaliza na hiyo miaka. Sasa unajua wako katikati hapa, ndio hiyo miaka ndiyo inawasumbua sana. Kwa upande wa Wetangula, yeye ana neno, yeye anataka tu upande ile itakuwa kwa serikali. Na unaona Mudavadi mwenyewe ni mjanja. Saa zile walikuwa wanaenda wale maprincipal wa Oka, yeye hakutokelezea kwa sababu hataki kuonyesha. Unajua kama unataka kuolewa, wewe msichana unataka kuolewa, huwezi enda ukaonyesha bwana mwingine ya kwamba bado mimi niko na wewe na upande huu unatongozwa. Kwa hivyo naona akielekea tu upande huko wa UDA, kwa sababu sasa alikuwa anataka asionyeshe mumewe wa upande wa UDA ya kwamba ana Kalonzo yu pia anampigania kuja upande huu. Kwa hivyo alionyesha ya kwamba siko na Kalonzo, mimi niko na wewe. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio ilifanya hakuenda kwenye mkutano, kwa mawazo yangu, sio nasema kwa mawazo yangu. Ndio naona ni kama ilimfanya hakuenda kwenye mkutano. Kwa hivyo mimi Mudavadi nilikuwa nampenda, lakini ni muoga. Waluya sio waoga, lakini nimepata Mluya muoga. Mudavadi ni Mluya muoga. Kwa hivyo yeye atadidimia kwa upande wa kuwa politician, kwa sababu hii ndio mwaka yake ile angejionyesha ya kwamba ni dume, lakini ameangusha watu wa Mlembe. Kwa hivyo kwa Mudavadi mimi namuhurumia. Ababu na Mwamba anapiga mipango zake, kwa hivyo tungojee kama anaona. Unajua kama wataweka ile wanasema ya kwamba after 100 days, Raila anasema akiingia after 100 days ataweka ile, atarudisha BBI. So akiweka hiyo BBI after 100 days, hiyo inamaanisha Ruto atakuwa na nguvu. Kwa sasa hivi hatuna mkubwa wa upinzani, ingawaje nasikia watu wakiwa kila mahali kila wakati wanasema Raila ni mkubwa wa upinzani. Hapana, hatuna opposition. Opposition ni ile minority ile iko kule kwenye bunge. Raila ni raia huku. Hata tukirudi katika nchi za Amerikani, ukishindwa unakuwa raia. Wewe rais ukishindwa unakuwa raia. Watu wako wale wameshinda ni wanaenda kule kwenye bunge kule. Kwa hivyo Raila ni raia. Sasa tunaangalia akirudisha hiyo BBI itamfanya Ruto akuwe opposition mkali. Kwa hivyo anaweza patia wakina Ababu na Mwamba kazi. Kwa hivyo waombe Raila ashinde, BBI kuje, wakina Babu na Mwamba wapate kazi kule kwa ofisi ya opposition kubwa kama Ruto. Hiyo ndio mimi naomba, waombe Raila ashinde, kwa sababu asiposhinda sioni mwingine atashinda. Kenya iko mkononi mwake na ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Patio tunaweza
I think Princess, you always make the show nice. That's where it is. The more we are honest to each other, the more we see clarity on where we are going as a country. But I think by and large, there is a lot that is happening which must be applauded. And I think so far so good. The UDA people are confused. People are starting to see, and I like the way one of the panelists put it here, that it's easy to be number one, but maintaining that number, oh my goodness, it is an issue. We know when we will be number one in class, how it will be very difficult to keep it. You find that the following term, umetupwa namba 5 huko, na wewe ndio ulikuwa number 1. Sasa hiyo vitabu tulikuwa tunapewa, unapewa vitabu, my school ulikuwa unapewa vitabu, you are given free books na makalamu na nini. So when you think that since wewe ni namba moja hii term, next term unapata ni Onyango ndiye amepewa and Kamau and maybe Njeri, na wewe uko namba 5 huko nyuma. So maintain number 1 sio rahisi. Kuwa number 1 unaweza kuwa, lakini to repeat to be number 1, oh my goodness, it's an issue. So the older people started very well. I actually applaud them, the way they began with their narrative. They really ran too fast. Walikimbia, but there's something that they forgot. There's something that they forgot. Let me put it in this story. No wonder some of us who support Baba, tunapenda vitendawili pia and proverbs, because we know the value of that. I don't see the wrong thing of bringing the point, because even Jesus Christ used proverbs to teach the Pharisees, you know, the meaning of the gospel when they didn't understand it. I want to paraphrase, you know, what is happening today by giving you a story. And I think you know the story. If you went to school during my years, those are the books that we read. Kuna wakati sungura, and it's nice when it's put in Swahili. Kuna wakati sungura na kinyonga waliambiana waende katika mashindano ya mbio. Kinyonga aliambia sungura, wewe una maringo sana na unaongea na kiburi. I don't think you can run, you know, faster than me. Sungura akacheka, you know, and na masikio yake akasema, wewe kinyonga una upuzi. How can you tell me kwamba unaweza kimbia kuniliko? So kinyonga akamwambia sungura, let's not waste time. What do you do? Tunasikizana mbio inaanzia wapi? Asubuhi saa 12. Kama wewe utatangulia hapo, anza kukimbia. Lakini destination ya mbio ni wapi? Ni kule mwisho. Na mwenye ataenda kuketi kwenye ile kiti, mwingine akikuja ajue ya kwamba ule ametangulia ndiye amefika hapo. So they agreed. Sungura akaamka asubuhi, akafanya mazoezi. It must have been probably 5:33 like it is in Kenya now. Akafanya mazoezi, alipoangalia akafanya hiyo muscle nini, akatoa hiyo, akapiga chafya na kumiau hiyo, and then he's like, sasa huyu chameleon hayuko hapa na ni kitu haiwezi kimbia, wacha mimi nianze mbio. Sungura akaanza through the woods, you know, where the terrain was, anakimbia, jua bado ijaonekana, and he was really running. You know, something I want to mention, wakati alikuja that spot ya kukimbia, chameleon alikuwa ametangulia, lakini hakuamua kukimbia, akawa at that spot. Sasa sungura alipofika, akifanya zile maanja zake, akaruka kwenye mkia wa sungura. So sungura anaendelea story zake akifikiri yako peke yake, lakini chameleon alikakatalia kwenye mkia wa sungura. So sungura akikimbia, anaangalia nyuma, anasema sasa huyu chameleon nani kinyonga atanishinda vipi? Akakimbia, anafika mahali anajishika, anaangalia, anasema sasa si hii mambo nimeshinda. Sema anyway, wacha mimi nimalize mbio. Kukimbia, akafika karibu kwenye kiti, kwa sababu ukiwa wa kwanza lazima uwe wa kwanza kukalia hicho kiti. So akakimbia kufika pale, saa zile anaketi, anasema wacha mimi niketi, huyu akija nimwambie mimi nimemshinda. Alipokuwa anapenduka kukaa, kinyonga karuka kwenye kiti. Then sungura alijaribu kukaa, akamwambia wacha mchezo bana. Wewe huwezi kuja hapa, mimi nishatangulia muda mrefu, alafu unajifanya unajua kukimbia. Wewe leta zawadi yangu, mimi nishakaa tayari. What I am seeing is exactly what is happening. UDA wamekuwa wakikimbia wafikiri wao ndio wana campaign peke yao, lakini baba alikalia mkia wao. Na mbio zote hizi zimekuja kuonyesha ya kwamba mbio za sakafuni zitaishia ukingoni. Na ukingoni hivi karibuni baba ataruka kwenye hiyo
Mbio
kiti.
za
mbio za ukingoni ukicheza sakafuni.
Basi umenirekebisha Kiswahili kigumu.
Hapana,
mbio za sakafuni huishia ukingoni.
Mbio za ukingoni.
Mbio za sakafuni ukingoni.
Sakafuni huishia ukingoni.
Mbio za sakafuni huishia ukingoni. Asante PK kwa kurekebisha. Unajua nilikuwa nimeweka box. So
Kiswahili sio mdomo cha.
Sasa PK and Princess, I think UDA have run the show thinking that they are alone. Baba atakuwa rais, lakini kwenye hiyo mbio zao hizo, makosa zao tu ndio zinabeba baba akiwa mbele. You know, the mistakes that they are making is what is giving baba the chance to be at their tail. So by the time they want to sit, whether it is by the system, whether it is by votes, let me be a bit, hilarious here and a bit frank. The way Baba will win, we actually don't care. Actually, we are not bothered. What we want is to see that Baba amekuwa announced the president. How that happens, we will not question. So usituulize hiyo kiti msikalia kwa sababu kinyonga tayari amekaa pale. So how he came, that's not our business. That's what I want to. Very interesting. PK.
Utaki verifiable.
Hiyo tutaangalia baadaye Princess. Bora tufike pale tupronouncewe, wale wanataka kuverify watafanya baadaye.
Sorry, stop. Na mtu asitukalie tafadhali. Asitukalie.
Kabisa. Patriot and Princess, there is something I want to bring out. Something I've been observing. You see, kesho tuko Azimio mtaani Thika. That was well planned, long time.
I mean,
this morning.
Yeah. This morning. So it has been planned for quite some time. But then it is very interesting to see that now Amani also planned their thing. I think they will be at Bomas. Kalonzo planned his thing in Niata this week. They did this in my own thinking because now they knew that Baba's Kiambu, Thika is in Kiambu debate will be like now the launch of Baba's campaign, and it will be critical. It will be as critical as when we had Bukungu, and I remember Atoli was saying whoever will not attend Bukungu in Western, mambo yake kwisha. And I respect that mzee, and I hold him with a lot of awe because I see whatever he says, I think more than 90% of his predictions have always come to pass. So again, Thika also has come too soon because of these Oka people expected Baba to extend that maiden debate. But I think Baba also has some very, very intelligent team because anataka Baba pia ni mjanja sana. He's a footballer also. And in football, you play tricks. So Baba wakapanga Thika ifanyike leo. Ndio nao hawa walikuwa watakwenda kunaitwa nani kule Taita. That's where they were supposed to go and decide who will be their flag bearer. Hiyo ikaflop. And I think Baba knew it would flop because he has gone through such motions. And it will never come. Oka will never have a flag bearer. Kesh ama leo, what will happen, kila mtu ataenda kwao. Kalonzo uko kwao Yata, I know what that region and his followers, I know what they will tell him. And I can even guess. Okay? And what he will announce from there will be and it will be either the breaking of Kalonzo or the making of Kalonzo. Kwa Mudavadi nako pia, I'm sure they will also decide to tell him where you have to cross to the other side. Of course, there are those in Mudavadi's camp who are telling him, you are better off with Baba because that's where you have always been. But then with his ego and pride, anaona yeye aende kwa UDA. So the outcome today will find Baba has already taken off.
PK,
Yes.
the opinion polls of anyway, we don't trust opinion polls. The opinion polls make Malala so proud. So he's so proud of himself, and followed by Halwale. So the Malala is in ANC, and I think he's going to fight for it. So let's wait and see.
Yeah, okay. So what will happen is that now there is this opinion, the same opinion poll had shown Baba rating around what? Around Ruto rating 63 in Muranga, and Baba at around 23 or something like that. From tomorrow, even the purpose of this, from tomorrow, you will see Baba will climb by almost 20%. I mean, in my own opinion. Okay. And whatever Baba will climb from tomorrow, it will be sustained until April. Then from April,
He's already in 20. He's already
yeah,
in 20.
yeah,
He's in
at
22.
22, 23 there. Yes.
Yeah.
So he will get another 20.
Another 20. PK, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Opinion poll is this. I don't seem to be updated. Which poll?
It was on TV 47. You get that, Patriot?
When
When was
that?
It was circulated. It was yesterday when it was circulating.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
If you check on Google or even YouTube, you'll get it. So
YouTube later. It's okay. I'll check on YouTube.
Yeah. So all this, even the timing of the opinion poll, the timing of this, Baba's meeting, and then these other three meetings, this Kalonzo and Amani, these were hurriedly done because you see they are trying to kind of come with dignity, so that even if whoever decides to join Baba does not join like he's a lesser person. Okay, so if it's Kalonzo deciding to join, he will say, now I've sat with my people and it's my people who have told me this. Then of course the shame will be out of his face. Mudavadi, whether he goes to Ruto, in fact it will be worse for him to be in UDA. He is safer in Baba's side, because as Princess says, the BBI will be revived, and when it's revived, it's those who are near Baba that will get those goodies. Wale watakuwa opposition, watakaa opposition. And I don't imagine, and I don't know why Mudavadi is making this serious mistake. According to, he should check his track record. Gari yake ilikuwama pale siku ya mademon. Okay? When he had that opportunity, he should have really asserted his authority from then. But he has always played lukewarm. In fact, he is more of a melon than Kalonzo. Okay? That's why he has not been. And Western has been there for him, but he left the vacuum. And leadership does not love, once vacuum is there, something else will fill in. Okay? So I'm so worried that he may not recover. And because if he doesn't recover, then I don't know where else he will fit. You can imagine him running as a running mate for UDA. That is not like of him. Even hadhi yake haimruhusu. Yeah. So my conclusion, if I were Mudavadi, I would kind of call it as a miss. I would skip this 2022 thing. I would pause and relax and tell Kenyans I'm watching from behind, because there's confusion and I don't believe in all those guys who are here. I have pulled off. And then he takes a recess for the next 5 years. That way, I believe he can rejuvenate himself 2027. And people might look at him. He might be the only option for the right thinking Kenyans. Otherwise, if he doesn't and he continues with the race, he will just continue to damage himself more. As for Kalonzo, that one I'm seeing him coming back to where he belongs. And his karma has always been like he will always deputize Baba. And they are friends. And Baba Kalonzo ticket can be really good, on the hope that BBI will come in so that we get somebody else from Mount Kenya in order to be able to complete the circuit. Otherwise, we look forward to today. We can't wait. Like, I don't think I'll sleep. I really want to see what there is in that box. I want to see this youth program that is going to be launched today, the youth manifesto. I understand Baba's government will have a full-fledged ministry that will only deal with youth. He will separate ministries, which is a very good thing from what I've heard, because youth with their ministry and then women or gender with their ministry, that way you can have a very quick development because resources are now allocated specifically. So those are some of the very exciting things we will be looking forward to. I hear that there will be a declaration to have the youth in the forefront, ndio jeshi ya Baba, yeah, and they will go all over Mount Kenya. The outfits are there, and it will be like never before. And from what I heard, the officials saying, who are they had met earlier, the message they are going to give is that in Baba's era, they don't want youth wakiokota makaratasi. They want whoever, kila youth ajisikie ako juu, si mambo ya kuambiwa unakaa kule ukiokota makaratasi ukifanya hizo mambo ya chini, yeah. And that's why the image being portrayed, it's being portrayed of empowered youth, and it's possible, without corruption, all the money that will be around, with all the TVET, training, we can be like Singapore in the shortest time possible. Korea, for example, you don't have youth loitering, doing very, very low-paying jobs, and this is doable. If Baba can control corruption in the first 2 years, even by 50%. We saw that in Kibaki's government. So there will be money, and everybody else will be living above the $1. Yes.
Do you know they used to say in Tanzania? I have relatives in Tanzania. They used to say in Tanzania, if you want to go to, ukitaka kwenda ng'ambo, enda hapa Kenya tu, badala ya kwenda ng'ambo. But right now, tumepitwa. Do you know that? Magufuli came and did wonders there in Tanzania. He did wonders there. The roads, he did a lot. They have good roads, and if you have good roads, that's the first thing, because you can sell your things everywhere you want to go. You won't be having problems, you see. So they have roads, they have companies for their own people. So he tried. Now they don't say, if you want to go to US, go to Kenya. No, we are the ones who are going to say that. But if I think Baba gets in, it will be opposite again. They'll say, if you want to go to US, you better go back to Kenya.
Yeah, it's true, Princess. And why I'm so confident that this will work is because, Baba is the father of devolution. And there was a friend of mine who was trying to argue with me, saying, oh, we are expecting too much from Baba and all that. Then I told them, Baba will have 47 presidents, okay, in the name of county bosses. And then the bosses will have money. And then he will have systems that will try to control corruption. So once you control corruption and money reaches the counties, and then you have senators there who are kind of overseeing, it is a matter of time. I mean, very short time, just like you have said. Magufuli also, he entered there within 1 year, he put alikaza manati kila mahali, and people started saying he's a dictator. When you are fighting corruption, you have to do almost 80% dictatorship. Kagame had to jail his brother. He jailed his brother, and I don't know whether the brother has ever come out of jail, because he was jailed, I think, for 45 years or something. I don't know. Yeah. And he had to set an example through the hard way. Yeah. And once he did that, utasikia hata tangu Kagame aingie, sijawahi kusikia minister amejaribu kufanya mambo yoyote pale. Yeah. You go to Rwanda, even if a policeman, hata ukimwambia umnunulie soda, even when he is not in uniform, he is so scared. He thinks you are set to fix him. So to fight corruption, you have to instill fear. Remember when during Kibaki time, we had been told we can arrest policemen who pick bribe. Si tulikuwa tunashika askari. Yeah. And I could see them, wananchi wanawashika, they report them. They were so scared until hata akikusimamisha akikuomba kitu unasikia anakwambia, ndugu, mimi sikwambii unionge, naomba maji. So it is true, Princess, what you have said. It is true that within 1, 2, 3, by the third year, this country, will be turned around into what we all expect. So basically, let's see tomorrow. Let's see what Baba unveils. Baba is always full of surprises. Watu wanajaribu guess. But he's very good at keeping secrets. That's one thing I admire about him. I happened to have been able to sit around him several times in 2013 when we were seriously in CORD. And the things he tells you, it's amazing, and what he believes in, it's true. And he tells you about Singapore, he tells you about these countries, and he talks so passionately, saying it is doable. He gives you reasons and answers. Yeah. So you look at him like this, unaona huyu akipewa hata miaka 3. Because, I tell people, I've never seen somebody who sits down and 80% of the time anaongea juu ya watu, wananchi, watu wengine. Very few people, even as in social places, when you sit down, just find out how many people talk about their ndugu. People are suffering. When we are just talking about ourselves, mimi, kwetu, kwangu. Yeah. But this mzee, all his life, he just thinks about how people are suffering, poverty that is hitting us, and he mentions and gives you a way to solve it. Yeah. And when he's talking, you can see it in his face, the pain he feels about people suffering. And it's only people who have never been close to him, and those who are not keen are the ones who would say, oh, he's just a politician like any other. For me, I think, again, even in leadership, you have to have the passion and love for. Actually, the thing is why you want to really go and lead people, as opposed to these other guys. These other guys, they just talk about wale watu wa kiburi. Those rhetorics tell you that somebody has no agenda for ni watu wa kiburi gani, watapeli gani? Kumbe wewe ndio tapeli, because matapeli ni wewe ndio una kiburi. You are the one who is feeling like inaitwa nini, superiority complex. You are the one who is lamenting. So generally, I think let's wait for tomorrow, and I mean today, It will be big news. Tuone itakuwaje. Patriot.
Okay, Princess, sema maneno, wewe ndio una Kiswahili mingi.
Kiswahili sio mdomo changu, lakini nitazungumza. Mimi ninaona tu hata sisi wenyewe watu wa Azimio. Sasa hiyo nasema kwangu mimi mwenyewe. Sisi watu wa Azimio wenyewe tunafaa, nyinyi ambao mko kwenye vijiji, mnafaa kuanza true campaign, kwa vile wanaenda kuchukua sasa vitambulisho na kura. Baba anasema, unajua akisema hivyo ati bunduki na risasi, watu wanaanza kusema vibaya. Yeye anasema na anafafanua. Unajua usiseme tu bunduki na risasi alafu usifafanue. Anasema bunduki na risasi, bunduki yako, kura na kitambulisho. Uwe na hizo vitu ngapi? 2. Ukiwa nazo ndiye anajua sasa wewe ni mwanajeshi. Sasa tunafaa tu kukuwa na hizo vitu 2. Vijana niliona katika nini inasemekana vijana hawajachukua hizo vitu. Kwa hivyo tunafaa kupigania kabisa vijana wachukue kura na kitambulisho, ili tuwe na binduki. Hata ikiwa unaenda kwenye vita, maanake inaitwa ni vita, yani kwa mfano ni vita kwa sababu unaenda kuchaguana. Kwa hivyo mpaka uwe na bunduki na risasi, uwe na kitambulisho na kura. Kwa hivyo hizo vitu viwili ndio watu wanafaa kupigania. Nafikiria kama watakapomaliza nini ya leo, hiyo ya Thika, nafikiria watazungumza kwa hiyo sababu ya hiyo, nafikiria watazungumza ili vijana wajue, vijana ambao wanaenda hapo wajue ya kwamba wachukue kura na kitambulisho, ili watu ndio tujue. Huwezi zungumza tu ya kwamba wengi wanazungumza baba tapita, tutapigia Raila, mtu asimtusi, Sasa ukiwa utaki atusiwe wala utaki akae bila nini, kura na kitambulisho uwe nayo mfukoni, lakini usiwe nayo mfukoni ya kuuza, kwa sababu sasa hivi itakuwa ni wengine wanataka kununua, wanakwambia leta nikupe 500. Na hiyo nilikasirika. Kuna mama mmoja nilisikia akisema, hata wale nasikia hapa wakisema mimi wakileta na kula. Itafika wakati wanaleta wanataka kura yako, si ati wanaleta tu. Naye Patriot anatuacha. Naona Patriot ikizunguka kura.
Hiyo ni fluctuation ya frequency. It happens normally because
okay, haina shida.
Over the weekend many people are using that. Hiyo ni network. Okay. Nina wifi. Nini na wifi na iko fully loaded. So
sasa mimi kile ningeomba, unajua kule kijijini kule, kienda huko Kakamega kule ndani kule mashambani, saa hii watu wanangoja nini? Wao wanangoja ati nikinunuliwa unga mshere na ninunuliwe, mtu aninunulie chingeni, yani samaki, na uninunulie unga pale, bas mimi mwenyewe nitashiba. Lakini kile naogopa, niliona mama mmoja akisema akinunuliwa, akipewa pesa atapata, atakula, na akiitishwa kura atapeana. Unaona, watu kama hao ndio tunafaa kuwaelimisha. Ukiitishwa kura usipeane, kula pesa kama wewe ni mtu wa kukula pesa, lakini kura yako ni yako. Mtu asikuitishe kura ukampatia, kaa na kura yako, wala mtu asikuitishe kura yako akwambie ati tukusanye kura hapa, hizi makura zenyu zote leteni, tunaenda kuwaletea pesa. Hiyo wanafaa kufundishwa hiyo pia. Alafu jambo lingine kuwafundisha katika wakienda kwenye balloting pale pa kupiga kura, ile maneno ya kuweka baba, mimi ni wa baba, hizo ndio pia zinapoteza kura mingi. Hizo pia elimu ni kitu cha maana, na elimu ndio hiyo unasikia sasa. Nikirudi katika elimu hii bottom up ndiye inawashinda nayo hiyo story ya elimu, kwa sababu kama unataka kumuinua mtu juu, nilikuwa nasikia Shiko akisema hapo, ukitaka kumuinua mtu juu ni lazima umuelimishe vile atafanya, na hiyo pesa umempatia, kwa sababu wengi wanapewa pesa lakini ajui atafanyia nini kesho, baada anataka tu. Sasa wewe utamlisha mpaka lini? Huwezi mlisha kabla hujamuelimisha hii pesa kama ni ya biashara atafanya nayo namna gani, kwa sababu usiseme ya kwamba mimi ni mama mboga, sinajiita mama mboga. Sasa naye mama mboga, unajua tutakuja wengi, hata ambaye hajawahi uza mboga. Sijawahi uza mboga maisha yangu yote, lakini nikisikia mahali hela iko nitakuja niseme mimi ni mama mboga, nipewe hiyo pesa. Nikipewa hiyo pesa sijui namna ya kutumia. Sasa hiyo mimi nitaenda ninunue nayo unga pale, ninunue nayo nini, hata sijawahi kula biskuti, ninunue biskuti nijaze nayo watoto kwa nyumba. Kuleni leo biskuti, ndio hiyo pesa. Kesho nikiangalia hakuna ile biashara nimefanya. Kwa hivyo hiyo bottom up yao ni shida, kwa sababu hawana elimu ya kuelimisha watu ya kwamba hii bottom up tunaweza fanya hivi. Biashara wachukue hao wamama wa mboga wapelekwe mahali waelimishwe vile unaweza kufanya biashara, kwa sababu hata kama umepewa 1,000 na hii 1,000 ndio chakula cha nyumba, ndio unarudi nayo unaenda kununua nayo hiyo mboga, utafanya biashara gani? Na unataka kumuelimisha mtoto. Wangechukua hao wamama wa biashara wawapeleke mahali waelimishwe. Hii 1,000 unaweza chukua 500 hivi ukaweka mahali fulani, hivyo. Siwezi waambia vile wafanye bottom up yao, wafanye wenyewe, wajue vile wanaweza fanya. Sisi kwa Azimio tutafundishana. Kwa hiyo maneno ya vile mambo inaweza endelea. Habari ya corruption ndio kitu cha mbaya sana ambayo inaharibu nchi. Corruption ndio kitu mbaya. Ukienda hata hapo Tanzania, unajua wanaharibu Kenya yetu. Acha mimi niwaambie, mimi niko na relatives Tanzania. Wanaharibu Kenya yetu, lakini kule kwao huwezi hongana. Hakuna kuongana. Fika kwenye mpaka wa Tanzania na Kenya, utapata huku upande wa Kenya wanaongana. Ukifika kwingine hakuna kuongana. Unaambiwa ndugu yangu una makosa, umekubali? Nimekubali. Unapelekwa kule kwenye koti, mnazungumza. Kama ni kushikwa utashikwa. Nyumba 10 inaitwa. Sana wanatumia nyumba 10 pale. Kwa hivyo Kenya kama corruption itakuwa imeisha, itakuwa ni nzuri sana na itakuwa ni nchi ambayo inapendeza, na tumeambiwa na Raila atamaliza hiyo corruption. Kwa hivyo wacha ingie mwezi wa 8. Nafikiria mwezi wa 8 ikifika mwezi wa 10 mwaka huu ukielekea kuisha, tutakuwa tumejua kuna wengi watakuwa wameingia korokoroni. Naona kutakuwa na wengi watakuwa wameingia korokoroni ili tumalize corruption, na tutafurahia sana. Wacha tuone leo matokeo ya leo, kwa vile vile kile naona wakina Mudavadi na Kalonzo walifanya tactics hizo zao. Wacha tuone vile tutaendelea, kwa sababu unajua wabunge wa Kalonzo lazima watakuwa kwa nini leo kwa Kalonzo, na wabunge wa Mudavadi pia nao watakuwa pale kwa Mudavadi. Kwa hivyo sidhani kama hata mmoja atafika pale Thika. Wacha tuone vile kutaendelea na tutajua mwelekeo. Leo ni leo, asemaye kesho ni muongo. Leo ni leo.
Wanasema lelo ni leo, abolanga mukamba nemula.
Abolanga
mukamba no mubeyi. Leo ni leo, abolanga mukamba ne mubeyi. Asemaye kesho ni muongo, leo ni leo. That's what it means. Yeah, so
I know that.
Okay.
I wanted to say. So sorry, there's something I realized I might forget. As much as we are hoping for the best and all that, it's also good to do some sort or try to mitigate, some blunders that have happened previously. And I would suggest that maybe Mtembei one of these days we can have that topic as to how to kind of mitigate and revamp the campaigns to be able to achieve the desired goals. Some of us who have participated in the previous campaigns, Zababa, there are some serious weaknesses. Hata akiibiwa kuna gaps ambazo were assumed and overlooked, and I can see he's correcting some of those. We are just hoping to see how the full throttle will look like. One of the serious gaps that was in Baba's camp, right from CORD to NASA, walikuja wakaconcentrate sana na hapa juu. You have these campaign teams hovering around the cities and the main towns, madoido mingi hapa juu, wakasahau kule grassroots. Baba has never had a team that concentrates inapenya mpaka grassroots, especially in areas that he doesn't call stronghold. I'm happy that this time wame zone, and I'm hoping that zoning ndio watafanya now strategies za to make sure that they reach kule chini, kwa grassroots. Why that happened is like you go to a county like, let's say, Embu, because they did not think Embu there could be very heavy supporter ya Baba. When I neglect, you don't have coordinated teams. Maybe there is one guy like, let's say me, wanasema Stone PK, when you're in charge of Azimio in Embu, and that's a county. When you find that all those other guys wanapelekwa kama Nyanza, for example, where he's strong, he even goes so strongly unaweka all the expertise in the obvious areas that you don't need to use all your bullets there. So that is a weakness which I hope that it can be looked upon, because I remember kuna areas hata ODM didn't have agents. I mean, NASA didn't have agents. Yeah, and you can imagine when you have no agent in polling stations, so your votes unaweza pewa zero. People give you whatever it is. So I just hope that this time around he knows that he's loved all over. Personally, I'll try to kind of push this through other people whom I know, those who are closer.
Tony,
Yes.
Tony, let me ask you a question. A place like Bomet, a place like, let me say, where in Eldoret, it's cosmopolitans. You can imagine you can get somebody, but places which are just inside there in Rift Valley, the places where we say it's UDA stronghold. Do you think any agent can agree to be there?
You see, what happens, Princess, these agents, you don't pick agents from Muranga, unampeleka Eldoret, uko Keter or somewhere there. No. Uko kunaitwa ni UDA zone. Iko watu ya baba. They are there, I can tell you. Because there is nowhere in this country baba got zero. Unajua hivyo? Hakuna. Like, for example, in my place, it was total jubilee, you know. But he got around 25,000 votes. Where did they come from? People voted. And na unaona huko ni mahali walikuwa wanaiba, unaibiwa, wanaandika zero, but unaona amepata 18,000 votes, 12,000 votes. But I imagine if there were strong teams, you know, to
Nasikia
continue
pande hiyo
campaigning.
alikuwa hata na MCA. I heard something like that.
Yeah, in
Kuna
Embu
mahali
there
alikuwa na
was,
MCA.
yeah. So it is, you know, like for example, if you go to Embu, there is one constituency that is so cosmopolitan. It's called Mbere South. That is where you have Luos, you have Kambas, and you have, you know. So if we consolidate such areas, you know, instead of getting 20,000, anapiga hizo ma 40, and you know, that kind of a thing. Well, you have areas like which he has zoned out. Kama huko sasa tuseme huko kuna jiita UDA damu, yeah, but the truth of the matter is kuna makalenjini huko pia wale ambao wana support ODM. Kuna Luyas, kuna Luos, kuna Kikuyus who still feel like they, but because they don't have backing, watakuwa wanajificha ficha, yeah. But ikiwa and this again is Chepkati also na security, they should protect these people, and that's why we want by end of this month we want to see a timetable and proclamation of how, you know, that there should be no violence. There should be, that has to be pronounced very, you know, and rules reinstated and, you know, re-emphasized, so that I can wear a yellow t-shirt if I want anywhere and nobody should come to kind of victimize me. So again, so when somebody know that Cheruiyot is an agent of Azimio, wasikuje kumvamia kwa nyumba ati kumwambia sijui madoadoa and all that, you know. And I'm happy the way that has come. It means that now it has sent a very strong signal that such nonsense will not be entertained, and that is what we call level playing ground. You know, when those things are set, it's clear. Wewe ukifanya hiyo maneno ni peke yako, shauri yako, utashikwa, uende pelekwe jela peke yako, yeah. So and then there we shall have that kind of whatever, because personally I want Baba to win.
I want to say something here as we proceed on the same
Yeah.
discussion. I think you brought up a very interesting contribution and an observation that I think makes a lot of sense. And I think it's important that we dive into there and do a lot of dissectomy on understanding exactly. For sure, there are mistakes that were made, and these mistakes, we need to be open to discuss them and probably weigh into how they can be minimized, if not eradicated from the entire process of Baba's campaign. So allow me to add something to that, Brett. I think, let me take this opportunity to also make an observation that is tandem with what you just said. I think Baba needs to improve on some areas. And for some of us, we are serious serious advisors. We have given very, credible, advisory documents to some of these guys who have made it to parliament. And I think it is not also good to behave like the ostrich in the sand, burying the head and assuming everything is good, while you know there could be looming danger around you. One thing that Baba must do, when I look at UDA and what they are able to do, what they can't. We know much about UDA in terms of negative attributes to how they campaign and how they look at us as their opponent. But there's something that, of course, it's applaudable. It's credible. It's something that we appreciate in terms of strength. The UDA fellas who speak for Ruto have very serious, fluent way of, doing their the way they run with the narrative, the fluent, how do I put it? They come out very clear and they are robust. It's very robust when they want to run with the narrative, be it truth or falsehood. The way they come out with a lot of excitement, if you may like. They do it with a lot of passion. The passion that is depicted in UDA is a bit lacking when you look at the team that Baba is putting up together. I'll have wished that he looks at that more keenly, and my advice will be, you need to form a team of people like Hassan Joe, Mombasa. I am one person who feels very disappointed when you have a serious, serious rally like the one that is happening today, when Joe does not come on board. I feel very disappointed as a Baba supporter. You remember when Joe came to Meru, and when he spoke, the Azimio La Umoja went straight to the brains of the Marians. You saw it. You saw the excitement. He spoke. There is something. There's political traction that comes with Joe, and I think it is wrong for people to start competing such a person who has already, who has already created a niche in Baba's proximity as far as leadership is concerned. Somebody who can easily become a heir apparent of the leadership of Baba. These people need to be appreciated, that you can't compete them. There's a position that they occupy, which cannot be replaced. You cannot replace Junet, where Joe is supposed to be. I have somebody here in the name of, this is the party leader, the minority leader in parliament for ODM. The one who was involved in a scuffle the other day. What is his name? I'm forgetting again.
Mbadi.
Mbadi. Yes, that is Mbadi for you. And then you have Sifuna. Sifuna stands out, and I'll tell you from that breath, Sifuna. There are forces who are fighting for Sifuna. That's very true, within and without. They are. I know, because, and you might know this, PK, when you are very close to power, there are people who don't like you being very articulative on issues. they really see the danger. And probably some of these things are even on our platform. People think we are here to compete on how we talk and stuff. This is God-given. You cannot compete somebody. I can't compete with PK. The schools you went are different. God has given you special talents. The only thing I can do is to appreciate you, just like Princess, So unfortunately, that's a human weakness that sometimes is applied wrongly, especially when you want to work as a team. The best thing you do is to actually identify strength, identify people who play the game well. If it's number 7, make sure that the best player is the one who occupies that position so that you move through. So I was just giving you the list. I see Sifuna being a very credible leader, but I can also see a man who is trying to spend part of his energy to neutralize the enemies that I'm aware of. He has enemies from within the party and outside. And now that Azimio La Umoja is becoming every day a bigger vessel, in as far as Sifuna is concerned, he's going to have attraction of many enemies and friends, more or less like Baba. That we know. So, but I believe he's able to do well, and he's one person who is juggling on that. And I know there is a serious issue of that, but I want to pray that people like him get out of that as strong leaders. You know, you only have the strong brick if it is well put. I mean, it must go through the fire. The hottest fire makes the best brick. So I believe that he will take his personal challenges positively to become someone. So I'm trying to say that there is a team that is in ODM that must be merged with a new team that is coming with Azimio la Umoja. That team must have a serious galaxy of leaders that cuts across. Number two, it is very bad and very unfortunate if Baba cannot see that it's not right for you to have people who are leaders of a different region representing representing a rally like this one that we're talking about. Tomorrow, let me see more of the mountain people, okay, speaking than those who are obviously traditional supporters of Baba who come from this end. Because we are keen observers, as we say, Wakenya wapumbavu na wajinga walisha. So we sit down and analyze. You want to see that representation. So, but the thing I'm trying to say, PK and my sister Princess, is that you need people who are robust in their discussion, people who are very articulate the way they come out. Yes, they can manage their emotions. They need to know when to throw a jab, that stings with care, and it's important to have people like Junet Mohammed. For me, I have never found Junet Mohammed to be on the wrong side of what I need to see in a legislator who will represent Baba. Unless you don't understand the art of humor, he does it very well, and he will come out to sting when it's important. Like the statement he spoke the other day in Parliament, you will actually see. He said, these guys, they have no numbers. When you want to sugarcoat what is happening, tell them they've been telling us they don't have numbers.
Was it good?
Was it good today the way you did?
Sorry. Was it good the way Junet?
I can't hear you, Princess. Well, I don't know
I'm
whether
saying, was it good today the way Junet did?
I want to be honest. Whatever Junet did today, I missed it. I don't know what that was. That's why
I can tell you what it was. Oh, Princess, do you can? Okay. What he did in his speech, he talked about kuna mtu atakuja hapa kuiba mashamba yenyu, atachukua heka 2,000. Okay? And then immediately Baba kind of cautioned him. You could see Baba whispering to him so that he doesn't take that topic further. And for good reason. Because when you are in Taveta, there is the issue of land that, it is said that it was it is in the hands of one of the leaders of this country. And it is huge chunk of land, which has been an issue since time immemorial. I mean, since independence. And you remember there were issues of criticals, the Italian guy who owned very huge shamba and all that. So basically, what people picked was that, and I loved that because Baba interjected very quickly, and that's why I always feel nice when most of these speakers, especially Junet, I like when he's next to Baba ako karibu na yeye, because like that hiyo topic Junet alikuwa anataka kuiendeleza, and it would not have gone down very well. And by tomorrow,
sorry, PK. So
yes.
Are you saying that Baba plugged the microphone, or what happened? Really, how did interject? Really, I want to understand.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
the speaker, but he just told him to give it to. He was to give it to somebody else, so he had to give it to somebody else.
Yes,
Then
please.
the
Uh,
topic stopped.
yeah, it was very quick, but the press picked it, and press are very quick to pick these things. But it there was no disconnect, but you could see the speech. Junet's speech was cut short. And what I liked, because when you are a team, sometimes gestures also mean a lot. So when he saw Baba coming to whisper to him, aliacha kuongea immediately na akapeana to the next speaker, and that was it.
Oh, so Baba, you're saying Baba interrupted the speech of Junet by whispering to him. Am I getting you right?
Interrupted. Just well, the way you can be seen to, like, you wait for me to put a full stop, then immediately before I start another sentence, you intervene. So it didn't see like a speech was cut short, unless you are very keen. Alimuingilia kabla achukue sentence nyingine. Kabla achukue sentence nyingine.
Okay, thank you. So I think I get it, because I didn't want to comment without having that info. I think I still want to say what I wanted to say, that you can even see from that, and I think the way you put it, Peter, is that leadership is to accept to be corrected, and we are not angels. We make mistakes, but that does not make of the leadership that I always appreciate in him. I usually feel him as a very important person in Baba's camp, and just like in the kitchen, there's some food that cannot come out with nice taste, kama ina kapilipili kidogo, kachumbari. Yeah, so and it depends how you look at it, but I wanted to say that Junet has a role to play, but I was just giving you a general league. Like now, we have Kanini Kega. Okay, Kanini Kega is one resourceful guy that Raila must give him a serious platform to speak on behalf of Azimio La Umoja team. So what I'm trying to say, PK and Princess, is that Baba must appreciate the coming in of the new army. Okay, the army that must speak to depict Azimio La Umoja nationally. The perception, it's important, because you can't have a rally in Nyamira, for instance. The people who are speaking there are Luyas. You're coming with Luyas, and they're the ones who speak. You need to have the Matiangis, you need to have the Simbaratis, and the others who are vibrant. I'm happy Onyonka has come to our side. Unfortunately, again, these guys who can speak so well, they have the tendency of also making mistakes. That's the other thing that you'll actually appreciate, because they easily make mistakes. I think when you're a good driver and you move very fast, you're bound to also hit something. So because of that, I still I'm happy that they have brakes, they have voice of reason, they have capacities to see where they've gone out of their way. That is the way to go. So what I'm saying, PK, Baba must form a team that represents the national outlook of Azimio La Umoja. That is it. And that team must be comprised of people who meet the threshold of the articulate mantra level that you will expect from a serious speaker, not just having representation. Because again, if you are going to have somebody to represent or to fill the gap of Orengo, let's say in Turkana or Coast, just to mention, regardless of the merit of the demographic equation, if you're just going to have a replacement for somebody who is not a match, okay, then you will actually be diluting the value of continuity of how you present your message. So I'm of the view that if you're going to have the people who are at the level of Joe, for instance, you must have the replication of the 6 Joes, who, when they speak, they keep the message at that part, So I always love Simbarati will always be there in my view. And then we have the guy I've mentioned, the SG, will always come out clear. And he's one man who speaks clear, is a lawyer and stuff. And I think Baba must use this opportunity to scout for more. But now have it in his mind that the people that he brings on are those who have two values. One, the national outlook. Number two, they must be as competitive speakers as those that will match, with the kind of continuity that he has already introduced. However, I will also not, end my contribution without mentioning this. I will think that the best way Baba will do is to pick every person who speaks in UDA that makes sense, the way they do it, and have a matching person from this end, so that in a well-calculated way, when Charegei speaks, you have a Charegei from Azimio who counters that. You need to have somebody to mark everybody. That's the way to, so that you deconstruct everybody that comes in. You have the way the mainstream does when they call them for discussion. For some reason, they know how to match you. When they are called to citizen, you'll always find that there are people who are very, vibrant, like Murkomen. You can't have Murkomen to a TV, and then you just pick any other person to counter him. You know him. You need to have the minority leader. Minority leader, I find him to be the guy to debate with him. So that is what I think, PK, that Baba needs to do, because otherwise, we also need people who can speak a little bit careless, and calling sin by its words. Because if we're also going to treat our guys with a lot of, soft punches, they might outbox us. Because there's a time where you must come out outright and tell the way we've dealt with Nyagaka today. You remember when you asked him, and he was trying to make some gymnastics here, linguistic gymnastics. I brought him back to answer to that, and I like him. He's brilliant. He saw us hitting him, and he was like, "Okay, I'm sorry. I agree." We forced him to answer that question, and you remember what he said? He said, "If UDA is not going to change the way they are doing, their thing without mentioning corruption, I think they will lose." And that's where I cut his statement, because that's what we wanted. So I think Baba needs to have people who are robust in the way they express themselves, who are able to give somebody a knockout when it's necessary, than just playing, with the baby gloves, boxing. That's not it. We do baby boxing, baby gloves boxing to them. Baby glove boxing, that we do, we love it. But some of these guys come too rough. You need to punch them well at the right position to give them a knockout. I think Baba needs to do that as a homework, PK, if I might say, so that we have a team that will never disappoint you. Because where Joe is, I'm sure something will be picked from the youth. But when he's not there, I really don't know who is his replacement. I'm just using that as an example. So those are the kind of continuation that needs to follow. Themba, that must be you. Welcome back, Themba.
Thank you. How are you?
We are fine, Themba. You need to be an American. You said 1 hour, you went 1 hour 30 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, something happened, and definitely, as you may understand now, is that you don't cut short meetings. Are you okay?
Yeah, we okay. I don't know whether you are listening or you just come. Did you listen like some 10 minutes? Oh, wow. That's nice. That's nice.
Hey, welcome, man.
Man.
to God. We are happy to see you. This is Temba now. Not the shadows we were seeing. We wanted to see this smile, you know.
Now I'm back.
Now I'm back. We are happy.
Welcome,
that you are here.
Temba.
Welcome, Temba. Welcome so much.
So, where were you at? Were you finishing or what?
Yes, I wanted to say something to just on what Patriot. We were on trying to discuss on how to review some areas that we feel needs revamping in Baba's team in the forthcoming campaigns, and generally.
So can I get you
Patriot
guys? Can I get you guys offline?
offline?
Yeah, I can get you guys
And
offline.
get you guys offline. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay, PK, because that's an in-house discussion.
You guys just
You guys just be there and get your plate.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for those who came in and we are here with us just to appreciate Asilitu TV. Congo First Against Imperialism. Wow, okay. You know, I know that the deputy president has been trying to say that they do not want imperial presidents. So they've been trying to change that the imperial president is from the other side, but not him.
A second, Temba. Just a second. The gentleman you mentioned, Congo, you have to review what he has been saying. There's a complaint that was brought to our desk, and I think his language has not been very good. So before you applaud him or you know make a statement about his conclusion, I mean his contribution, we indulge you that you look at what he has been saying there before. There is a lot of complaint about his language, Temba, and probably you'll do the appropriate. Thank you.
Well, sounds good. We are here to clean up the house. There's
Mtembei was here today, Temba.
yeah,
I saw Mtembei here.
yeah, he normally comes sometimes. Congo First has been posting a lot, yeah.
He has insulted a lot.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Well, okay. Yeah, the guy was let me say he has really used his bundles way. Nyanamu Nyoremo, thank you. Steven Onyango, I can see he had been paid. Yeah, you can't come in a platform to post all those things, and you are just Wycliffe Machora, thank you. Dorothy Bryant, thank you. Justin Mwabi, thank you. Is this who wants to join right now? Harun wants to join right now. Harun, why are you coming right now when the studio is closing?
Yeah, there's in-house manenos. I want to tell you something.
Okay. So you wanna be here for the in-house, okay. Honorable Buni made Princess Ziana alikuwako pia. Alitokea watu, Eric, Robert. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who has been listening to us and watching from either Facebook, I see Facebook has already thrown us out. Definitely, it's way past 8 hours. We really appreciate when you come in to join us for this conversation. Remember, this platform is for a meaningful conversation about what is taking place in Kenya. especially politics in Kenya. Our desire is that this particular platform becomes a place of choice for those who are looking for concise, deliberate, and appropriate discussion and discourse about what is happening in Kenya. We don't choose who comes on. You are free to join in. We only need 4 things. One is a working gadget, either a phone or a computer, connection, internet connection. You can have bundles, Wi-Fi, ideas to share, and of course, a willingness to listen. So if you are willing to listen and learn, you have ideas to share, you have a working phone and you have bundles, karibu or Wi-Fi. Just come share your ideas. We need to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. Kindly, as much as possible, when you're coming in, there's no need of you using your Wi-Fi and your bundles to come and insult. You add no value to your candidate. You are using your bundles that you have either bought with your own money to come and insult people, which is not appropriate. Try and make good use of it. You'd have made better use of your bundles elsewhere. We encourage everyone, divergent view politically, for us to come in and share and talk. So I desire that by the end of this conversation, you are going to be helped to make a very informed decision and very informed choice. Thank you so much for all those who are always religiously come on and share with us. We can't take that for granted. Remember, the opinions and views shared on this platform are those of those people who have shared. They are not necessarily for Mutembei or Mutembei TV. Kindly remember to subscribe to the channel and also share widely. Invite more friends. Every single day we meet here Kenyan time from 8 till 8. You can come in at any time and exit at any time. When you see the link, just click and you'll be allowed in if the studio is less than 10 people. But as much as possible, come in, let's talk. Come in, let's talk. Jioni tusemezane. I mean, that's the essence of this platform. We respect everyone. You don't need any academic qualification. All you need is a point of view that you can come in and share with us. Here we have everybody, from the most educated, from those who have not even gone to school, but we don't mind anyone coming on and sharing with us, because that is Kenya. Kenya is a country where all of us belong to. Again, as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly also remember to subscribe to my channel, Pemba Ondiege TV. Thank you for getting me up to where we have. Kindly continue, go there, subscribe. See you later today. It's now morning in Kenya, but for other places it's at night. See you later today when we have another conversation like this one and a better one. Remember, tomorrow Azimio is in Thika. So we are going to wait to see what happens. And then of course
today is today, December, now tomorrow.
Thank you, Patriot. You got me there. It is later today. Azimio is in Thika, and then of course we'll also get to know where the other people will be, where Oka will be, where the deputy president and UDA will be. Then we'll bring you all that here so that we can participate in your conversation. Other than that, for all the panelists who are still here, Stone PK, Ziana, Patriot, and Harun, adios. See you later.
Aaron,